Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera, salam kebajikan, namo buddhaya, dan rahayu-rahayu. Kita sangat berbahagia pagi hari ini, kita akan mulai lagi press conference di pagi hari ini. Dan sudah bersama kita Menteri Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia yang terhormat Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, terima kasih. Kemudian juga bersama beliau di atas panggung ada Deputi Bidang Sumber Daya dan Kelembagaan Kemenparekraf, Bapak Rekraf, Ibu Martini Muhammad Paham. Kemudian juga ada Deputi Bidang Ekonomi Digital dan Produk Kreatif Kemenparekraf, Bapak Rekraf, Bapak Muhammad Neil El Himam. Sudah juga bersama kita dan kita akan berbicara tentang overview wisatawan Afrika dan potensi kerjasama kolaborasi sektor parekraf Indonesia, penyelenggaraan HLF, MSP, dan IAF 2024. Dan sebelum kita akan mulai, biasanya Pak Menteri jago pantun. Tapi saya mulai dulu dari pantun Pak ya. Oke. Nanti tolong para wartawan cakepnya yang lebih keras ya. Supaya kita lebih bersemangat pagi ini. Pergi ke Bali bersama si dia. Jangan lupa membeli produk Ekraf. Selamat pagi rekan-rekan media, selamat datang di press conference Kemenparekraf. Pak Menteri silakan diambil alih, silakan.
Baik, terima kasih, tepuk tangan dulu untuk MC kita yang sangat luar biasa. Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom. Namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan, rahayu, rahayu, rahayu untuk Indonesia maju. Yang sama-sama kita cintai para rekan-rekan media, juga dari sahabat kami dari Kominfo, Pak Maroli, terima kasih atas fasilitasinya. Bersama dengan Ibu Dia dan Pak Neil, kita harus balas dulu pantunnya. Siap. Tapi karena di Bali nih jawabnya beci. Beci.
Oke.
Siap Bu Dewi? Bu Yulia siap?
Becik.
Lari pagi di Nusa Dua.
Becik.
Pantainya indah, pasir putih mempesona.
Becik.
Yuk dukung kolaborasi Indonesia dan Afrika.
Becik.
Agar sektor ekonomi dan parekraf semakin jadi primadona. Ya, astungkara, alhamdulillah wa syukurillah, high level forum on multi-stakeholders strategic partnership dalam rangka Indonesia Africa Forum ini sudah memasuki tahap-tahap hari terakhir dan kami mencatat beberapa hal yang bisa dikutip oleh rekan-rekan media. Pertama, ternyata ini menjadi sarana promosi yang sangat efektif dalam memperkuat brand image Indonesia. Dan kemarin BPS baru saja merilis data terakhir yang menunjukkan bahwa kunjungan Wisman dari Afrika ke Indonesia ini meningkat dan meningkat secara signifikan. Afrika adalah benua for the future. Semua mata tertuju ke Afrika karena memiliki pasar yang besar dan sumber daya yang melimpah. Nah, oleh karena itu kami melihat bahwa pertumbuhan signifikan ini perlu kita dorong lagi dengan rangkaian kegiatan-kegiatan yang mudah-mudahan bisa memperkuat kerjasama Afrika dan Indonesia, terutama di sektor parekraf. Dari 5 kunjungan wisatawan mancanegara Afrika ke Indonesia, yang terbesar adalah Afrika Selatan. Ini totalnya hampir mencapai 15.000. Kedua Mesir, dan ketiga Maroko, disusul Tunisia dan Kenya. Mereka masuk melalui pintu utama Bali, Jakarta, dan Kepri, serta disusul oleh Sumatera Utara dan Lombok. Lama tinggalnya cukup panjang, yaitu hampir 17 hari, dan spendingnya adalah 38 juta rupiah atau mendekati 2.500 US dollar. Jadi ini jauh di atas rata-rata dari wisatawan mancanegara lainnya. Profil wisatawannya usianya 35-40 tahun dengan tipenya adalah solo, group, dan family traveler. Dan ada juga grup traveler ini maksimalnya 8 orang, dan destinasi wisata yang mereka suka ini adalah alam, pantai, dan wisata religi. Ini menarik sekali. Jadi banyak juga yang datang ke Indonesia untuk wisata religi dan juga melihat kebudayaan dan adat istiadat setempat. Bali ini kembali menjadi magnet utama dan destinasi pilihan bagi wisatawan Afrika. Dan untuk terakhir, kita melihat bahwa peluangnya sangat besar, sangat tinggi karena negara di Afrika secara keseluruhan memiliki populasi hampir 1 miliar populasi. Hubungan diplomatik Indonesia dan negara-negara Afrika sangat baik, mulai dari Konvensi Asia Afrika di Bandung tahun 1955, dan ini perlu ditingkatkan. Komitmen pemerintah, Bapak Presiden dan Presiden terpilih juga dituangkan dalam beberapa MOU. Khusus untuk pariwisata, kami sudah menandatangani dengan Mesir, Sudan, Aljazair, dan negara-negara lain yang akan kami tambahkan. 3 negara ekonomi terbesar adalah Nigeria, Afrika Selatan, dan Angola. Ini yang harus kita bidik untuk menarik wisatawan dan menjual produk-produk ekonomi kreatif kita. Kami juga menjajaki kerjasama di bidang sumber daya manusia, di mana mahasiswa-mahasiswa Afrika tertarik untuk belajar di Poltekpar yang dikelola oleh Kemenparekraf. Dan tentunya kerjasama tersebut juga akan kita tingkatkan dengan peningkatan kapasitas dan juga pertemuan-pertemuan yang dalam lingkup multilateralism yang bisa kita kembangkan ke depan. Ada organisasi Developing Aid, D8, juga kemarin kita bertemu dengan Algeria, Sudan, Maroko, dan Tanzania, serta Nigeria yang juga memberikan suatu keinginan untuk lebih erat bekerja sama dengan kita. Terakhir, kami mendorong World Conference on Creative Economy yang tahun depan kita akan hadirkan kembali di Bali. Oleh karena itu dukungan dengan UNCTAD juga kami pererat, dan UNCTAD juga tertarik untuk mengadakan pertemuan-pertemuan besarnya di Bali. Jadi MICE ini semakin berkembang. Terakhir, saya ingin mengapresiasi rekan-rekan media yang 4 tahun terakhir ini begitu sinerginya begitu baik dengan pemerintah, sehingga narasi utama dari pariwisata Indonesia ini sangat positif. Ini kita bisa rasakan dari setiap tamu yang datang merasakan bahwa Indonesia ini pariwisatanya berkualitas dan berkelanjutan. Kita akan terus promosi, terutama di Afrika dalam beberapa bulan ke depan, dan saya meyakini bahwa jika Indonesia fokus dalam semangat untuk mengembangkan pariwisata dan ekonomi kreatif dengan benua Afrika, kita akan mendapatkan manfaat yang banyak, peluang usaha dan lapangan kerja bagi rakyat Indonesia. Terima kasih, saya tutup dengan para Masanti. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, terima kasih. Saatnya bagi para wartawan untuk membuka floor. Supaya seimbang, Pak Menteri, saya ngambil kiri kanan Pak ya. Dua pertanyaan nanti, oke. Ada satu di sini, oke. Ada satu di sini, kemudian satu di sini. Oke, 2 orang dulu. Yang ini duluan, ladies first. Oke, tolong dari media apa, kemudian namanya, makasih.
Selamat pagi semuanya, selamat pagi Pak, Bu, selamat pagi teman-teman semua. Saya Safira Junior, I'm from TVRI World. My question for Pak Sandi. Pak Sandi, can you highlight any particular sector from tourism where you see the most potential growth for both Indonesia and Africa? And what specific outcomes are you aiming to achieve through the partnership between Indonesia and Africa in the tourism sector? Thank you very much.
Baik, terima kasih. Kemudian yang dari sebelah sana. satu lagi. Oke, ya. Silakan berdiri. Namanya siapa?
Terima kasih. Saya Sugianyana dari Denpasar Pos, Bali Pos Group. Terima kasih Pak Sandi, selamat pagi. Pertanyaan saya terkait dengan kunjungan wisatawan South Afrika ke Bali, terutama ke Indonesia. Tadi kan cukup potensial Pak dilihat, apalagi dengan salah satunya adalah religi, wisatawan religi. Nah, target ke depan dari pertemuan ini apa Pak? Seberapa persen sih peningkatan dari wisatawan South Afrika ke Indonesia terutama? Yang kedua, mungkin adakah permintaan khusus dari delegasi atau dari peserta forum ini terhadap peningkatan pariwisata Indonesia ke depan, apa-apa aja yang perlu mungkin ditingkatkan ke depan untuk menambah kunjungan dari wisatawan di sana. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik. Pak Menteri, silakan langsung ditanggapi. Ada 2 pertanyaan dari Safira dan Sugi.
Thank you, TVRI World. We see tremendous opportunity in relations to future cooperations within the sector of tourism and creative economy. The subsectors that we see will benefit is the hotel occupancy rate. As we saw from the data that travelers from Africa do stay longer and they spend more into the local economy. We believe that the low-hanging fruits would be to bring more tourists from Africa countries to Indonesia. Secondly is the export of our creative economy, not only products, but also services, because the continent of Africa is growing very rapidly. There are a lot of opportunities in trades, investments, also the cooperations on green economy. We believe that the green tourism could be something that the two sides can benefit. And finally, we saw a great potentials on Indonesians' creative economy products and services like spa. There are companies who are already operating in African continents. Also, we see on the hospitality management, maybe design, fashion. African and Indonesian fashions are pretty similar, but I think we have not really tapped the potential to the max. So I'm really excited, and I think this is a great opening of the next 20, 30 years worth of collaborations, whereby it will benefit both the continent of Africa and Indonesia. Target ke depan Pak, saya mentargetkan peningkatan sekitar 20-25% dari wisatawan mancanegara dengan tinggal di sekitar 17 hari dengan spending di atas $2.500. Dan Afrika Selatan ini ekonomi yang terbesar di Afrika, tapi juga jangan dilupakan Mesir, Nigeria, Angola. Ini negara-negara yang bertumbuh sangat cepat. Kita mesti menggunakan data, sehingga yang bisa kita targetkan, promosikan adalah wisatawan yang berkualitas. Dan nanti Ibu Dia dan Pak Neil bisa menambahkan, tapi ada permintaan khusus. Kemarin saat bertemu dengan Presiden Zanzibar, mereka ingin belajar 2 hal dari Indonesia, yaitu 1, pengelolaan mais, karena kita udah sukses untuk G20, ASEAN Summit, dan mereka ingin talenta-talenta hospitality-nya bisa dapat kesempatan belajar di Indonesia. Kami membuka peluang di Poltek Par Bali, di Nusa Dua ini, di Desa Kampiau, di kampus kami sudah ada fasilitasnya untuk mahasiswa asing yang mengambil short course, non-degree program, ataupun juga yang degree program. Bu Dia, silakan ditambahkan.
Baik, izin menambahkan untuk potensi kerjasama tentunya yang tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Pak Sandi terkait dengan pariwisata. Dan di pariwisata ini lingkup kerjasama yang kami tawarkan dalam bentuk MOU adalah pertama adalah exchange of data informasi, terkait juga dengan exchange of expertise karena banyak sekali expertise yang bisa kita pelajari dari sisi Indonesia maupun dari sisi negara Afrika. Selain itu juga yang tadi Pak Sandi sampaikan, karena fokus kita sekarang ada di sustainable tourism, green investment, kemudian juga green products, dan kita perlu ada reciprocal belajar dari mereka maupun mereka belajar dari kita. Dan MICE juga sesuatu yang kemarin sudah disampaikan oleh negara Aljazair maupun Zanzibar bahwa mereka ingin belajar dari kita bagaimana kita sejak tahun 1955 ketika konferensi KAA ini sudah berhasil menyelenggarakan suatu MICE event yang level internasional, dan keberhasilan Indonesia juga sangat diapresiasi dengan penyelenggaraan event ini. Dan selain itu juga exchange of public and private cooperation yang kita push tidak hanya dari sisi pemerintah tapi juga hubungan kerjasama antara industri pariwisata. Dan tadi Bapak juga menyampaikan dari sisi apa yang bisa ditingkatkan. Mereka sangat minat di alam Pak, dan tapi di sisi lain juga kita sangat bisa belajar dari mereka. Banyak sekali negara-negara Afrika yang sudah sangat advance, sangat maju untuk mengembangkan pariwisatanya, khususnya pariwisata yang bertema alam, Sahara dan sebagainya. Ini merupakan suatu upaya kita untuk bisa juga belajar bagaimana mengembangkan sustainable development dari sisi pariwisata yang bertanggung jawab dan berkelanjutan. Mungkin itu yang bisa kami tambahkan Pak.
Terima kasih Mas Menteri. Rekan-rekan sekalian, sebagai tambahan saja untuk sektor ekonomi kreatif dan digital, kemarin salah satu bilateral dari Menteri Aljazair, Menteri Knowledge Ekonomi dan Micro Enterprise-nya itu meminta untuk bisa juga menjadi host untuk acara World Conference on Creative Economy setelah nanti dari Indonesia. Jadi ini kita sampaikan juga, kita undang juga mereka untuk hadir yang di Tashkent yang nanti tanggal 2 sampai 4 Oktober di Tashkent, Uzbekistan, karena untuk tahun ini adalah hostnya adalah mereka. Kemudian juga terkait dengan tadi sampaikan Mas Menteri juga terkait dengan produk ekonomi kreatif yang berupa barang dan juga jasa, tentunya jasa bisa menjadi peluang juga buat trade perdagangan antara Afrika dengan Indonesia, terutama di sektor-sektor ekonomi kreatif, seperti misalnya selama ini yang kita tahu kalau yang sudah produk Indonesia, produk kreatif Indonesia yang sudah merajai Afrika itu adalah batik ya, batik teman-teman semua, jadi sampai ada batik Afrika, namun demikian tentunya bisa lebih banyak lagi produk-produk kreatif kita yang bisa masuk ke Afrika sebagai juga jembatan untuk perdagangan antara kedua Afrika dan juga Indonesia. Seperti itu Mas tambahnya. Terima kasih.
Oke, baik Pak Menteri, kita berikan kesempatan. Masih boleh 2 lagi? Oke, 2 lagi. Oke, ini 1, kemudian sebelah sana. Oke, ada 1. Oke, ada 2. Oke, yang di sini duluan. Ya, silakan.
Selamat pagi Mas Menteri. Kemarin kan Bapak Presiden sempat mention
boleh,
bahwa
namanya?
dari Pradipta dari Pro 3 RRI.
Ya.
Kemarin Bapak Presiden ketika membuka Joint Leader sempat mention mengenai Platinum Jubilee tahun depan. Nah ini yang dipersiapkan dan menjadi fokus utama dari Parekraf untuk Platinum Jubilee KAA tahun depan ini seperti apa? Terima kasih.
Baik, yang ada di sebelah sana, di sebelah kanan saya, tolong mikrofonnya. Ya, silakan.
Selamat pagi Mas Menteri, Bapak Ibu, izinkan saya berpantun sedikit. Upin Ipin bawa batu,
Cakep.
Om Swastiastu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Nanti yang panjangnya di pantun terakhir. Saya Tria dari Media Tama, kemudian dari Kita Tama. Yang ingin saya tanyakan adalah tadi saya sangat senang sekali mendengar bahwa banyak sekali mahasiswa yang akan dikirimkan untuk ke Bali untuk belajar tentang MICE. Tapi apakah ada feedback balik dari kita bisa belajar dari kebudayaan dari Afrika ataupun sesuatu hal yang menonjol dari Afrika untuk kita generasi muda yang ada di Bali. Dan kemudian kalau kita berbicara tentang kebudayaan, pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia sangat beragam dan sangat banyak. Apakah dari Kemenparekraf memiliki agenda untuk mengadakan semacam festival ataupun kegiatan yang berlangsung untuk memperkenalkan produk-produk kita dan juga budaya kita, karena kita ketahui bersama orang datang untuk berlibur ke Indonesia untuk menikmati pariwisata dan juga kreativitas yang kita miliki. Dan juga harapan saya bahwa Bapak ketika kita juga memiliki wisata dan kreativitas yang luar biasa, mohon dibantu untuk diarahkan ke beberapa titik yang memang belum dijangkau oleh wisatawan. Karena kita juga ingin merasakan pemerataan ekonomi tidak hanya di sektor-sektor yang sudah dikenal oleh masyarakat luas, tapi pun juga di beberapa sektor yang belum terjangkau oleh wisatawan lainnya. Karena tadi di pantun awal sangat singkat, pantun akhir akan saya panjangkan. Badung Mangupura.
Cakep.
Boleh becik Pak ya?
Becik.
Saya ulang Pak ya. Badung Mangupura.
Becik.
Kepasih negakin Vespa.
Becik.
Kirang langkung lunas ampura, terima kasih dan sampai jumpa.
Yes.
Silakan Pak Menteri, langsung ditanggapi.
Baik. Untuk KAA nanti ditambahkan lagi oleh Bu Dia dan Pak Neil, tapi kita akan gunakan kesempatan ini untuk menarik lebih banyak wisatawan dari komunitas bisnis. Karena penekanan dari kerjasama Asia Afrika tahun 55 ini sangat visioner ya. Bung Karno saat itu memperjuangkan kemerdekaan bagi negara-negara Afrika. Sekarang kita melihat justru kemerdekaan ekonomi bisa kita lakukan sebuah kolaborasi. Jadi di perayaan 70 tahun Kongres Asia Afrika ini kita akan menawarkan beberapa bentuk kerjasama yang bisa kita tindak lanjuti seperti pembangunan infrastruktur, energi baru dan terbarukan, green economy kita, juga kita bisa melihat kerjasama yang berkaitan dengan produk-produk ekonomi kreatif ya. Saya lihat kemarin di setiap pertemuan bilateral ini permennya habis dimakan sama tamu-tamu dari Afrika. Berarti mereka cocok nih, suka sama merek-merek yang ini nih. Saya lihat laku semuanya dicobain sama mereka, dan kita juga ada beberapa expo, satu expo yang ada di BICC dan satu lagi di Mulia, itu juga banyak dikunjungi oleh anggota delegasi. Kemarin saat kita ada panel discussion, ini juga peluang besar di ekonomi digital. Nah itu nanti mungkin yang akan di peringatan 70 tahun di Bandung, tahun lalu, tahun depan kita akan pastikan ini bisa menjadi ajang kita untuk ada sesuatu yang konkret. Jadi bukan hanya perayaan-perayaan saja, tapi ada satu atau dua secara strategis yang bisa kita capai dan konkret bisa dirasakan win-win dan menguntungkan bagi kedua pihak. Itu yang ingin kita lakukan. Yang bisa kita pelajari dari Afrika itu adalah pariwisata berbasis konservasi. Jadi kemarin kita bertemu dengan Zanzibar dan Aljazair. Ternyata Aljazair ini adalah negara dengan peninggalan bangunan-bangunan era Romawi yang terbesar, lebih besar dari Italia sendiri, dan peninggalan-peninggalan yang merupakan daya tarik wisata ini terawat dengan baik. Nah ini kita perlu belajar mengenai conservation. Yang kedua dengan Tanzania dan Zanzibar, ini ternyata mereka 30% ekonominya itu dikontribusikan oleh pariwisata yang hanya fokus di melihat-lihat binatang. Jadi datang ke sana glamping gitu, bukan pakai resort-resort yang mahal, tapi glamping yang mewah, nyaman. Tapi daya tarik utamanya itu adalah melihat jerapah, melihat gajah, maupun melihat binatang-binatang lainnya yang ada di alam terbuka. Jadi ini mungkin yang bisa kita jadikan student exchange opportunities. Dan saya yakin kita bisa belajar dari kedua belah pihak. Bukan hanya mereka belajar dari Indonesia, tapi kita juga belajar dari Afrika. Festival-festival, nah Indonesia ini adalah juaranya festival lah. Kalau kita di ASEAN ini, festival-festival di Indonesia ini punya daya tarik. Dan kemarin kami juga ditanyakan mengenai kemungkinan golden visa bagi para investor-investor besar dari Afrika. Ternyata mereka ini juga punya investor-investor besar, orang-orang kaya dunia yang memiliki ketertarikan untuk berinvestasi di Indonesia dengan menggunakan fasilitas golden visa. Saya mesti balas ya ininya ya, pantun pendeknya tadi ya, pantun pendeknya. Makan mie pakai cabai rawit. Beci, para wartawan yang ada di sini, you're so sweet. Silakan Bu Diah dan Pak Nil.
Izin menambahkan informasi terkait dengan KAA. Jadi kami melihat bahwa KAA ini cikal bakal kerjasama dari Indonesia dengan negara-negara di kawasan Afrika. Banyak sekali kerjasama yang semakin mempererat hubungan kita dengan beberapa negara Afrika. Contohnya dengan D8, Indonesia, dan ini juga digagas oleh Indonesia. Ada Aljazair, Sudan, Maroko. Kami berkomitmen untuk bekerjasama tidak hanya dari sisi pariwisata, tapi tentu dengan dari sisi aircraft. Dan dari G20, Afrika Selatan akan menjadi tuan rumah di tahun depan, dan mereka sangat ingin belajar kesuksesan Indonesia ketika menjadi tuan rumah G20 tahun lalu, 2 tahun lalu. Kemudian juga di sisi UN Tourism, di organisasi PBB yang menangani pariwisata, kita sangat banyak bekerja sama dengan negara-negara Afrika, di mana sekitar ada 50 negara Afrika yang ada di UN Tourism, dan inisiasi Indonesia untuk diusung di kerjasama UN Tourism antara lain Village Tourism, dan juga dengan kerjasama untuk sustainable development ini sangat didukung oleh negara-negara Afrika. Dan yang terakhir terkait dengan World Conference on Economy, World Conference on Creative Economy yang digagas oleh Indonesia, oleh Kemenparekraf dan Kemlu, ini juga banyak didukung oleh negara-negara Afrika, di mana keberhasilannya salah satunya adalah usulan Indonesia untuk memasukkan ekonomi kreatif di resolusi PBB ini diterima oleh PBB dan didukung oleh 59 negara yang sebagian adalah negara-negara Afrika. Ada Kamerun, ada Kenya, South Africa, Tanzania, Maroko. Ini mereka memberikan dukungan Indonesia untuk bisa memasukkan aircraft ke dalam resolusi PBB. Sebetulnya apa sih kepentingan ketika aircraft dimasukkan di resolusi PBB? Dengan dimasukkannya aircraft ke resolusi PBB, PBB ini memberi mandat kepada organisasi-organisasi di bawah PBB seperti UNCTAD, UNDP, kemudian juga UNESCO untuk bisa memberikan perhatian lebih kepada ekonomi kreatif. Jadi per 2026 ketika nanti diselenggarakan General Assembly setiap 2 tahun, organisasi-organisasi tersebut harus memberikan report terkait dengan perkembangan ekonomi kreatif di masing-masing negara maupun di secara regional dan global. Jadi ini usaha-usaha kita ini sangat didukung oleh teman-teman dari negara-negara Afrika, dan kami sangat berharap dukungan ini akan terus bisa dilakukan, termasuk nanti tanggal 2 sampai 4 Oktober yang tadi Pak Nur sudah sampaikan akan ada World Conference on Creative Economy di Uzbekistan, dan ini juga akan dihadiri oleh berbagai negara dari Afrika. Terima kasih Pak.
Tambah sedikit saja, Mas Menteri, kan semua tadi sudah disampaikan oleh Bu Dia Paham terkait dengan ekonomi kreatif, ekonomi digital. Mungkin selama ini kadang-kadang kita kurang tahu bahwa sebetulnya banyak inisiatif digital yang dari Afrika ini yang cukup visioner pada masanya. Jadi seperti untuk uang digital itu salah satu yang pertama dan berhasil itu adanya di Kenya dengan M-Pesa. Jadi mungkin nanti kita perlu belajar ke sana juga terkait dengan bagaimana mereka bisa membumikan ekonomi digitalnya di kalangan masyarakat mereka sendiri, dan tentunya ini kita punya tantangan tersendiri, dan ada banyak hal yang mungkin nanti bisa dipelajari dari mereka juga dan saling bertukar pikiran dan juga knowledge dengan mereka. Kan?
Baik, terima kasih para rekan-rekan wartawan. Ini tadi akhir dari press conference kita bersama Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia. Bapak Menteri, terima kasih banyak. Dan juga kedua pejabat yang juga hadir di pagi hari ini. Terima kasih. Kita akan ketemu pada kesempatan yang lain. Saya Paul Suari, signing off. Thank you.
the strategy is that China will not be able to change China to become Singapore. But China will gonna have 7 Singapore in China. And that's how it's initiated with spatial economic zones, with to improving municipality and to adopt meritocracy systems in China in those 7 pioneer centers or spatial economic zones. That's the strategy that China adopted. Again, it's the same. Korea, in the beginning of developments, Korea also think that Korea will not gonna be able to change Korea to become the US, but Korea can be center of excellence. That's how Korea start to invest a lot in education system. And as we can see for the last 40 years right now, Korea has among the highest education level. So when you're asking about the norms, I think we need to develop institutions that is very disciplined. I know it sounds very fake. That is anti-corruptions. Why it is very important with anti-corruptions? It's gonna affect the whole story of resource allocations. And that's something I totally agree whether countries can be leapfrogging. I think it really depends on the norms, on how a country built its institutions as a whole. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Rashid.
Sure, I just want to add something. I mean, I totally agree with both speakers. So for me, if look at digitalization, I think that's when we talk about the enablers of leapfrogging. That's how Indonesia sees this. That's why in every aspect of our business life today, we are actually promoting digitalization, whether it is through micro, small, medium enterprises, and to all large corporation. As simple as payment system, digital payment systems. How we are actually developing in Indonesia, not only Indonesia, but within ASEAN. Just last year, we actually established now that, signing payment system that you can do with QR code all over ASEAN. And so right now, Indonesian can go to Thailand and to have a QR code for payment systems. Same thing from Thailand and so forth, and among all this ASEAN. It seems simple, but actually that's the gate to what we call leapfrogging. So in a way, this is one part that I think in Indonesia and ASEAN, we are pushing for digitalization, in all aspects of our business life. And with that, we do believe that if we can accelerate our economic growth and we can actually be able to understand more each other of all the information or even culture in a way from various things. And this is the way to actually move forward and for all the businesses in Indonesia to be more, you can say, be innovative and agile, perhaps. I think that's just to add to what the two speakers mentioned.
Mr. Minister, would you like to add anything to this question or any other point you'd like to make?
I just want to agree with my predecessors and also add the impact of technology in facilitating the businesses of small and medium enterprises. In Rwanda, we do have what we call e-government. We have one platform which can be used to access all government services, all of them, whether payment, whether going through different processes to get certificates. All of them can be obtained just using one government platform, which I think is a good practice that we have, of course, borrowed from developed world. So leapfrog can apply more importantly in ICT and new technologies. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to move to summarize some of the insights, and this has been such a packed session, I can't possibly cover it all. some takeaways are that there are indeed so many opportunities in ASEAN for countries on the frontier. There are opportunities in digital sectors and semiconductors, energy, healthcare, agriculture, minerals, logistics. The opportunities are out there if you sort through your competitive advantage. I really like that every speaker has given us practical examples of initiatives and innovations to take. Among them, a service orientation for eGov, for entrepreneur business advisors, having an export inventory, using chatbots to share trade information, requirements, opportunities, markets, and rethinking not only sectors, but where you're assisting and engaging. So training centers can innovate and be digital or off-site, and innovation hubs and so on. So many practical suggestions here. Themes that I'm hearing are three I would offer. First, that we need to think broadly about business. When we think about business, we have to think about the larger exporters and corporates. We have to think about the small business, so important, and the entrepreneurs. We have to think about the innovators. We also have to think about those who are serving their communities. And as we're seeking future opportunities, remember that we need to think about which businesses are going to be in the sectors of the future. Secondly, we do need to think comprehensively about interventions. Of course, each intervention has to be well defined, but we have to address finance, regulatory barriers, access to markets, information, and so forth. If you address one of the challenges and not one of the other binding constraints, you won't get the results. So I've talked about speaking broadly, but we also need focus. Focus in working together. How do we have processes to encourage coordination, collaboration, and tighter linkages so that business and government and other important stakeholders can pursue this dream of moving up the value chain? Thank you for your attention. Please join me in congratulating our speakers.
Thank you, moderator, and all panelists for the very insightful discussion. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a short break and we'll start the second session with the theme Innovate to Elevate, multi-stakeholder partnership for promoting higher economic value at the regional level at 11 a.m. These distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the second thematic parallel session, Innovate to Elevate, Multi-Stakeholder Partnership for Promoting Higher Economic Value at the Regional Level. I am Valerina Daniel, your Master of Ceremony. To start this session, we would like to kindly invite His Excellency Mr. Francisco Aguilera Aranda, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Kingdom of Spain to the Republic of Indonesia and to ASEAN, to deliver his speech. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Francisco Aguilera Aranda.
Buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias por esta invitación a estar presente en este importante seminario. En un mundo cada vez más unido por su interconexión, la búsqueda del desarrollo sostenible requiere más que esfuerzos individuales, exige una acción colectiva robusta. España, con su firme compromiso con la cooperación internacional, ejemplifica cómo las asociaciones entre múltiples actores pueden ser aprovechadas para elevar el valor económico a nivel regional. Hoy quisiera explorar cómo las contribuciones estratégicas que España, especialmente a través del concepto de apoyo oficial total al desarrollo sostenible, demuestran nuestro empeño por mejorar los resultados del desarrollo en África, en Asia, en el Pacífico o en América Latina. Un desafío fundamental en muchas regiones en desarrollo es la absorción y utilización efectiva de las tecnologías modernas. Aunque estas tecnologías ofrecen un potencial transformador, su impacto a menudo está limitado por las capacidades locales. La participación de España en África proporciona un ejemplo convincente de cómo se pueden abordar estos desafíos. Por ejemplo, España ha invertido en proyectos de energía solar en África Occidental, no solo introduciendo nuevas tecnologías, sino utilizando el TOSSD para capturar y reportar el espectro completo de apoyo proporcionado. Esto incluye financiación para programas de capacitación local y el establecimiento de redes de mantenimiento. Al incorporar estos elementos en nuestro marco, España asegura que las tecnologías no solo se introduzcan, sino que sean sostenibles y utilizadas efectivamente por las comunidades locales. En Asia, el papel de España va más allá de la mera provisión de tecnología. En Filipinas, por ejemplo, el apoyo español ha sido útil para modernizar las prácticas agrícolas. A través del TOSSD, España ha podido documentar y mejorar una participación en proyectos que introducen sistemas de riego avanzados, duplicando los rendimientos de arroz en algunas áreas. Estos esfuerzos se complementan con iniciativas de fortalecimiento de capacidades que ayudan a los agricultores locales a gestionar y mantener esas tecnologías. Al integrar estas actividades en los informes de TOSSD, España muestra un enfoque integral para la transferencia de tecnología que fortalece las capacidades de absorción y asegura beneficios a largo plazo. Las cadenas de valor regionales son otra área vital en las que la contribución que mi país está teniendo un impacto significativo. A través de TOSSD, España ha demostrado su compromiso con el fortalecimiento de estas cadenas, particularmente en América Latina. En Colombia, las inversiones españolas han ido más allá de mejorar las técnicas de producción de café. También han introducido el establecimiento de instalaciones de procesado locales y canales de comercialización. Al aprovechar el TOSSD para capturar y reportar estas actividades, España resalta cómo los esfuerzos colaborativos con socios locales pueden aumentar el valor capturado por los pequeños productores y estimular el crecimiento económico regional. El impacto del compromiso de España en África es igualmente notable. En la industria de anacardos de África Occidental, España ha apoyado la transición de la exportación de nueces crudas por el procesamiento local. Este cambio, documentado a través de TOSSD, no solo ha creado empleo, sino que también ha retenido más valor económico dentro de la región. Al centrarse en el fortalecimiento de capacidades y formar asociaciones estratégicas, España demuestra cómo las colaboraciones efectivas entre múltiples actores pueden fomentar el desarrollo regional y la resiliencia. En el Pacífico, contribuciones de España a las pesquerías sostenibles ejemplifican el poder de las asociaciones entre múltiples actores. A través de TOSSD, España ha apoyado iniciativas regionales que mejoran las técnicas de procesamiento del pescado y el acceso a mercados internacionales. Estos esfuerzos, reflejados en los informes, ayudan a fortalecer las economías locales al tiempo que promueven la sostenibilidad ambiental. El papel que mi país pueda tener en estas asociaciones subraya la importancia de integrar el desarrollo económico con la gestión ambiental. El compromiso de España va más allá de los resultados inmediatos. Se trata de fomentar asociaciones duraderas que se adapten a las necesidades cambiantes. Durante la pandemia del COVID-19, por ejemplo, España movilizó rápidamente recursos para apoyar los sistemas de salud en América Latina y el Caribe, y con estos esfuerzos plenamente reflejados en los informes de este tipo de proyectos. Esta adaptabilidad destaca la capacidad de España para responder y fortalecer las capacidades regionales, asegurando un acceso equitativo a los beneficios del desarrollo. En conclusión, el uso del TOSSD por parte de España ejemplifica un enfoque estratégico hacia la cooperación internacional basado en los principios de asociación, fortalecimiento de capacidades y sostenibilidad. Al aprovechar el apoyo total al desarrollo sostenible para documentar y mejorar nuestras contribuciones, España demuestra cómo las asociaciones entre múltiples actores pueden abordar los desafíos de la adopción de tecnología, fortalecer las cadenas de valor regionales y garantizar que los beneficios del desarrollo sean compartidos ampliamente. Sigamos construyendo sobre estos ejemplos, trabajando juntos para crear un futuro en el que cada región pueda prosperar y el desarrollo sostenible sea una realidad para todos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Excellency. You may please return to the stage because we are going to have a photo session together with all the moderator and panelists. To join on stage for the photo session, I would like to invite His Excellency Bapak Febrian A. Rudyard, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and other international organizations in Geneva, Bapak Bambang Brojonegoro, Professor of Economics, University of Indonesia, former Minister of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Carlos Maria Correa, Executive Director of the South Center, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Coordinating Vice Chairwoman 3 for Maritime Investment and Foreign Affairs of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Chief Executive Officer of Sintesa Group, Bapak Nararya Sanggra Mawijaya Suprapto, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Community and Corporate Affairs ASEAN Secretariat, and Ms. Mari Otoson, Co-Chair of Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, GPEDC, Deputy Director General of Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, SIDA. Thank you, Mr. Francisco Aguilera Aranda. You may return to your seat. To moderator and all panelists, please remain on stage and take your respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the thematic session, I would like to introduce our moderator, His Excellency Bapak Febrian A. Rudyard, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary and Permanent Representative of the Republic of Indonesia to the United Nations, the World Trade Organization, and other international organizations in Geneva since December 2021. Before his appointment in Geneva, Ambassador Rudyard served as Deputy Minister for Multilateral Cooperation at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia in Jakarta from 2017 to 2021. His Excellency Bapak Febrian A. Rudyard, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, and very good morning to all of you and also the speaker. It's really such a glad to be able to see again such a prominent speaker in the stage, and of course I would like to thank His Excellency Francisco Aguilera Aranda for the very enlightening speech and lesson learned that you have been able to provide it to for all us to be able to follow your footpath. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session. We have come to the last day of our session today. As the importance of multi-stakeholder collaboration is always highlighted in many of meetings in the last 2 days, and I believe In this session, we will discuss the role in promoting higher economic value at the regional level. This is a very good mantra, innovate to elevate. That I think not only to innovate to elevate in a global community, but also how our effort in bringing innovation to elevate the higher economic values also being trickling down to the regional level. This is the really big question, because I am a true believer that the regional mechanism or regional capacity in its turn will have to contribute significantly to the strengthening of a global value chain. So we have a very good assemble of speakers today, and of course it's really very fortunate for us to have a very able speaker, and I don't want to spend much time to speak with you because they are the one who will be the superstar. So the first speaker on my list, I would like to invite my dear colleague from Geneva, Dr. Carlos Maria Correa. He is currently the Executive Director of the South Center. Carlos, welcome to Bali. I'm glad to see you be able to join us in this today. Carlos, I will go directly to the main course, not the appetizer. So I have a guiding question for you. Then I hope we can learn from your views. What is your view on the regional existing landscape regarding the value chain? And if it's possible, could you elaborate further on the strength and weakness in the key sector relevant to value chains? And what are the geopolitical implications of regional value chain for developing countries? I know you are heading the South Center, which we in G77 and China group in Geneva, we consider you as our think tank. You are the one who provide us with many alternative positions. And last but not least, this is very pertinent with regard to your organization. How can the South Center help countries, especially the developing countries, navigate this dynamic? You have 10 minutes, Carlos. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for the invitation again, for your kind words. It's a real pleasure for the South Center to participate in this meeting. So let me address first your question about the landscape of regional value chains. I will just make an introductory remark regarding how these regional value chains are created. And this remark reflects on the issue of the cost efficiency. Because even if, for instance, just to compare, if you have a neighbor, a good neighbor, close to your apartment or your house, this neighbor may not necessarily become your friend. And this is also a situation with suppliers in a region. The fact that you may have a potential supplier in a neighboring country does not mean that you will contact them and will engage in businesses with them, because these regional value chains are based on cost efficiency. So this means that what companies will look for is for those potential partners that can bring reduced cost. They will look for locations in which there is good connectivity, there is infrastructure, there are conditions that will ensure that reliability in terms of delivery of the goods, in terms of, for instance, custom time. So there are many factors that actually influence the extent to which regional value chains can be created or not. So therefore, this means that they will not emerge spontaneously in many cases, and then you need some concrete actions to be taken in order for these regional chain values to emerge. And one good example for this is the case of Asia. Asia is for sure the most advanced region in terms of global and regional value chains. As you know, in the area of clothing, in the area of footwear, in the area of travel goods, sporting goods, electronics, and electrical equipment, smartphones, TVs, so on and so forth. But the proliferation of these regional value chains has been, to a great extent, the outcome of policy intervention. Let me just mention a few of them. In the first place, the ASEAN members made unilateral trade tariff reductions in the past in order to facilitate these value chains to be established. Secondly, many of the members of ASEAN also signed the WTO Information Technology Agreement in order to facilitate trade in relation to products which are covered by this agreement. Importantly also, these countries improved significantly custom clearance, including, for instance, establishing single window. And Singapore actually provided a good example for this. Singapore excelled in this respect. Also, when China's economic policies changed and opened up in 1992, this pushed a lot, as we know, these regional value chains, in particular for assembly, for components coming from East Asia and Southeast Asia. But interestingly, even if you look at Asia, you will see that all sub-regions do not perform in the same way. And then if you look at the situation of Central Asia, you will see that despite geographic, cultural, and historic closeness, there isn't a proliferation of regional value chains. These countries are more involved in global value chains. And then this is something that needs to be addressed on the basis of the right policies. Then if you continue to the landscape, if you go to another region, to Latin America and the Caribbean. So Latin America and the Caribbean has not performed as well as Asia in terms of regional value chains, and I will provide you some information to support this point. If we look, for instance, at the intra-regional foreign value of exports from Latin America, this value accounts for only 5%. So only 5% of the value which is exported is of intra-regional origin. This compares with Asia, where you have 18% of intra-regional foreign value in exports, and also with the European Union, where you have 24% of intra-regional foreign value in export. So this means that Latin America is not well positioned in terms of regional value chains. And one of the reasons for this perhaps is the fragmentation in Latin America, although there are some schemes for economic integration. Mercosur is one of them, the Andean Community is another one, CARICOM in the Caribbean is another one. But the fact that some of the countries in Latin America have signed free trade agreements with the European Union, on one side, for instance, the case of Colombia and Ecuador, or with the United States, as the case of also Chile. This means that there is a significant fragmentation within the region that does not favor the creation of regional value chains. So we move now to Africa, and there have been interesting studies recently made in relation to how to promote regional value chains in Africa. As we know, the new trade agreement can actually facilitate a lot this process. Interestingly, last year in November 2023, a meeting was organized by the Economic Commission of Africa precisely on this subject. And they did a very thorough analysis of the potential of developing regional value chains in Africa. And there are a number of findings were identified in this meeting. One of them is that there is a need to harmonize trade policies in Africa in order to achieve this objective. There is a significant improvement in connectivity and infrastructure which is needed. Custom time, for instance, reducing custom times. And there is a need, and this is a point I would like to stress quite strongly, there is a need of industrial policies. So these value chains can be created if the right industrial policies are established. As you know, now industrial policy has become also very popular again in developed countries, such as in the United States, European Union. At one point, they were demonized. These countries were saying, developing countries, you should not use industrial policies, just leave the markets to operate. But now developed countries are coming back. And certainly, in order to develop the region, in the case of Africa in particular, you need to implement the right industrial policies. And also one interesting and important conclusion in relation to Africa is the need to establish special economic zones that will facilitate the creation of these regional value chains. But there has been also observation that these special economic zones should not perform as military zones. They should not be isolated from the rest of the economy. They must be fully integrated. There have been also some studies, in particular by UNDP, identifying which are the sectors in which Africa could develop these regional value chains, and these identified sectors include automotives, leather products, cocoa, soya, textiles and apparel, pharmaceuticals, lithium, including lithium-ion batteries, and some other study undertaken by the International Trade Center indicates also baby foods, and this could be related to food security. So the potential is there, but a lot needs to be done. As I mentioned earlier, it's not just a spontaneous creation of value, these regional value chains, but there is a need of the right policies. So regarding, Ambassador, the geopolitical implication, just to conclude my comments on this, I think there are two perspectives on the geopolitical issues. One relates to the geopolitical changes which have been brought about by the war in Ukraine, by the situation in Palestine, but all these crises that going on, which have affected significantly global value chains. And also the US and China competition, or the launch by the United States of a strong trade war against China, to be more concrete. And the fact that this policy by the United States against China, which is aiming possibly stop China from continuously growing technologically and taking a more important role in the world economy. But this has actually, as we know, disrupted significantly the global chains and also regional value chains in Asia. And there has been a important shift of value addition from China to South Korea, to Thailand, to Vietnam, and also in some cases to Mexico. So this is a consequence disruption due to geopolitical reasons. But there are other aspects about geopolitical decisions, and this relates to actions and measures that may be taken. I will refer in 1 minute and a half, I still have, to one important development in Asia, and this is the adoption of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. I understand that Indonesia, it entered into force in Indonesia in January of last year. So this economic agreement can have a major role in promoting regional value chains. And certainly is very important in terms of 30% of global GDP is accounted by the members of this RCEP, this agreement, and also 30% of the global population belong to this country. So there is a major role that this agreement can play in promoting regional value chains. There are other examples that can be mentioned in which the governments have set the platforms in order for these chains to perform. One of them is between Brazil and Argentina. In the case of the automotive sector, there has been an agreement that has allowed Brazil and Argentina to exchange components, parts, and produce cars that are exported from Argentina to Brazil and inversely. So how the South Center can help? The South Center provides policy advice. The South Center develops policy analysis. We publish a number of research papers, policy briefs, when we try to provide objective information about these issues. For instance, recently we produced a paper, an important study about the vaccines industry. In the vaccine, to produce a vaccine, you need about 90 or 100 components, and there is a major opportunity for regional cooperation for vaccine production. So the role of the South Center is to produce this research and to advise countries in order to take advantage of the opportunities that may be presented. Well, thank you very much again for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Carlos, and thank you so much for your support for our group. And of course, we're looking forward to work with you because we still have a design law treaty that will be negotiated in Riyadh, I think later on this year. Now, allow me to invite Professor Bambang Brojonegoro. Pak Bambang, welcome to the session. And Pak Bambang is currently the Professor of Economic of University of Indonesia and also Commissioner in several private companies in Indonesia. Pak Bambang, our participant is very curious to pick up your brain, especially on a couple of points, Pak Bambang. First, how do resource constraint, technological deficiencies, and reliance on raw commodity export challenge developing countries' participation in higher value segment? And Pak Bambang, what do you think the opportunity for developing countries to overcome these challenges, and how can public-private partnership be increased to foster innovation and technology? We have 10 minutes, Pak Bambang.
Okay. Thank you, Excellency. I still remember when I was still a student at economics department, and then I learned first about the dichotomy in the global between North and South, Northern Hemisphere, Southern Hemisphere. And of course, as a student economics, my early question, my initial question, why the Northern Hemisphere consists of high income, advanced economy. The Southern Hemisphere, mostly low income, middle income economy, or so-called developing nation. Of course, because I was just at the beginning of the 4 years or 5 years at economics, I didn't have much information. I didn't have much knowledge at that time. So at that time, I came up with a very so-called silly conclusion. Maybe Northern is more advanced in terms of economic development than the Southern, because the Northern, for example, has 4 seasons. They have winter, so they have more drive to sustain, to survive. While in the South, because I'm Indonesian, so anything, there is no force to make us survive. We can grow anywhere in Indonesia and we can come up with food material. So that's a kind of silly conclusion that later, when I started to dig deeper into the economic development, then I found out about the curse of having resources. Because if you look at the Global South, majority of Global South are quite rich in terms of natural resources. So it's really a bless, right, for us in the Global South. But the economics told us the bless could be easily become a curse. Why a curse? Because once we are rich, or once everybody knows that we are rich in natural resources, then everybody started to come to us to exploit our natural resources. And then they will use the basic theory of international trade, comparative advantage. If country A, the South country, is rich in the natural resources, while the North country is excellent in manufacturing, so let the country A selling their natural resources to country B in the South, in the North, and let the country B to produce any product that has higher value added from that natural resources and selling back to the country A. That's the theory of comparative advantage that we learned during our first course in international trade. And that happened for a long time. That's why from the bless suddenly becomes the curse. So the question from the Excellency is quite clear. How can we, basically handle the constraint? Not the constraint in terms of natural resources. We are basically quite rich in natural resources. We are rich in natural resources, but we are shortage of capital, shortage of technology, and shortage of human capital. So the answer to deal with this kind of curse, or how can the
developing economy overcome the potential of curse is how we are dealing with those three deficiencies. Number one, capital. Of course, when it comes to the capital, we really invite the FDI. So one of the most important resources for providing capital to exploit or to process our natural resources is to invite FDI. But of course, we have to be careful. Of course, in many global south, FDI already comes. And majority must come from advanced economy, very logical. They have the money, they have the capital, they have the technology, they have the entrepreneurship, so they come for FDI in the global south. But of course, the global south as a host country needs to evaluate what kind of FDI that we really invite. We want FDI that not only exploiting our natural resources, we need also to, convince the FDI to create value added, to create some processing of our natural resources within the host country. And that's what Indonesia is doing right now. We have the program in Bahasa called hilirisasi, but in English we can call it downstreaming or creating value-added program that basically trying to invite more FDI. But for example, if you are coming for nickel, don't just exploiting our nickel mining, getting nickel ore, but more importantly, how can you invest more in developing the processing of nickel into ferronickel, or even further into stainless steel, or even further into battery EV. So that's the kind of way to attract more capital to support our natural resources. Number two, technological deficiency. It must happen in majority of the global south. While the key to become higher income economy, from low income to middle income into high income economy, is productivity. And productivity needs to be supported by the technology. Of course, we will be way behind when it comes to the innovation of the technology itself. But at least as a global south, we need to focus, number one, on technology adoption. And in the technology adoption, one of the most important things that we need to do as developing country, as a global south, is so-called reverse engineering. That's the kind of technology adoption that developing country really needs. I was lucky to be Minister of Research and Technology for 1.5 years until 2021. I learned a lot about reverse engineering, and I can understand relationship between research technology and economic development. Without reverse engineering, without proper technology adoption, we will always be dominated, or we will always tend to import the technology just like that from, of course, the developed economy. We need to have our own capability to understand and to utilize the technology through this reverse engineering process. Last but not least, the human capital. The history, economic development history, told us the success of Japan, the success of Korea, and lately the success of China not depend on natural resources. They are really depend on their human capability, human capital development. That's the key that many of the global south still missing, including Indonesia. So now, what should we do in order to get rid of this curse? So how can we maintain our natural resources as eternal bliss? Don't let it be a curse. So, of course, we have to invest. And then one of them, because now and the future, the technology that will dominate is the digital technology, like it or not. So we have to deal with that. So number one, for countries like Indonesia, for example, because we are largest archipelagic country in the world, we really need to invest for digital infrastructure. Make sure everybody, wherever they are in the country, they can be connected to the internet. The internet becomes the basic infrastructure that everybody needs today. Without internet, you are basically out of touch. So digital infrastructure is one. Number two, you have to invest more in R&D, research and development, especially on the one that I mentioned, technology adoption, reverse engineering. Again, the success of Korea, because they spend a lot for R&D, so they become the country with the highest R&D expenditure to the GDP ratio, 5% roughly. They are really at the top in the world, not just among the Asia or the global South. So at the end, every country needs to focus their attention to invest more on R&D while preparing your human capital. So your human capital needs to be directed into what we know as STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and of course the digital technology itself. And of course, we need to really adopt all the kind of technology that we have to face in the future. We might not be the main producer of technology, but we have to make sure we are not just a nice customers for any digital product coming from the giant tech everywhere in the world. So that's the kind of thing that we really need to do. And of course, to do that, it's not just the government. I mean, to ask government focusing or spending more budget for R&D will be asking too much, because we know that budget everywhere in the world will be limited. So what can we do? We can follow, for example, what Sweden has been doing so well. Sweden is a small country in the Europe, but they are they can be called the most innovative country in the world. Why they are so innovative while their population is relatively small? Because they can really utilize, for example, collaboration among universities, the government, companies, and also people in order to create new innovation. And that kind of innovation will be only directed only for things related to the SDG, because they really want to fulfill SDG 2030, and they're using all the technology to achieve that by using public-private partnership, or what they call Sweden Innovation Partnership Program. And back to the Sweden as the most innovative country, if you're in your cell phone now, you have Spotify coming from the innovation from Sweden. Or in the past, before you know Zoom, you know Skype, it also come from the Sweden. So that's kind of thing that digital technology can help us. And again, innovation has to be in the back to support any kind of development in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. Thank you so much. And many pertinent points, including when you remind us about the old nostalgic sentiment about why there's a difference between northern country and southern country, because they have 4 seasons. So I still remember vividly. And when you're mentioning about Swedish, I see that Mariette's smiling very wide. So we're looking forward to listen from you as well. Now, allow me to invite Ibu Sinta Kamdani. She is currently the chairman of the Indonesian Employee Association, APindo, and also CEO of Sintesa Group. Selamat datang, Bu Sinta. It's been a while, I think, since the last WFN Davos that we met.
Yes.
And we kindly invite Bu Sinta to share your thought, Bu Sinta, on fostering collaborative growth for increasing higher economic value products in developing country. We will be very grateful, Bu, if you could share your perspective from the field. Discussing the promotion of higher economic value will not be complete without someone who works in the field. That is your strength. And Ibu Sinta will give, I believe, a broad portfolio across industrial products and consumer products. And what strategy have you found most effective for improving access to modern technology and productivity within this sector, especially in the context of Indonesia? You have the floor, Bu Sinta, for 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. Actually, today I'm wearing different hats, but also my Chamber of Commerce and Industry hat. So let me start by saying that we in business believe
but that there is no innovation of high economic value that can be created single-handedly by an economic actor. So just like raising a child, you need a whole village to continuously create an innovation with high economic value in the market. In a nutshell, I think there are three aspects to an innovation with high economic values: market relevance, commercial viability, and the novelty of the innovation itself. Each of these aspects corresponds to the different economic stakeholders. So, for example, market relevance, I think shaped by people or society and government as a regulator of what's allowed and not allowed to be consumed by society, and as demand creator through government procurement in the form of market demands or trends. Second, on the commercial viability, shaped by business, investors, and government, as also the climate regulator, who will define what will be workable as business activities. And thirdly, on the novelty of the innovation, I think shaped primarily by higher education institutions, companies in terms of R&D, spending, and capability, and government as a catalyst through regulation or public R&D spending, who also together define the I call it a powerhouse of innovation. As you can see, there are many, many economic actors involved in determining if we can have a high economic value innovation or not. And each actor should move within their parameter of influence to ensure that we can sustainably generate innovation with high economic value in Indonesia. So, government as a key enabling and influencing actor should ensure the suitable market barometer. That's the first one. The second, an enabling business environment for business to innovate and perform commercial activities on the innovation. And the third, there is an incentivizing, I want to underline incentivizing, environment as a catalyst for improving the innovation powerhouse and business to successfully commercialize the innovation, including through strict enforcement of patent or other forms of IPR productions. Now, business and investors should be willing to invest in R&D for their own business growth, should be able to determine if an innovation is commercially viable as a product or services, and should be willing to take reasonable risks. This is something that I think it's always the risk. In proportion, obviously, to the potential market gain to commercialize or market the innovation. Now, high education institutions should be able to produce high quality education, accountable R&D standard, and quality graduates who are capable of not only theorizing academically, but most importantly, to test and utilize the academic research capability to generate the innovation that are serving market concern or commercial demand trend in real life. And society as a whole also play the role that their participation in the economic activities, primarily through the job participation, productivity creation, purchasing power, understanding on the products they consume, and their conscious decision of purchasing goods or services available in the market. Now, all these actors should move in sync to make an economically successful innovation happens. Bearing in mind that contribution of each actor are essential for every other actor to do their function, as I explained before. Only then only then we can have a sustainable circular motion in which economic activities drives innovation, and innovation can in turn propel on the economic activities higher to just like what we see in developing countries. I mean, obviously Sweden is a good example, Germany, Japan, many other countries. And I think this circular motion between innovation and economic activity is also something that we as association and Chamber of Commerce does. And we think that the multi-stakeholder engagement are crucial in ensuring that there is this sync across economic actors to create and keep the economic of innovation in motion. We should never work in silo and without understanding and assisting what each other is doing, without coordinating the efforts, and without being given a proper environment, it will be very difficult for us in Indonesia to have high value economy through innovation. Now, as the chamber, we play a pivotal role in fostering this and promoting economic development. There are a few things that I would like to share. First, I think on advocacy, we definitely advocate policy that support business growth and competitiveness. We also facilitate partnership and business matching between business, government, and research institution. Many of the companies work with many of the academia and university. We have a pentahelix collaboration. And also capacity building. They are, as a business organization, we provide capacity building for all our members, and also we link to many of the multilateral agencies that can provide support capacity building. And obviously, I want to highlight also the networking aspect. I think in many cases where we represent businesses in many forums, ASEAN, APEC, B20, all this, what we are trying to do is no longer discussing about policy recommendation, but also coming out with concrete legacy projects. And I would like to touch this because I think it's important that we businesses also can emphasize the outcome that can create by all these collaborations. So, for example, on digitalization, we have, as you know, ASEAN has a DEFA on the digitalization framework agreement. But I think on the business side, we have also worked on how to support government in coming out with projects that are in line with a number of policy highlights that the government are working on. And I think this, for example, during ASEAN time legacy, we have created the ASEAN Alliance on Carbon. This is all on the regional level that has continued on. Also on, we have done work together on how we can provide the digital transformation, we can do the energy transition and many of the those aspects. But I want to end by a number of things. I think one, while we are looking on how to bring more cooperation, we are also looking in how Indonesia can be part of the regional value chain, because at the end of the day, on the industrial level, I think this is the most crucial part. So bringing our products in the supply chain is key. But second, when we talk about the higher innovation and digitalization, this is something that I experience as well in our organization. We have gone more from now automation, with digitalization, we're talking about AI, we're talking about Internet of Things. At the end of the day, we need to understand that how digitalization will also impact the human capital development. I think this is very key when we talk about higher innovation and economic values. Because why? Because at the end of the day, for Indonesia, while we know that we are going into the future of work, we also understand that creation of jobs is also very important. And therefore, I think these are some of the issues that Indonesia needs to pay attention. While we are bringing more technology, more development and automation are needed, but on the other hand, we also need to understand how will this impact jobs. So I wanted to really, I think, highlight in many of the work that companies are doing at the moment, where we are looking into a more modern technology and encompassing e-commerce and so forth. We need to bring, we have to remember on the inclusivity aspect. And therefore, we always look at Indonesia when we talk about the digital transformation of two aspects. One is the affordability and accessibility. And I think when we talk about digitalization, infrastructure is important, but I think the literacy aspect is also very important. So I think these are all encompasses where we want to move forward higher level of the supply chain. We also need to understand that the affordability and accessibility are two important key aspects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bu Sita. Thank you for bringing up a couple of very pertinent points in your briefing. And now I would like to invite Ms. Mary Otsoson. Ms. Mary Otsoson is a co-chair of the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation and Deputy Director General of the Swedish International Development Cooperation or Agency, SIDA, and you also have been served in Vietnam as the Deputy Head of Mission of Embassy of Sweden in Hanoi. Welcome to Bali, Mary. And it's been a while since GPDC meeting in Geneva with you back in 2022, I believe. And your presence in Bali will truly enrich our discussion, especially from Swedish perspective and development partner. And you are expected to share your thought on the best practices in public-private partnership for improving economic in developing countries. As a development partner, if you could enlighten us with how SIDA public-private development partnerships initiative leverage the private sector's resource skills and innovative solution in developing countries. And also in implementing PPDPs, what are the key elements that you think to be served as successfully enabling well-functioning, inclusive and sustainable market, value chain or business models? I give the floor to you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank our Indonesian host for inviting me here today. And I was really happy and pleased to go here to Indonesia and to Bali. And I must admit that right now I am super happy to be here after having listened to my previous speaker who acknowledged the important role of Sweden and the way we are working with innovations. Let me say, first of all, that when it comes to GPEDC, if you're not familiar with that, I would like to say that GPEDC is the primary platform that we have for driving development effectiveness. But it is also about building an impactful partnership for the SDGs, which is very much needed today when we are so clearly off track with the SDGs. And one very short answer to the question given to me would actually be to highlight the importance of partnerships and innovation, but I will elaborate a little bit more on both of them. But it is very important for us, and when I talk with my Swedish hat on, that acknowledge the important role that private sector plays. And they are essential when it comes for creating a livelihood, for creating livelihood opportunities, as well as sustainable societies. But also coming from SIDA development partners, and I'm super proud of all the work that we are doing, but having said that, we all know that ODA today needs to be looked at differently. And today we need to make sure that we can use ODA in a smarter way so we can also increase other catalytical funding, which is so much needed to close the gap when it comes to the SDGs. And to say a few words also about what we are doing in the field of the private finance for sustainable development and the SDG finance, we have developed different approaches and instruments, but I think that the most important thing is actually to be innovative, to be brave, and also to learn from your mistakes. We have different instruments. We have the PPDPs, we have a very flexible guarantee instrument, we have challenge funds, and we also work in close partnership with many different actors. But then to say a few words about PPDPs, that is something that we then work in close cooperation with other private and public partners, and we share the cost between us. And looking at the principal objective, sometimes I've been asked, what is your primary objective when you're doing PPDPs? But actually, the primary objective is the same as in any other development intervention. We're always looking at the development impact of a specific initiative. But what we see is that sometimes when the private sector reach out to us, they do that because they want to reach scale, or they have also seen that they maybe need to work outside of their scope of their normal business operation, and then they see that we can play a role in this. And from our aspect, we believe that the private partnership is very good also, and we have seen good results and sometimes even better results when it comes to the sustainability issue. And of course, for us, it's important to focus on results at all times, and by producing and working jointly on PPDPs, that is one way, a very good way of doing that. But I would also like to mention that we have a very flexible guarantee instrument. We do not have the time to dig into that right now, but I want to say that looking back to what we did with guarantees in 2023, we saw that every ODA used for subsidies has actually unlocked 100 times the ODA used in available lending. So I think that is also one very good example of how we work when it comes to mobilize other fundings. And then I also want to talk about partnership with investors. If we go back to 2016, we had a meeting with many imported CEOs in Sweden. They were the CEOs of the state pension funds of different insurance companies. They were also some of the largest asset managers in Sweden. And we did have a discussion with them on how they saw their role when it came to the SDGs. 6 months later, we, together with the CEOs, formed a partnership which is called the Swedish Investors for Sustainable Development. And their mission was to advance sustainable development. And as a result, they have actually produced many different outcomes since then. We now have indicators for measuring, as well as evaluating investing in gender. We have guidance for corporate governance in decent work and as well as human rights in food supply sector. We also have a set of questions to interrogate companies on their risks for being involved in corruption, only to name a few. And then a few years later, this platform was also an inspiration to the UN. So another platform or a partnership was created, but at the global level. And then maybe you can guess what the name would be then. The name is then the Global Investors for Sustainable Investors, where actually also the UN Secretary General himself played a very important role as a convener. And this partnership now has more than 30 of the world's largest investors, banks, asset owners, as well as a few companies. So I think that is also very important to make sure that we can always work in close partnership and be innovative. But then I would also like to say a few words about what key elements do we see as important where development cooperation in a broad sense can also contribute towards creating a conducive investment environment. So once again, innovation and an openness to learn from experience. If we do that, we see that best practices can really accelerate progress, and we have good examples also when it comes to green and digital commerce. But I would also like to see that development cooperation, including a South-South Triangle cooperation, is also something that can play an important role here. And that is also something that I've been heard about becoming more and more also important during the 2 days that I have been here. And also by having a broad long-term investment in capacity building and system strengthening, that is also something that can contribute to an enhanced governance and increased predictability, which then would of course lead to a lower risk. And now comes something that I would really like to emphasize, and that is that I think there is a need for a very, very strong focus on anti-corruption. And not only to address it, but really also to make sure that we at all times combat all types of corruption, all types of illicit financial flows, tax evasions and avoidance, which significantly hampers all functioning markets. And I can't emphasize enough how important that is to Sweden and to me, because we really want to achieve sustainable results. But another way of contributing towards a conductive and conducive investment environment is by strengthening women's economic empowerment. And by doing that, you will not only promote women's rights, it will also contribute to thriving markets, so it's really good for everyone. But then going back a little bit to PPDPs, what do we do? And I will say a few words about the specific aspect and principles that we assess when working with, on private PPDPs. The first one is actually about additionality. For us, it means that when we are getting involved, it should trigger a poor development impact. That means that that is something that should not have emerged, it should not have happened without SIDA. So it has to show a development, it must have a development additionality. But it could also have a financial additionality, and that means that without SIDA's involvement, it means that this would not have enabled a development that would not have taken place at the same scale and or without SIDA. But we are also assessing the core businesses, trying to make sure that SIDA's overall objective to focus on poverty reduction overlaps and very well with the company's core business objective. And then, of course, since this is a partnership, it should also always be based on a risk and cost sharing between SIDA and the partnering private sector actor. And it should also have, of course, a joint ownership of the project and the sustainable results it is set out to achieve. So to wrap up, I just want to say also that for Sweden, we are focusing and spending a lot of time now in the preparation for the Finance for Development meeting taking place next year. And we have put also a lot of time and effort on the FFD agenda in our day-to-day work at SIDA. It is clear that we need to mobilize more resources for development, and that is also one of our top priorities when it comes for SIDA being a development agency, along with another top priority, which is development effectiveness. And when I talk about these two agendas, I would like to emphasize that to us, both Sweden and also to GPDC, these two agendas are seen as ensuring and complementing one another. So we don't see that one or the other is more important than the other. Both are needed, and both are needed in order for us to ensure that we can have a sustainable and long-term finance for sustainable development. So finally, I would like to say one final word about GPDC. We are so proud of being the co-chair of GPDC together with Indonesia and two other co-chairs. It is a great opportunity because it gathers all development actors, including the UN, the MDBs, the private sector, civil society, and all others. And now, in the run-up to the 4th Finance for Development Conference to take place next year, The GPDC will also advocate for the need to ensure effectiveness and quality and long-term impacts of all types of partnership. And if you're interested in knowing more about that, you're more than welcome to attend our side event later on this afternoon. So with that, I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you very much for sharing with us a couple of pertinent points that can be used as a food for thought for our today discussion. Now, finally, we're coming to our last panelist, Mr. Nararia Suprapto. Mr. Nararia Suprapto, currently the Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Community and Corporate Affairs. He has over 20 years of experience across government, intergovernment organization, private sector, and association. Selamat datang, Pak Nara. With your vast experience in public policy and intergovernmental organization, I hope you can share with us, focusing on multi-stakeholder partnership to enable developing countries in exporting higher value product. I have a specific question for Pak Nara. How ASEAN envision its participation in the global value chain, and what strategies should be implemented to achieve the robust and resilient regional value chains amidst while anticipating the risk of global shock? You have the floor, Pak Nara.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to this session. And, I'm really happy to be among old friends, mentors, and people I see around the room that have been much part on the contribution of the ASEAN vision and, integration of economic cooperation largely. My talk will be in 4 sessions. Let me just start with the first one. This is a little bit of promotion of the region. Since 1967, ASEAN has come a long way. And if I just fast forward up till today, I'm happy to share that, the region is now today the 5th largest economy in the world. We have a GDP of about $3.8 trillion. An economic growth that is projected to be 4.6 in 2024, with a global trade of 3.6 trillion. Now, intra-ASEAN trade has leveled to 21.5%, with a foreign direct investment of 200 billion United States dollars. Now, how did we accomplish throughout the years? There are many initiatives, certainly many initiatives, but earlier it was called out that one of the prominent development was relating to custom procedures. And we have the so-called ASEAN windows that integrate the national single windows of ASEAN member countries. And this has facilitated a lot of business trading activities, evidently. A cost saving about $150 million. That has been the number that we have available. And of course, there's so many initiatives related to the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement, ATIGA, and the ASEAN Trade in Services Agreement. Yesterday, I whipped up a couple of data relating to our infrastructure. I just learned that the region, ASEAN, we have as many as 63 international airports and 491 international seaports. This is a huge and vast development, for the past 30 years or so. Now, entering into my second topic is how is ASEAN integrating its regional value chain into the global value chain? Now, historically, ASEAN has been developing cooperation with its so-called external partners. The external partners, they come in 3. One is dialogue partners, sectoral, as well as development partners. Now, evidently, in the work that we do, we address all the 3 pillars. It is political, economic, as well as social. Now in that integration process, many of the topics that we address are often supported, in fact largely supported by our so-called external partners. Today, we are making an expansion, an upgrade. For instance, we are negotiating with the two largest economy, one which is China and the other one is India. And at the same time, we're putting in place the regional economic, the RCEP, sorry, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership. This will involve the 10 ASEAN countries, including Australia, China, Japan, and Korea, making it one of the largest trading region in the world. Now, if I enter into the third phase of my presentation, the ASEAN vision will be concluding in 2025. We will be moving into a next phase where discussion is what do we do propose this next year up till 2045. Now, a lot of things are being upgraded, and such upgrade will include, as earlier mentioned by Ibu Shinta, we have the ASEAN Digital Economic Framework. According to the Boston Consulting Group, this is going to be a formidable growth where the economy is expected to reach up till 2 trillion by 2030. We also have, we cannot neglect the fact that in our upgrade on developing this post-Vision 2025 is on the fact of carbon neutrality, where we're also developing a framework for circular economy, as well as the blue economy. Everything will be upgraded, including, like for instance, work on the ASEAN Sustainable Aviation Action Plan, which is to drive sustainable aviation growth, starting from the area of sustainable aviation fuel. Now we will also, being a maritime region, very important to develop the so-called ASEAN Green Ship Strategy. Now, if I come into the last part of my presentation, where we're talking about the multi-stakeholders, ASEAN is so-called 80 entities. Those entities include the parliamentary and judiciaries. They include the think tanks as well as the academics. They include the civil society organizations. We have the business organizations. Now, they each and play their own role, and they have a mechanism within the ASEAN system. Like, for instance, the ASEAN Interparliamentary organizations. They help to support in engaging with the legislator about why we do the certain initiative that we do and adopt the vision at the ASEAN level. That needs a lot of education, and they help us on that front. Evidently, with the academics, many of them are engaged within the ASEAN context to provide and present many of their academic studies. And this is where the areas on inclusivity, on sustainability are often derived from many of these studies. When we talk about the civil society organization, they are largely in the scope of the social and cultural pillar. And we're talking about many of the, like Ibu Shinta also mentioned, the inclusive and diversity, back also to the economic areas. On the business organizations, we have 16 sectoral businesses, and they range from iron and steel, shipping, port management, banking, insurance, transport, and so forth. But one of the prominent one is, of course, the ASEAN Business Advisory Council. Last year, when Indonesia was assuming the chairmanship of ASEAN, they launched a very, very successful ASEAN Business and Investment Summit, where many of the topics that were addressed were very relevant to what's next within ASEAN. For instance, in addressing the concerns of the small and medium enterprises. Pa Arshad earlier, before this panel, was talking about the QR code. This might sound like a simple initiative, that is true, but this will have a lot of positive impacts, especially for the SMEs, especially noting that being the majority in the ASEAN region, they also contribute to 85% of employment for ASEAN. And last but not least, there are of course the ASEAN centers. The ASEAN centers are established by our external partners that promotes largely in the three pillars that I was referring to, political security, economic, as well as social. And on that front in itself, they help within their capacity to help and engage our external partners. So when I'm referring to the business sector, for instance, it's not only about within the ASEAN region, but also making the connection, for instance, I think it was last week where there was the ASEAN-Australia Business Council conference that was conducted in Sydney. And such avenue talks about exactly the multi-stakeholder engagement and relationship that we have with ASEAN with the view to develop the policy development for the ASEAN Vision 2020. And to my last and fifth part, there's none. I'd like to thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Nara. Thank you very much for your comprehensive yet succinct explanation. Now, I think it was great having diverse perspective and insight from our excellent and capable panelists. But I think I will not do justice if I'm not giving the opportunity for the participant to pose the question or comment to those speakers. I now open the forum for the Q&A session. Given the time that we have, which only 10 minutes, I believe that maximum I can accommodate up to 3 participants who would like to pose question. And please raise your hand, mention your name and your affiliation and your question. The floor is open. I see there are 2 participants from the left side. And is there any? 3? Yes. Okay, please. Ladies in the middle, and then we go to the left. Oh, Ibu sudah pegang? Yeah, please. Ya, silakan.
Okay, thank you. I am Dante Rigmalia from the National Commission on Disabilities of the Republic of Indonesia. It is very interesting when we discuss how to innovate, to elevate the multi-stakeholder partnership to promote higher economic value. As Pak Bambang mentioned it, that there are 3 things we can do to maintain natural resources to be internal blessing, including digital infrastructure, research and development, and collaboration. We would like to know how do you think we can elevate the multi-stakeholders partnership so persons with disabilities can participate actively. We, the National Commission on Disabilities of the Republic of Indonesia, monitors that persons with disabilities work mostly in the informal work. Due to the economic challenges, as we have known, many persons of disabilities live in poverty. They have limited access to the internet, although it was mentioned just now that the productivity is supported by technology. We also have limited research on the area of disability, and much of the research are not used in making regulation. So I would like to hear how can we innovate to elevate promote higher economic value, which also include persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. Second participant, please. Yes. We start from the left. Okay.
Thank you so much. I have a question for all speakers, but my questions are actually triggered by explanation by Mr. Carlos Maria Correa and Pak Bambang. Oh, okay. My name is Desi. I'm from Bappenas. What challenge will global integration effort face with the recent comeback of industrial policy, particularly in terms of its impact on developing countries? And what do you think the trend of the adopting the policies will be sustained for a long time, shaping a new normal, or is it just a response to the recent series of multiple shocks since COVID-19? What do you think the impact on overall economic efficiency? And the industrial policy is also come back with the friendshoring trend. What impact do you think the recent trend of friendshoring and industrial policy will have on global partnership and innovation? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last participant, please.
Thank you, Excellencies. My name is Maharani, also from Bappenas. In terms of the ASEAN perspective, most of the ASEAN countries, we have like the same resource availability, especially the natural resources. So instead of creating more cooperations and also collaborations and co-creations among countries, I think most of the ASEAN countries are like competing each other. So what's the solutions for this, and how can the ASEAN countries put leverage into higher economic value, especially in regional level and also in the global level? Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe that both third question, question number 1, 2, and 3 was, the first question was for Pak Bambang, and then second maybe Pak Bambang and Carlos. You can address that question, and last question, I think it's more like Pak Nara, but then I will give other speaker if you want to respond that. You have the floor, Pak Bambang. Maybe you can wrap up in one time.
I think the emergence of digital technology is a great opportunity to give basically equal access to everybody. Of course, with your concern on the disability group, then for me at least, digital technology is the solution. So anybody with or without constraint can participate in economic development. And if maybe others, including us, for example, do not have any issue to come to the work and to do anything more physically, but of course, people with some constraint, like disability, still can do their function, and they can contribute most through the digital technology. It means it opens the possibility, business opportunity, to create digital platform that will enable anybody to do something without too much restricted by the physical condition, and we don't have really care so much about the distance, about where you are, because now is a digital trend, and certainly digital platform is a very good opportunity for developing economy. And then on a digital platform, of course, we need to direct the digital business into something that becomes our most urgent needs. For example, Indonesia needs more productivity in agriculture. Then we should empower everybody to find a solution to increase agriculture productivity through digital platform. And that has been successful in other parts of the world, especially on the advanced economy, that they do not have, access human resources to work in agriculture, but they can still do the high productivity agriculture through the help of the digital platform. So that's the opportunity. And of course, digital access, internet infrastructure will be the key, to make sure everybody can access digital platform, and everybody with the restriction can still perform their best in terms of their individual capability. On the second question, I think the question is more on the friendshoring of the investment. I would say that now WTO will have very tough job in the near future, because after COVID, as you rightly mentioned, some of advanced economy trying to implement what they called quote unquote industrial policy, or they can also call it Inflation Reduction Act, because the high inflation happening after the COVID. But of course, this is another kind of protection. And of course, with this kind of protection, WTO will be really in the hot seat. How can WTO still perform, the borderless global economy with the challenge coming from the major player in the economy, in the global trade itself, which is developed economy that trying to protect many things. And of course, we have to be blunt that how we can, as a global south, how we can overcome the potential negative effect coming from the political tension between US and China. This is not really political tension, this is more business tension, more on a digital technology tension. So I think this is the tough job that WTO needs to do in order to, of course, to show to everybody that WTO still exists and WTO still can perform the free trade for everybody. Last but not least, on the ASEAN, I like to give one very good example on how ASEAN economic transaction will really help each individual ASEAN economy itself. So Indonesia now becoming one of the Toyota producer. Okay, so Indonesia already export quite significant amount of four-wheelers to different parts of the world, and the highest and so-called the biggest importer of Indonesian Toyota production is Philippines, another ASEAN countries. And interesting thing, what kind of Toyota car that Philippines imported from Indonesia is not the type of Toyota that you can see in Tokyo, in New York, or in Europe. It is the Toyota type that you can only see in Indonesia. And because Indonesian market and Philippine market have some kind of similarity, that the Indonesian-based Toyota type now become the best seller in Philippines because, our characteristics are the same. So it means we know very well ASEAN market, and ASEAN could be the help for us, for everybody to have our economy moving on. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bambang. Thank you for reminding W2 as well that they will be in the hot seat. Because I believe with all the situation that we face in WTO with dysfunctioning of appellate body, there will be right challenges, and I think it should encourage WTO to do their best to revitalize themselves. Now, I would like to move to Carlos.
Well, thank you, Ambassador, and thank you for the question. Really, you have made an important question, has already been responded here. Certainly, as it was mentioned, after COVID-19, and because of this China and United States tension in particular, there has been a comeback of industrial policy in developed countries, which actually constitute, as was mentioned, protectionist policies. In the case of the United States, for instance, an act has been adopted that provides more than $50 billion in subsidies in order to support the semiconductor industry. And this is in the context of this competition with China, because they want to keep innovating and prevent China from becoming a leader in this field. In the case of Europe, you also have new industrial policies. For instance, during the COVID-19, Europe realized that a significant part of the medicines and the active ingredients for the medicines were coming from China, and the pharmaceutical products were coming from India. And then they realized that they were not self-sufficient in the area of pharmaceutical products. Then there is a new policy to reshore production in Europe in relation to pharmaceuticals. So this is what is taking place. So one question is the extent to which these policies are compliant with the WTO rules, and this is a major issue, and the ambassador here will have to take care of this issue. But at the same time, I want to stress that this should not mean that all industrial policies are to be condemned. Industrial policy is a very important tool for developing countries. Just remember that this was the way in which Japan actually did develop. Japan, for instance, adopted in 1950s a law in order to give priority to production of electronics. That was a major vision. Look at the growth of economic growth of South Korea. It was led by industrial policy. So industrial policy needs to have a room, a legitimate rule in the context of WTO, for instance, to decide where innovation is to take place, where reverse engineering needs to take place. And I would like to emphasize that also reverse engineering is a legitimate manner of getting technologies or of innovation, because sometimes it is said, it is thought, imitation, reverse engineering is out of the law. This is not true. You can do even within the intellectual property system as it stays today. Reverse engineering, in fact, United States industrial development took place on the basis just copying technologies from the United Kingdom. And this was a state policy. This was promoted by the government at that place. So it's important to take industrial policy as a major issue, as a major component of the range of policies for development in Global South, taking into account, of course, the rule of WTO, which should not be such that will exclude the possibility for developing countries to use that policy space. It is very important to keep that policy space for industrial policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for reminding us about the importance of industrial policy. In the other forum, which is maybe a bit distant with regard to the issue they're discussing on the Human Rights Council, they talk about right to development. And this is supposed to be one of the right basic of human rights. And I think if we connect with the idea of industrial policy, this is a right to development of every nation to have their industrial policy. Thank you so much. And I would like to go to Bapak Nara to say something on this issue of ASEAN. You have the floor, Pak Nara.
First of all, very quickly on the disability. You know, we have the ASEAN Disability Forum where you engage and provide the advocacy support. But what I'd like to say here perhaps is something that I personally experienced. And my personal experience in, engagement with a group, I learned that I once took an activity from the disabled group going to the office, where they have to take the MRT, the stairs, and everything like that. And I found that it was very difficult from you to go end to end. And then the moment you go into the workplace, I mean, an education perhaps it will be very helpful to understand, the infrastructural needs, of the disabled groups. Because I learned that newly myself, between the blind and the deaf and the mute, the needs are different in terms of the, let's just say the technology, the office equipment that you require. Those practical inputs, I think, will be helpful. I hope I answered that question. I don't know if there was a last one. That was it? Yeah, thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Pak Nara. And I give the floor to Mary, if you want to say something as your closing statement. Thank you.
Let me just add two things. That I really like what Mr. Bambang said about digitalization. I think that is a golden opportunity for everyone. And from a Swedish perspective, we are also heavily involved in the Global Digital Compact at the global level. But in addition to that, we are now also in the process of approving a new strategy for SIDA when it comes to digitalization. And it comes with huge possibility, but it also comes with some challenges if used wrongly. So that I think it's responsible that we also need to take as being a development partner. But then I also wanted to add that we will have a new strategy approved by the government in the near future, which is about providing support to civil society worldwide. And that, I don't know if that's an answer to the question raised beforehand, but that will be opening to small NGOs worldwide. So you can look at our webpage for more information about in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary. And I think this was the last speaker in our session, and Ibu Sinta has to rush to the airport to catch her flight. And ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the session to a close, let me give some notes as a takeaway from this discussion. It is evident that advancing higher economic value at the regional level requires a coordinated approach that integrates innovation, strategic investment, and strong multi-stakeholder partnership. The success of regional value chains depend on cost efficiency, robust infrastructure, and well-designed policy. However, for the Global South to overcome challenges like capital shortages, technological gaps, and human capital deficiencies, there is a critical need for strategic investment, particularly those that add value to local resources and drive sustainable development. Aligning market relevance, commercial viability, and innovation is essential for fostering economic growth. This alignment will require the collaboration of government, businesses, and academia to ensure that digital transformation and technological advancement positively impact job creation and regional integration into global value chains. On the other hand, ASEAN serves as a model of how regional collaboration can be effectively managed through dialogue and development partnership. With initiatives like ASEAN Digital Economic Framework and effort towards carbon neutrality, ASEAN demonstrates the power of regional connectivity and shared vision. And the collaboration with various stakeholders, including academia, civil society, business sector, will further strengthen this framework, fostering innovation and economic resilience. In conclusion, the insight shared by the panelists today underscore the importance of strengthening multi-stakeholder partnership, investing in innovation, and strategically positioning our efforts to elevate regional economies. By doing so, we can ensure that all regions, particularly the Global South, are well positioned to thrive in the global marketplace. This is the takeaway that I can have. I would like to invite you to round applause for the very able panelists of our session today. And thank you for your valuable contribution and for making the discussion a success. And I close the discussion session. Thank you so much. I give it to the MC.
Thank you, moderator and panelists, for the insightful discussion. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a lunch break and we'll start the third session with the theme Connecting the South, Enhancing Logistic Connectivity to Support Trade in Developing Countries at 1:30 p.m. Thank you and see you soon. Welcome to the third thematic parallel session, Connecting the South, Enhancing Logistic Connectivity to Support Trade in Developing Countries. I am Valerina Daniel, your Master of Ceremony. To start this session, we would like to kindly invite Her Excellency, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, Secretary General of UN Trade and Development, to deliver her speech. Please welcome to the stage Her Excellency, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody, and thank you so much for being here for this high-level panel. And I want to greet all the panelists, the ministers, the representatives of international organizations and the development banks, and the moderator, that you have really a very high-quality panel, so I am sure you will enjoy it. And hello also to all of you, all protocol observed. Thank you for having me here. It is an honor to participate in this very important session. In today's interconnected world, efficient and reliable logistic systems are the backbone of global trade and economic development. For far too long, we have taken for granted the seamless flow of goods and the timely delivery of essentials, all of which hinge on the strength of our supply chains. But health, geopolitical and climate change shocks like the COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine, the attacks on the Red Sea, and the drought of the Panama Canal have shattered this complacency. We have seen that when supply chains falter, it's not just businesses that suffer, it's livelihoods that are threatened, communities that are disrupted, and aspirations that are crushed. Developing countries in particular are disproportionately vulnerable to supply chain disruptions. And within the developing countries group, small island developing states, the SEADs, and landlocked developing states, the LLDCs, suffer the most, since they face, on average, transport costs that are between 32 and 35% higher than the global median. According to our research, higher maritime costs have 5 times the impact on inflation in seats than in the rest of the world. 5 times, 500%. Indonesia knows very well what I am talking about. With more than 18,000 islands, many inhabitants of this archipelago state experience the consequences of higher prices in products they need for daily consumption. This stark reality underscores the urgency of improving the resilience, the inclusiveness, and the sustainability of our global supply chains. This past May, UNCTAD, together with the government of Barbados, hosted the first ever UN high-level global supply chain forum to provide concrete answers to this question. And we left the forum with 3 key learnings that I want to share with you. Based on these 3 words: inclusivity, sustainability, and resilience. On inclusivity, we need to innovate to find solutions to lower the cost faced by different countries and geographies in their connectivity and trade activities. But we need to also make all effort to ensure that small and medium-sized enterprises stand a fighting chance to share the benefits of trade in a way that is fair for all, in particular for women-owned businesses and youth entrepreneurs. In this sense, the health of our chains must be measured not only by how long they are globally, but also by how deep they are locally. We must ask, where do our supply chains start? Do they start at the nickel mine or the cotton farm to then take the high road to port and then to sea? Or do our chains start at the local schoolyard where children receive healthy meals from locally produced ingredients? Do they start with the skilled artisan whose products find buyers worldwide? Do they empower women to take their rightful place in the economy? This is particularly important for a country like Indonesia, where almost 8% of the GDP is produced by the creative economy, with a huge potential for growth. This is the essence of inclusive supply chains that build communities from the ground up, ensuring structural transformation, productive diversification, and fighting back against commodity dependence. This was a very important part of our discussion yesterday, how to diversify the economy, how to add value, and how to take advantage of the opportunity that many developing countries have with their reserves of critical minerals for the energy transition and for the digital transition. But as said before, inclusivity also means ensuring that all countries, regardless of their size or economic status, have a voice in shaping global supply chains. Do our current trade agreements prioritize the need of the developing countries? Are we doing enough to support small island states and landlocked countries in accessing global markets? And perhaps most importantly, are we building supply chains that foster collaboration and share prosperity? Or are we simply perpetuating a system of winners and losers? This is even more important today because today we see a rise in protectionism. Industrial policy is back. We see big countries integrating vertically their exports, which can really impact supply chains and the possibility of the decentralization of international economics. All of these questions are key for the healthy development of our nations and the global economy. Our sustainability, the global supply chains we want to build, must be ones where ports go paperless, where ships use sustainable fuels based on common standards agreed at the International Maritime Organization, where trade is digital, with the help, I hope, of the UN Trade and Development and our programs to digitalize the customs systems. We have digitalized more than 100 countries' digital customs systems already. And we need also, with that, supply chains that are green from the start. Shipping, as we will probably hear from the representative here, represents 3% of all greenhouse gas emissions, a number we must bring down through a decisive transition to sustainable maritime fuels. We are working hand in hand with the International Maritime Organization on this. I know Indonesia is also doing its part by partnering with other Asian countries and exploring biofuel options and reducing the carbon print of its shipping industry. Indonesia is also embracing the digital economy. Our organization, UNCTAD, is ready to support the country in developing a stronger and more efficient e-commerce strategy through the e-trade readiness assessment that we will start next year. Lastly, on resilience. The global supply chains we want to build must be strong, flexible, and adaptable enough that when a drought strikes a great canal like the Panama Canal, when a new conflict reroutes shipping routes like in the Red Sea, or when a new pandemic forces us to rethink production and consumption, our people don't suffer needlessly. And countries don't lose their development gains. You know that during the COVID pandemic, countries in 1 year lost 10 years of improvements in poverty and inequality. So when we have that kind of result and impact, is because we were calling development probably something that wasn't, and because we didn't have the resilience to really absorb the shocks. So what that means is that we have to diversify suppliers and production hubs, promoting regional trade, and developing infrastructure, sustainable infrastructures that open markets within countries themselves. But all that needs financing, needs resources, needs investment, especially on climate adaptation of many of the infrastructure. And that's why the presence here of the multilateral banks is so important and development banks is so important. In 2022, just to give you an indicator, total climate finance was around $116 billion, of which only $32 billion was for adaptation. These numbers are a minute fraction of what is needed. Adaptation costs in developing countries are 10 to 18 times greater than current finance flows. So closing these gaps is one of the best investments we can do, because we know that the return to investment is $4 for every dollar invested. So we need to make the case that this is a smart investment. Lastly, a big component of building resilience is going digital. According to our research, the digital era is an unprecedented opportunity for developing country supply chains. Digital trade allows these countries to transcend the barriers of their geography, remoteness, access global markets seamlessly, and most importantly, diversify their economies through digitally delivered service exports, a sector that is growing at a very rapid pace. Between 2010 and 2022, the global export value of digitally delivered services grew twofold, from 1.8 to 3.9 trillion US dollars. So harnessing the full potential of digital services demands addressing the disparities in digital infrastructure, which is key. But their opportunities are clearly there. So, dear Excellencies, let's seize the pivotal moment to push for a collective effort from all stakeholders to build sustainable, inclusive, and resilient supply chains. Let us work together to ensure that trade is not just a driver of economic growth, but also a force for inclusion, leaving no one behind. The time for action is now, and you have the opportunity in this discussion to present many of the solutions that we need to make it a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Please remain on stage for a photo session. To join on stage for the photo session, I would like to invite Mr. Thomas Mangieri, Policy Specialist Panel, Quadrant Strategies, Mr. Alvin Botas, Deputy Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Pot Bunak, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Planning, Kingdom of Cambodia, Bapak Yoki Firnandi, CEO PT Pertamina International Shipping, Mr. Tan Ho Soon, Assistant Chief Executive, Corporate and Strategy, Chief Risk Officer, Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, Ms. Sila Lakatos, Senior Economist of the World Bank, Mr. Amer Bukvich, Director of Islamic Development Bank Regional Hub, Indonesia. All right, Excellencies, on my count. 3, 2, 1. One more time. 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, you may return to your seat. To moderator and all panelists, please remain on stage and take your respective seats. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the thematic session, I would like to introduce our moderator, Mr. Thomas Mangieri, Policy Specialist Panel, Quadrant Strategies. More than 3 years studying and working in international affairs and sustainability policy. Graduated summa cum laude with highest distinction from Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy, National University of Singapore. Quadrant Strategies is a research-driven consulting firm based in Washington, D.C. that serves as a trusted advisor to senior executives at Fortune 500 companies and political leaders around the world. Mr. Mangieri is a member of Policy Specialist Panel engaged in polls, interviews, and focus groups on various current affairs issues in business and politics. Mr. Thomas Mangieri, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you and good afternoon. Welcome, Salamat Datang to everyone. Welcome to the thematic session on connecting the South, enhancing logistics connectivity to support trade in developing countries. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Thomas Mangieri. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy to serve as your moderator for this session. It's an honor. At the top, I'd like to just thank the Ministry of National Development Planning for the kind invitation and for organizing this important forum on exploring the power of multi-stakeholder partnerships for transformative change. A major theme of the forum is to unlock the latent potential of developing countries and emerging economies in the Global South. In this session, we will discuss trade and trade among the Global South. More specifically, though, we will consider how efforts of stakeholders, including international organizations, multilateral development banks, governments, private sector, and others, can work in partnership to improve logistics connectivity with the goal to unlock the hidden potential of increased trade. Primarily, we will focus on maritime transport due to its massive scale. Over 80% of global merchandise trade by volume is shipped by sea transport. This fact makes seaports essential to global trade and the global economy. And we have a representative of a successful seaport here today to discuss this key part of logistics connectivity, Mr. Tan. When we drill down into the shipping sector, we see some interesting details suggesting the unlocked potential of the Global South. For example, according to UNCTAD data, developing countries hold a majority share of merchant vessels globally, around 60%. On the other hand, developed countries hold only a third of such vessels, about 32%. The remainder is held by least developed countries, around 6.4%. However, despite holding a majority share of vessels, developing countries are not maximizing this position, this strong position, due to poor logistics performance in part. According to the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index 2023, developed countries hold most of the top spots in logistics performance, while most developing countries and LDCs fall below the 20th rank in this index, suggesting that the Global South is getting less out of its relatively larger fleet. This is just an example of the hidden potential, which may be unlocked through greater cooperation, coordination, and other support measures based on new and improved multi-stakeholder partnerships, and this is what we will get into today. We are joined by an esteemed panel to dig into the nitty-gritty of this topic and have them share their experiences and insights on how we may make progress on this important matter. Now I'd like to introduce our panelists, which may not be in the order they are seated on stage. First, I'd like to introduce His Excellency, Dr. Poch Bunak, Secretary of State of the Ministry of Planning, Cambodia. With a PhD in sociology and demography, Dr. Poch devotes most of his time working on issues of population and development and formulating population-related policies, touching on many aspects of society, which I won't go into detail right now. It's a long list. He also works on demographic and socioeconomic issues of Cambodia's indigenous peoples and their community development. Dr. Bunak serves as chair and member of several national committees, too long to mention here, but you could see it online. Next, I'm pleased to introduce His Excellency, Mr. Alvin Botes, Deputy Minister of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, South Africa. Thank you. With an academic background in management and business administration, Mr. Botes has wide experience, including a 10-year stint as provincial head of policy research and analysis for the African National Congress Northern Cape. He served in many positions, including Youth League Provincial Treasurer of the ANC, Provincial Chairperson, and he also served as member and Deputy Provincial Secretary in the ANC Provincial Executive Committee. Thank you and welcome. Next, I'm happy to introduce Mr. Yoki Fernandi, CEO of PT Pertamina International Shipping. Mr. Fernandi has an academic background in operations and supply chain management and holds an MBA. He is credited with successfully implementing a company transformation that increased profits by 93% year over year from 2022 to 2023. So I'll be looking to him for ideas on operations and supply chain optimization. Welcome, sir. Next, we have Mr. Tan Ho Soon, Assistant Chief Executive, Corporate and Strategy, and the Chief Risk Officer for the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. Mr. Tan oversees key functions of policy and strategy development, international relations, communications, finance and procurement, training and legal at the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore. It's quite a full plate. He also has 2 decades of experience in civil service, and most notably, I think, in 2022, Mr. Tan was awarded the Public Administration Medal Silver by the President of the Republic of Singapore. Welcome, Mr. Tan. Next, I'd like to introduce Mr. Amer Bukvic, Director and Resident Representative at the Islamic Development Bank, Regional Hub, Indonesia. Previously, Mr. Bukvic served as Acting Director General for the Global Practice and Partnerships Directorate at ISDB, headquarters in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. In his current role, he leads the bank's product and strategy direction in the areas of public and private financing and knowledge products. So you have a lot of experience working with relationships with major development partners across every sector. It's a long list here. Finally, I'm pleased to introduce Ms. Silla Lakatos, Senior Economist of the World Bank. Ms. Lakatos leads the World Bank's engagement and dialogue with the authorities in Indonesia and Timor-Leste on trade, investment, and logistics issues. Prior to the World Bank, she worked for the Chief Economist Unit of the Directorate General for Trade of the European Commission in Brussels and the U.S. International Trade Commission in Washington, D.C. Holding a PhD in International Trade and Development, I should have called you Dr. Lakatos. My apologies. Okay, so the outline of the session, we will run as follows. I'll ask each panelist 2 questions with 5 minutes to answer each question. I had a request from a few panelists just to ask both questions together. They would like to address them all in one 10-minute slot. So we'll make some adjustments accordingly. Okay, now, audience members, one last thing. Please take note of any burning questions you may have during the session to ask at the Q&A, because we will have at least 10 minutes at the end. And before I begin, I just want to remind us one final thing, kind of touching upon Ms. Greenspan's points earlier. There's 2 main objectives for our conversation today. First, we will be working toward identifying specific efforts to improve logistics connectivity, and hence improve trade itself among the Global South in a sustainable way. So that's something that's key. Second, we will consider the effectiveness of international cooperation to address gaps in logistics infrastructure development. So we're looking at the international level. We'll look at what's working, what's lacking, how we may make progress to address these gaps at the international level. Okay, with that, I'd like to direct my first question to Dr. Poch. My first question for you, sir. The first is looking at the international level, and the second question will be regional. Question 1, how can countries benefit from international cooperation, such as the Belt and Road Initiative, to enhance logistics performance? To you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Distinguished panelists, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to join this important session on connecting the South, enhancing logistic connectivity to support trade in developing countries. I extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers for bringing us together to discuss on how we can collectively advance logistic connectivity a critical driver of economic growth and sustainable development. You know, logistic connectivity is essential for fostering trade, reducing costs, and promoting economic growth, particularly in developing countries like Cambodia. We face unique challenges, including infrastructure gaps, complex regulatory environments, and limited access to technology. However, these challenges also present opportunities for collaboration and innovation. International cooperation initiatives such as the Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, have been instrumental in helping countries enhance their logistic performance. Launched in 2013, the BRI aims to promote connectivity across Asia, Europe, and Africa, fostering trade, investment in economic integration. By investing in infrastructure development, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and people-to-people connectivity, the BRI provides a comprehensive framework for countries to enhance their logistic networks. Cambodia has greatly benefited from its active participation in the BRI. We have been able to implement several key infrastructure projects, including the development of transport infrastructure, improvements in port facilities, and advancements in communication networks. These projects have significantly enhanced our logistic capabilities, reducing trade costs, and improving access to regional and global markets. For example, Cambodia and China have collaborated on the construction of the Phnom Penh-Siem Expressway, which has greatly improved the connectivity between our capital and one of our economic zones. This project not only facilitates smoother and faster movement of goods, but also enhances Cambodia's attractiveness as a trade and investment destination. Cambodia has also been an active member of the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank, which provides crucial financing for infrastructure projects in Asia. As of September 2023, Cambodia has had 7 projects, including initiatives to improve irrigation, strengthen health infrastructure, and develop the fiber optic communication network. These projects are crucial for enhancing our logistic performance and supporting our broader development goals. To sum up, enhancing logistic connectivity is essential for supporting trade and economic development in developing countries. International cooperation frameworks such as the Belt and Road Initiative provides valuable opportunity for countries to enhance their logistic performance, reduce trade costs, and foster economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Poch. Yeah, you mentioned a number of major factors there. For regulatory environments, for example, that could be a slow-moving factor. But you mentioned BRI as a framework that helps in that regard. I'd like to turn to another question here. Now this is in the regional, so we're talking about the ASEAN level here. Regionalism is something, as we all know, is emerging in the recent years. Considering the Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity 2025, to achieve a seamlessly and comprehensively connected and integrated ASEAN, what role do you see Cambodia playing in the region to help in that initiative?
Thank you for the question. Cambodia is also deeply committed in regional integration, through the Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity Impact 2025. Cambodia used this channel to enhance its competitiveness in enabling greater economic opportunities. In the region, Cambodia plays a vital role. We are strategically positioned at the heart of ASEAN, serving as a bridge between the region's mainland and maritime areas. This position allows us to facilitate trade flows and enhance connectivity among ASEAN member states. Under the Impact 2025, Cambodia has focused on several key areas. We have worked closely with our ASEAN neighbors to build transport infrastructure that link our countries, streamline custom procedures to facilitate trade, to enhance our logistic networks to reduce costs and improve efficiency. For instance, the construction of the Phnom Penh-Ho Chi Minh City Expressway is a testament to our commitment to regional connectivity. This project, once completed, will significantly reduce travel time and transportation costs between Cambodia and Vietnam, boosting trade and investment between our two countries and the broader ASEAN region. Recently, the Royal Government of Cambodia has launched a comprehensive master plan on Cambodia intermodal transport and logistics system 2023-2033 that aligns significantly with Impact 2025 to enhance connectivity and intertwine the country's intermodal transport and logistic system, promoting national economic growth and sustainable development. The Cambodian Master Plan explicitly aims to support and contribute to ASEAN connectivity by integrating the regional initiatives like Asian highway networks, Mekong sub-region economic corridors, and the Greater Mekong sub-region transport strategies. A number of development and infrastructure projects under the Cambodian Master Plan includes constructing expressways and improving major transport hubs, service capability of logistics centers, and the national single window system, to name a few. Therefore, Cambodia's comprehensive master plan on intermodal transport and logistics systems is closely interlinked with Impact 2025. Cambodia remains committed to working with our international partners to enhance our logistic networks and support regional and global connectivity. We believe that by strengthening our collaboration, sharing best practices, and investing in sustainable infrastructure, we can overcome our shared challenges and build a more connected, prosperous future for all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Poch. Just mindful of time here. And you mentioned a number of interesting things, thinking of Cambodia as a bridge, mentioned Vietnam specifically and the connections there. Maybe we have time to talk about that more later. There might be some interesting details. The intermodal transport systems, I'd like to get more info on that, maybe in the Q&A period. Now I'd like to turn to Mr. Botes for an African perspective. Mr. Botes, how does South Africa perceive its potential as a leading trade hub in the region? And what key areas need improvement? Maybe even what's the low-hanging fruit?
Thank you very much, Thomas, and ladies and gentlemen. South Africa obviously plays a pivotal role in Africa's economic landscape due to our strategic location, significant economic output and growing investments, with a GDP of approximately $430 billion as of 2023, South Africa accounts for approximately 20% of Africa's total GDP, establishing itself as both the biggest economy and the most industrious economy on the African continent. We are obviously a major industrial hub, contributing substantially to Africa's manufacturing sector, including steel, chemicals, and automotives. And we produce approximately 30% of the entire Africa's vehicles. Our logistical architecture encapsulates, for example, 144 airports, 8 seaports, 2 of the world's top container ports, and 2 of the world's largest dry bulk ports. We have obviously significant investments by G7 nations, by the BRICS partners, by the ASEAN group of companies, and I think we present a bankable opportunity for businessmen and women of Indonesia through the ASEAN group of countries to deeply invest and enhance our bilateral economic cooperation. For example, this year alone, we had Volkswagen that have made a pivotal investment of 4 billion rand in South Africa in one of the automotive plants. And our performance as the trade hub of Africa is further underscored by the Port of Durban, who presents itself as the busiest port in the entirety of Africa, which handles 60% of Africa's container traffic. We are, of course, ladies and gentlemen, also as South Africa, Africa's biggest or leader in terms of FDI investment from another African country elsewhere in Africa. And UNCTAD have confirmed this, that actually we are amongst the top 3 investors on the continent. We obviously present a unique opportunity for Indonesian men and women, given the abundance of our mineral sector and the expertise of mining, engineering that we have presented elsewhere in the world. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, key opportunities will be to help us to do good on our UNFCCC commitments in relation to climate change, to help us to accelerate the pathway from a carbon-dependent economy to ensure that we decarbonize. There is a just energy transition plan. So we have bankable plans for investors in South Africa. And be it as it may, ladies and gentlemen, we are a unique, attractive FDI investments, given the fact, Thomas, that 180 of the 500 Fortune global companies are having a office within South Africa. That being said, the major and the uniquely different opportunity this time in 2024 is the operationalization of the ACFTA, the African Continental Free Trade Area, ladies and gentlemen, and through the South African Customs Union, of which South Africa is a leading member, we have completed our tariff offerings, which will mean you invest in South Africa, you invest as a partner of the South African Customs Union, you'll then be able to benefit up to 90% of tariff offerings. So that is our value proposition at this moment. Thank you, Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Botez. I like that last point there. You're making an advertisement, I think, for South Africa a little bit too, showing which is always a very good, to be a booster of your own country is always a very good. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement in particular, these are the sort of regulatory frameworks that could advance efforts for greater trade and greater trade integration. I'm going to turn to my second question here. In your estimation, how can countries of the Global South leverage development cooperation to create a more integrated logistics network, fostering increased trade? Thank you.
Yes, I think firstly, obviously, is through the existing, taking opportunities from the existing bilateral and multilateral agreements. South Africa is a leading figure within the Global South. And we have been able to negotiate bilateral trade agreements, ladies and gentlemen, to streamline customs procedures, reduce tariffs, and enhance trade facilitation. They can also work together within other multilateral frameworks like the South-South Cooperation, the SAC, and regional groups such as the Indian Ocean Rim Association, IORA, to establish broad trade and logistics agreements that benefit both countries and their respective regions. Secondly, in relation to infrastructure development opportunities, it is our submission that port development and transport corridors can improve and enhance connectivity. And by investing in the modernization of ports, upgrading of rails, and developing of logistical hubs, countries of the South can enhance the trade routes and the corridors, ladies and gentlemen. Thirdly, digital integration and technology sharing. The leveraging of digital technologies to improve logistics and supply chain management is crucial. That is crucial for countries of the South, for South Africa, and for Indonesia. And those technologies, ladies and gentlemen, can contribute through the tracking of goods for optimization of routes and e-logistic platforms to streamline operations. Fourthly, Thomas, trade facilitation initiatives, the implementation of joint trade facilitation measures, such as the streamlining of border control mechanisms and coordinated customs procedures can significantly reduce the turnaround time and trade delays deficits, also lowering trade costs. Fifthly, and a very important issue for Africa, South Africa, is the enhancement of public partnerships, PPPs. We do encourage, understand that relationship amongst countries of the South, between South Africa and Indonesia, is primary state-centric. But we have identified through my president the pivotal role of non-state actors such as multinational companies, private capital investors, the different business chambers. And the combination of all these five factors, Thomas, can obviously ensure that as countries of the Global South, we will then become the champions of development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Botes. There's a lot of interesting thoughts in there. Just for example, I think digitization is going to come up again and again. It's crucial, it appears, to advance optimization at all sorts of levels, including streamlining processes and procedures, whether it's regulatory or otherwise, to accelerate trade. So I think that's going to be coming up. I'd love to dig deeper into that. But next, I'd like to turn to Mr. Fernandi to get perspectives from the private sector. I'd love to get your views, even on anything that was said so far from the national government perspective. Might be interesting to see your opinion on that. First, I'd like to ask, considering your company's best practices, and you have a lot of experience with it, especially the transformation that you've done recently. Congratulations on that, by the way. How can your company's expertise support logistics connectivity in the Global South? And again, based on your company's experience, what are the primary challenges to logistics performance, whether it's transportation, inventory management, customs clearance, other logistic support? Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Thomas. First and foremost, I'd like to explain a bit what we've done in Indonesia. So Pertamina International Shipping, which is part of the national energy company, responsible for the majority of supply chain of energy to Indonesia and across Indonesia, where annually we deliver more than 160 billion ton of any type of energy to all over Indonesia, to all over islands in Indonesia, and easily achieve more than 20,000 shipments in order to deliver all these energies. So in terms of expertise, we know exactly how to deal with the challenges in Indonesia when it comes to supply chain. As part of the energy company, we try as much as we can to implement the best practices as well as the global standard in our operation. But we know exactly in reality on the ground that sometimes it is a challenge for us to achieve these best practices. And so what I can share is how to deal with this gap, how to keep delivering energy to all over to Indonesia despite all the infrastructure challenges and some other factors that which far beyond the ideal type of supply chain infrastructure. So to summarize, what kind of expertise that we believe to successfully do our job in delivering energy in Indonesia, there are a few things that I think every organization already understand, but the thing is how to do it in the developing country like Indonesia. First, I think as a company, we focus so much in the master plan and be consistent to the master plan that what we already set. In Pertamina, we know that with the emerging demand and the growing demand in Indonesia, we need to keep developing the infrastructure required for the supply chain of energy, as well as to anticipate the future demand for any kind of energy. And secondly, our ability to monitor the performance of our supply chain is really important, because by doing so, we know exactly how to improve, how to debottleneck all the challenges or inefficiency in our supply chain. And the third one is how to manage safety and security. We know that in some areas, the situation is not as developed as we want. So how to deal with this uncertainty is so important. And last but not least is about people. Unlike in the developed country where the technology application is well ahead of Indonesia, people is taking in a very important role in our logistic and supply chain. Earlier of this year, I went to Rotterdam to see the facility there, where the application of technology is amazing, but that's not the case in Indonesia. In Indonesia, people need jobs. So that's why it's so important for us to develop and train people in order to allow us to have a good operation, efficient operation in the supply chain. And a few challenges based on our experience. We know that the infrastructure is not well developed, where the connectivity is one issue, where one infrastructure to the other infrastructure sometimes is not well integrated. And secondly, a condition where many facilities are quite old and in a poor condition. And the third one is the capacity. Capacity is one issue where I still remember, based on estimation, there are more than 1,000 ports need to build in Indonesia. And the last one will be the compliance to the global standard become a challenge in Indonesia.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fernandi. Logistics connectivity for energy trade. That's something that I'd love to chat with you more about, especially in a challenging environment like an archipelago like Indonesia, and probably different systems, different norms, so to speak. Maybe we could talk about that more later for sure. And when you mentioned you visited Rotterdam, you were looking for new inspiration, new ideas, but it's a very different environment there where they may not have the workers and they need automation. But you mentioned here, people need the jobs. It's like you have the large population in Indonesia. And so there is these dissimilarities that you have to contend with as you look for best practices across the globe. Interesting. There's a second question, and I should be mindful of time. Mr. Fernandi, one more question. How can effective and efficient logistics practices be integrated into operations in developing countries? So it's sort of like the Rotterdam experience. You have effective and efficient logistics elsewhere, but how can you customize it or make it country specific in a way for a very different region? And also, what are the challenges associated with digitizing logistics processes in these regions? How can they be addressed?
Well, thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
I think in order to have an efficient and effective logistic, we need to be able to measure and monitor. That's the things that in private sector that some things that so important. Sometimes we link some performance indicator to the logistics performance, where we need to keep improving over the time to make sure that we do the supply chains as efficient as we can. And secondly, to have a supply chain coordination is so important. I mean, what we do in the small in organization, we have a mechanism internally how to coordinate among key players and stakeholders to ensure that we have a good planning, a good operation, and good execution as well. And the third one is to manage the uncertainty. In Indonesia, we know that the natural disaster is happening quite a lot, and have to have a backup system in order to keep doing our job to deliver the energy to Indonesia, despite all these challenges, the geographical challenges as well, is so important. And definitely technology will help us to be much more efficient when it comes to the supply chain and also the monitoring. And definitely for some challenges to implement the technology in supply chain in Indonesia, I believe the awareness to make some changes, to keep improving sometimes is not there. And combined with the culture, where some resistance to make some changes, we feel become a big hurdle sometimes. And secondly, human resource challenge, where yes, when we need to implement new technology, then training and development is required. And plus the cost associated with the new technology sometimes considered too expensive for a developing country like Indonesia, and especially in some rural areas. And plus the support system. When you implement the new technology, then we need to build some support system to allow us to keep maintaining this technology to 100% in operation. Last but not least, definitely regulation and support from the government to allow us to implement such technology in the supply chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fernandi. So some of the key things you mentioned there about the importance of measuring and monitoring, and sort of just continue building that out, that'll help. You mentioned also uncertainty, like in a country like Indonesia, where there could be disruption because of natural disaster, many factors, and establishing good business continuity plans to figure out how the backup plan, basically, so you don't stop operations. A lot of interesting things there. Also, the incentives, you need to sort of change, the way I read it is you need to change incentives to make changes, whether it's cultural changes or otherwise. So that's having to do with norms and behavior. And then finally, regulatory environment, that always comes up. And it's one of the slowest moving parts of the puzzle. So thank you so much for your intervention. Next, I'd like to turn to Mr. Tan. I'd like to ask you your perspectives as an operator of arguably one of the most well-run seaports in the region, I would say. And I'm going to ask both questions together as per your request, sir. Mr. Tan, what best practices can be drawn from the Singapore experience in improving port efficiency and performance? And how do multi-stakeholder partnerships play a part in that role? And also, from a policy perspective, what strategies should be implemented to effectively integrate human resource management, good governance, technological innovations, and other factors to improve logistics connectivity? Over to you, sir.
Hi, thank you, Thomas. I also like to thank the Indonesia Ministry of National Development Planning and the organizer for inviting me to speak at this high-level forum. I've been asked to share on the two questions. I thought that I take them together because the Singapore story, Singapore experience brings out some of the points for the other question. I shall first preface by saying that the Singapore story is largely based on local circumstances. It may not resonate with everyone. Besides the key success factors that we'll talk about, there's also some degree of serendipity. That said, I do hope that you'll find some parts of my sharing useful. Maybe first let me share or set the context. As a small country without natural resources, Singapore relies heavily on trade for our survival. Singapore has been a maritime state since our earliest days in the 13th century. This continued in the 19th and 20th century when Singapore serves as the logistic hub and a trading post, facilitating trade between the East and the West. And it is still the case today. The continued relevance of our maritime logistics would not have been possible without, first, long-term planning, second, adopting an ecosystem approach, and three, investing in our human resources. First up, as you can see on the slide, really about long-term planning. Singapore is known today as a global logistics and trading hub. Did not happen by chance. Instead, achieved through long-term planning. More than 50 years ago, in 1966, Singapore decided to build our very first container terminal. Back then, containerization was not yet a norm. But with the future in mind, and the conviction that containerization was the way to go, the government then decided to make the bold decision of investing significant resources into this endeavor. True enough, the first container ship came in 1972 with just 300 containers. This slowly became 3 million containers in 1972. And by the 1991, it was already 6 million containers. And in 1991, even though we still have excess handling capacity in our port, we decided to expand and build a much bigger terminal in the western part of Singapore, what we call the Pasir Panjang terminal today. We foresaw that we needed to be able to handle 36 million 20-foot equivalent containers to be well set for the future, which was about 6 times the volumes that we were seeing then. 25 years later, in 2016, Singapore handled 34 million containers, proving that this was indeed the right call to make. Even before the Pasir Panjang terminal was fully operationalized, we made another decision in 2012 to start to consolidate our container terminals at a single location in Tuas, which is the most western end of Singapore. At the time we made this call, global container shipping was actually facing a downturn. But with the future in mind, we decided to proceed with our plans Just last year, Singapore handled a historical high of 39 million containers, sorry, I beg your pardon. With this port in Tuas to be fully completed in the 2040s, it will have a capacity to handle 65 million containers. Tuas Port will be an intelligent, automated, and sustainable port that is prepared and ready to take on our future logistic needs. And Singapore will continue to have in mind this long-term planning spirit and make careful but considered decisions with the future in mind. The second factor that I think I want to talk about really is about adopting an ecosystem approach to the development of our logistics and maritime sector. I think a good, strong system does not exist in isolation from other parts of the economy. Hence, we seek to create a collaborative environment that brings together the government, private enterprises, research institutions, and international partners to share resources, leverage expertise, and spur innovation. I think some panelists also from the morning talk about innovation. Such an ecosystem will promote the creation and adoption of new technologies and solutions, attracting further investment and talent, thereby creating a virtuous cycle that reinforces competitiveness. A program that we roll out, for instance, to match demand drivers with solution providers is our Pier 71 initiative shown on the slide. Pier 71 brings together marine tech startups and investors to facilitate an exchange of ideas and funding opportunities. Pier 71 has nurtured close to 110 startups with the support of 62 corporate partners. To date, the participating startup has raised over 65 million Singapore dollars in investments, surpassing our target of $25 million by 2025. Finally, the third really factor that I think also previous panelists was talking about is investing in human resources. People make up the heart of our system. As an important factor to all our efforts to grow the sector, skilled and motivated individuals drive innovation, operational excellence, and strategic decision making. We make a concerted effort to invest in our human resources and strengthen tripartite partnership fostered between government, industry, and our workers. As the sector transforms with digitalization and the emergence of new green technologies, government, industry, and workers will have to adopt new operating processes and develop new skills to remain relevant. To prepare our workforce for the green transition that's happening across the logistics and maritime sector, we have also launched the Maritime Energy Training Facility, or METF in short, together with 22 other partners, including engine manufacturers, classification societies, trade associations, training service providers, and research institutes. The METF is expected to train over 10,000 personnel by 2030 in the safe handling, familiarization, and operation of zero or near zero emission vessels. These efforts help to develop a resilient, future-ready workforce that can support the growth of the sector. As we hear from the other distinguished panelists, I think the whole is really greater than the sum of the parts. A good and highly connected logistics system in any country creates spillover benefits, not just the whole region, but in my view, really the whole world. It's the fundamental nature of global trade today that relies on many efficient nodes in a highly connected network. Singapore seeks to serve as one such node. Maybe allow me to quickly conclude. Long-term planning, adopting an ecosystem approach, and investing in our human resources have been at the heart of Singapore's story. I hope I have given you a glimpse of our experiences in a short given time. But know that we were not able to do all this without the strong partnership that we share with other governments, the industries, and also workers all over the world. Therefore, the theme for this year's high-level forum is very apt: strengthening multi-stakeholder partnerships for development will promote transformative change. Thank you. I look forward to having a fruitful discussion later.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tan. I appreciate your intervention. Singapore, I appreciate the qualification at the beginning. You said about how Singapore has local circumstances, you know, in a way that may not be generalizable across all nations, but it may also provide inspiration to other countries. It may be something to generate ideas. And I like the nice tripartite, the three. That's a very typical Singapore way to deliver information, by the way, in case anyone is wondering. The three ideas of very long-term planning, I would say, not just long-term planning, but very long-term. That's a major theme of your remarks. And of course, for other countries, that is a challenge. How to plan long-term is a challenge for many countries. So that's something that maybe there's ways of developing durable systems, durable approaches that aren't easily changed with new administrations as things change politically. The ecosystem approach, in a sense, it's already the partnership domestically. The multi-stakeholder partnership is there at a domestic level. So collaboration across a range of stakeholders. And policy supports that in the Singapore example. So you answered the policy question. Like the METF you mentioned, for example. Anyway, I should move on. Time is precious. Let's see here. I'm going to turn to Mr. Bukvich now, all the way there in the end, to get your views from a development perspective. I'll ask both questions together, as per your request. First, how can multilateral development banks catalyze effective development cooperation, including South-South and triangular cooperation modalities, public-private partnerships, and foreign aid to address infrastructure development gaps and other factors hindering performance in developing countries? And my second question, somewhat related, are what are the best practices and lessons learned by ISDB, by your own circumstance, that can be adopted by other MDBs, other multilateral development banks, to improve logistics connectivity in the region? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Thomas, and for introducing me. And I would like also to thank and congratulate the Directorate of Foreign Policy and International Development Cooperation, BAPENAS, for organizing this timely event. And giving a chance to me also to share and interact with you on the insights of Islamic Development Bank's approach to, or our in-house developed South-South triangular cooperation modality. It is, after COVID, we could realize the importance of connectivity and cooperation in the Global South. I think to many reasons it's a high time that we should explore possibilities, and as an example of Singapore, having events of this and having long-term planning would really assist us and direct us in the right way. ISDB's commitment to South-South cooperation has been from inception. In Riyadh, we just have celebrated 50 years anniversary of Islamic Development Bank. For you, maybe who are not aware of Islamic Development Bank, we are an MDB in ownership of 57 countries, purely from the South. So we are from the South and doing projects by the South for the South. And we have done more than 12,000 projects and in value of around $185 billion in supporting South development. We started first with technical cooperation when it comes to technical capacity building, and then in 2012 this evolved into a special modality that was actually developed by Islamic Development Bank, which is the reverse linkage modality, where we, for the first time, opened possibility of engaging as an MDB directly with the private sector. So the idea is to take a best practice from one place in the south and implement it in another through coordination of Islamic Development Bank, which started first as a grant, but now it developed into a loan-based facility financing infrastructure in this direction. So importance of working with the South, with private sector, I think for all MDBs, we are more than aware that the majority of economies, at least in our structure, are MSMEs and the private sector. So we have to explore ways and means of actually reaching to them and working with them. And we cannot talk about development if we do not have a dimension of a private sector. So private sector is something that gives a very huge boost on when we talk about infrastructure and also connectivity. In addition, the cross-border connectivity in terms of both physical infrastructure and regulatory harmonization is gaining traction in policy practice of promoting regional integration, particularly in our developing countries. So we have hard and soft connectivities, and both of them actually lower trade costs and make international supply chains more efficient. If we look through a historical dimension, in history of, for example, Europe, it is actually that building the extensive railway network in Europe proved to be a critical precedent in the modern history of European integration. Through a European example, which may not be fully replicable in different political economic environments, but it establishes a solid base for studying the role of cross-border connectivity in advancing regional integration in the developing world. Except Europe, we can also look at ASEAN, which was mentioned earlier by our speakers, the connectivity plan of ASEAN, or the Gulf Cooperation Council railway project, or the Program for Infrastructure Development in Africa, PIDA. The common denominator for all these, which I have mentioned, is the cross-border connectivity. And when we talk about cross-border connectivity, we also have to look at the border logistics, which would decrease the transport cost and unlock the potential of interlinked production networks. Besides physical connectivity, simplification of custom or harmonization of customs and trade procedures is as well important, and it was mentioned again by the colleagues before me. In the study made by ESCAP, the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, the study shows that the paperless implementation of World Trade Facilitation Agreement, electronic exchange of trade data, would reduce costs by 13% in our member countries in Asia. So working and putting emphasis on cross-border connectivity attracts more and more attention. And again, I have been just visiting one of the neighboring countries, and wherever we go, issue after COVID is the food security. Food security and access is, and diversifying trade relations is actually a main agenda of most of our member countries. So MDBs, World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and Islamic Development Bank, we are well positioned to support our member countries when it comes to policy advice, technical assistance, and lending operations. So for us, cross-border connectivity is considered to be a priority area of multilateral cooperation international development agenda. And we have established this recently in our Riyadh declaration during the 50-year anniversary of ISDB in 2024. Another example I want to give of a successful infrastructure project, which is really very interesting, is the infrastructure development gap handling when we look at Senegal, Malaysia, we had a loan-based, business-to-government infrastructure, business-to-government. So the private company supporting government in Senegal on building rural roads, 63 kilometers of rural roads in Senegal, building by the technical know-how, by knowledge, and IDB played a facilitation and implementation role in this project. So the rural law, it was very interesting because it showed an example of cooperation across the border between private sector and governments. And also within Senegal, union of private sectors were around the Malaysian company called ProBase. So the local Senegalese, they worked with Malaysian private company, and they developed a good example whereby the project had a ratio of 1 to 20 when it comes to a ratio of Malaysian to Senegalese workers. So they kept a balance with the local community as well. Now we are working on the extension of this project to additional 100 kilometers of rural projects. So when it comes to the private sector, MDBs need really to act as a catalyst and to gather them around. There was a study recently published that all MDB finance would be less than 10% of finance overall. So we really need to work very, very hard to connect our member countries and a private sector in our member countries. So for our Global South engagement through reverse linkage, we have an increasing interest among the private sector, and which would be the future, I think, for all of us. We have to work in partnerships together because the challenge of development, especially in our member countries, where we have 31 out of 57 are fragile countries, 29 are classified as LDMCs. We really have to explore possibilities of reaching the market, and ISDB has been active in this. We have also we have been establishing banks on ground, which is a unique exercise, I think, when it comes to MDBs, just to be closer. And of course, we have been working through MCPS, member country partnership strategy, which each of our governments in exploring possibilities of joint cooperation. So ISDB does not work unless in coordination with the local governments where it works. So that is another characteristic of ISDB being a purely DNA of a South-South institution. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bukvic. A few things you mentioned there, how, like off the top there, the vital importance for MDBs to include the private sector in their work, basically. And so that's something that's essential. You mentioned that example in Senegal, where the private sector was actually helping government to build roads, which is not usually the case. And it's an example of bringing the private sector in more and more, how it could be helpful. The common theme that comes up, cross-border connectivity, harmonization of customs, for example, the paperless processing of trade, bringing cost savings, as well as accelerating the process for greater timeliness of goods transport. Very good ideas. Now I'm going to turn to our final panelist, Ms. Lakatos. So I'm looking for another multilateral bank perspective, and I'll ask each question in turn, and you could answer it one at a time. Ms. Lakatos, in your estimation, what key insights have been drawn from the latest Logistic Performance Index report? I mentioned it at the top of the session, but what insights can be drawn from that report on the common challenges faced by Global South in improving logistics performance? And how can these common challenges be addressed through policy reforms? So I'd like to talk more about policy. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Thomas. And it's great to be here. And to our host from Bapenas, just wanted to say sincere thanks for the kind invitation to be at this forum, as well as to be part of this great discussion. So jumping straight in, let me start with the headliner, I guess related very much to the findings of the Logistics Performance Index report. So our latest edition shows that, that's the good news, that logistics performance has been broadly resilient even after these 3 years of unprecedented supply chain disruptions that have been induced by the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the 2023 results also show that there is indeed somewhat of a noticeable and persistent gap between the logistics performance of high-income and low-income countries. So you mentioned, Thomas, at the beginning, you know, out of the top 33 best performers, 30 are high-income countries. And congratulations to Singapore for coming out the very first on the Logistics Performance Index. But that being said, I think what the results also show is that logistics performance transcends income, and it's really associated to many, many different factors, whether that's policies, government policies, private sector development, or other aspects. I think I will touch upon these in my intervention later. So to get to your question, Thomas, what are the lessons that we have learned from this report and what are the policy implications? Let me just quickly highlight 3 main lessons and some of the relevant policies. The very first one was that countries that perform well on the aggregate index also perform well on the sub-indices, on the subcomponents of this logistics performance index. That is to say, logistics performance as measured by the efficiency of customs and clearance processes, by the quality of trade and transport infrastructure, the ease of arranging international shipments, the competence and quality of logistics service providers, the ability to track and trace, but also in terms of timeliness. So let me give you a couple of specific examples in terms of this, how this broad-based good performance on all of these sub-indicators has helped some of the developing countries outperform their developed country peers. And here, I wanted to highlight South Africa. What we see is that on the 2023 index is actually outperforming the United Kingdom, while the other example of such broad-based performance boosting overall logistics performance was the one of Malaysia that has actually outperformed New Zealand. So these are the kind of positive examples that we see in terms of how policies that are broad-based contribute to boosting overall logistics performance. Now, the takeaway from this is that policies would need to focus across the board, right? Not just one area, but across all these areas of logistics performance. So investing in physical infrastructure, for instance, would not yield the intended benefits without investing in logistics service provider capacity in many of our countries. Now, moving on to our second takeaway, is that in terms of the lowest performers on the LPI index, it is in fact customs and infrastructure improving performance on these indices that would matter more for boosting overall performance. And that is because the lowest performing countries tend to have really weak performance in terms of customs and border agencies, but also the quality of trade and transport related infrastructure, which in turn are translating into long delays on the ground. The lowest ranking countries are low income. They are insulated most of the time. They are landlocked and often beset by conflict. So this takes me to our last highlight from the report would be that addressing bottlenecks in some of these landlocked developing countries that are in fact affecting the whole logistics system across the world would take much more than just unilateral policy interventions, and they would need to target multilateral, high-level coordinated policy interventions across borders, for instance, through the introduction of robust transit regimes. Yeah, so I just wanted to conclude by saying, I guess, on this question, Thomas, that the measuring and tracking logistics performance is evolving, and the World Bank is this year going to publish the 2024 Logistics Performance Index, which is moving away from the traditional survey-based approach and is going to be using big data to come up with a new LPI index and come closer to objective information to tracking logistics performance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lakatos. I'd like to follow up one last question here. Could you please provide some examples of successful implementations where the World Bank's toolkits and data sets have significantly improved a country's trade logistics performance or customs and border management? So it's about the World Bank's, their approach and how they could help. Over to you.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, so I noticed from all the esteemed panel members, there's been a lot said about the importance of measuring, tracking, and actually assessing the impact of some of the policy reforms that are being implemented. So I think this is where some of the World Bank toolkits and data sets come in order to support our evidence-based approach, whether that's research, analysis, or policy dialogue with our client countries. So specifically on the LPI, I think we use it often in combination with other data sets, whether that is time release studies or container port performance, trade policy measures, doing business indicators, which nowadays is called Be Ready. So the LPI and some of these broader tools have really been a fantastic tool in supporting our engagement with the countries. And before actually big data gained such prominence, I think it's been a really useful tool to monitor performance, to allow for benchmarking, for cross-country comparisons. And actually what we see is that it translated into reforms on the ground in many of our countries. It has created awareness and it stimulated the dialogue, whether that's within the government or public-private, to result to some of these measures. Now, in terms of specific examples, since we are in beautiful Bali, I wanted to highlight Indonesia and our work on logistics as an example of success stories in terms of improving logistics performance. So I guess going back without spending too much time in the details, what we see is logistics performance has been gaining high visibility on both the government agenda, but also on the agenda of many private sector players. So starting in 2012, the government has introduced, this is relating to the planning and strategic thinking, the blueprint for development of national logistics, the so-called SISNOGNAS, and digitalization was a huge part of this initiative. Now, the other initiative, flagship initiative that I wanted to highlight was in 2022, the so-called national logistics ecosystem, the ecosystem approach to improving logistics performance, which was meant to improve and streamline processes, digitize some of these processes, and to serve as an end-to-end digital portal that is connecting from the beginning until the end all of the players. So here's where the World Bank Logistics Performance Index comes in. And that came in the form of, the government planning strategy. So the government has been actually using the LPI as one of their key performance indicators that has been built into their long-term strategy documents, RPGMN, many of you may recognize, targeting the improvement on the Logistics Performance Index. And then targeting specifically reductions in logistics costs as % of GDP. So what our analysis shows actually that these reforms has been translating into great outcomes on the ground. The big data that we have used in the 2023 LPI report shows many, many great highlights in terms of performance. So ship turnaround time in Indonesia has declined to about 2 days, somewhat higher than ASEAN comparators, but very good performance. Import-export dwell time at around 3 days overall. I think Indonesia performs well on all of those. And I guess lots to be done yet, but more data, better data targeting macro, meso, micro angles to measuring logistics performance. We are working with the government on developing some of these systems.
Very good.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Ms. Lakatos. Sorry to rush you along. Unfortunately, we will not have a Q&A session today. We went a little over time, which is so often the case in these sorts of dialogues on these very wide-ranging and complex issues. We have more to discuss, but limited time. But let's may this conversation help spur new connections, new ideas, new thoughts, diffusion of knowledge for the benefit of everyone here in the room and for all those who may be viewing it at a later date. I would just like to encourage all the audience members to feel free to approach our panelists, since we didn't have the Q&A, during the break, perhaps, to exchange details, continue the conversation and the learning. With that, I'd like to thank our panelists for sharing their insights and helping spread the knowledge on best practices and other ideas to improve logistics connectivity. I'd like to thank Indonesia's Ministry of National Development Planning, Bappenas, for organizing this important event. Terima kasih. And finally, I'd like to thank the audience for your kind attention. I now call this session to a close. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator and all panelists, for the very insightful discussion. You may return to your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a short break and we'll start the fourth session with the theme Rising Sea Level, Strategic Responses for Sustainable Development at 3:30 p.m. Thank you. Afternoon. Welcome to the fourth thematic parallel session, Rising Sea Level, Strategic Responses for Sustainable Development. I am Valerina Daniel, your Master of Ceremony. To start this session, we would like to kindly invite Ibu Fifi Yulaswati, Deputy of Natural Resources of Maritime Affairs, Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia, to deliver a speech. Please welcome Ibu Fifi Yulaswati.
Honorable Minister of Solomon Island, Honorable Head of the Meteorological, Climatological and Geophysics Agency of Indonesia, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon. Please allow me pass warm regards from our minister who has to go back to Jakarta this afternoon. It's really been a pleasure to welcome you all in this very important event on the rising sea levels, strategic responses for sustainable development, as part of the high-level forum on multi-stakeholder partnership 2024. I think your presence today signifies an important commitment of all of us to address one of the most pressing challenges of our time, climate change, and I'm truly grateful for your participations because this is the last day of this event. So we are also fortunate to have a diverse assembly of leaders, policymakers, private sectors, civil society, and esteemed academics from across the regions and of course countries. And this gathering is not merely a meeting of minds, it is indeed a demonstration of our shared resolve to overcome the urgent global challenges we face today. As we navigate uncharted waters, let us harness our collective actions in addressing it. We find ourselves more than halfway to 2030 deadline to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and time is ticking. This moment serves as a crucial opportunity to reflect on our progress thus far and also challenges that remain ahead. The sobering truth highlighted by the UN Secretary General that only 15 of the SDGs targets are currently on track, with some targets regressing. This stark reality underscores our needs for renewed focus and of course increase our urgencies and also our concerted effort. A multitude of interconnected global challenges has hindered our progress. As we know, after COVID, we have a series of crises like geopolitical dynamics, inequality, food insecurity, and relentless impact from the climate change. The ongoing financial crisis and disruptions in global supply chain have further exacerbated these issues, disproportionately affecting developing countries, especially in the Indo-Pacific regions. These are challenges that we cannot ignore as they demand our immediate attention and actions. Today, we must confront the reality of rising sea levels, a global threat that places coastal communities and economies at significant risk as the result of the climate change. As the largest archipelagic nation in the world, Indonesia bears a heightened vulnerability due to our extensive coastlines and numerous islands. It is estimated that around 115 small islands in Indonesia will inundated when the sea rise level happening at this stage. So finding effective solutions to this imminent threat is not just pivotal for Indonesia's future, but also position us to lead by example and work together in developing sustainable and scalable practices that can be adapted in other regions facing similar challenges. The consequences of rising sea levels extend far beyond environmental degradations. They threaten livelihood, exacerbate poverty, and threaten the large-scale displacement of migrations, placing additional burdens on communities and contributing to geopolitical instability. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, history reminds us of Indonesia's long-standing commitment to South-South and triangular cooperations. This foundational spirit of solidarity continues to inspire our effort today. We must rally together for a coordinated, multifaceted approach to the challenges we face. So this response must involve local, regional, and global stakeholders, combining our strengths across sectors to create sustainable and resilient solutions. As we face the pressing challenges of rising sea levels and climate change, it is imperative that we encourage innovations and harness technology as a powerful tools for mitigations and adaptations. Today, we stand at a critical juncture where traditional approaches are no longer sufficient. We must embrace cutting-edge technologies that allow us to predict, monitor, and respond to environmental changes with agility and precision. So by fostering a culture of innovations, we can develop sustainable practices that not only protect our coastal communities, but also enhance our resilience to the unpredictable impacts of climate change. Collaborative efforts across sectors, including government, businesses, academia, and the NGOs are essential to spur breakthrough. So moreover, we must prioritize the exchange of knowledge and best practices globally, ensuring that developing nations have access to these transformative solutions. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, so as I conclude, I want to acknowledge that the challenges posed by rising sea levels are super significant, yet they are not inexplicable. With the right combination of effective innovations, collaboration, and unwavering commitment, we can effectively address these pressing issues. Let us envision our future where the Indo-Pacific region thrives, resilience against the impact of climate change, and united in our pursuit of sustainable development. This future is within our reach, provided we continue to work together with determination and shared purpose. So thank you very much for all your committed and your presence today. Together, let us join and take decisive steps necessary to secure a sustainable future for all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibu Fifi. Please remain on stage for a photo session. To join on stage for the photo session, I would like to invite Professor Irwan Mailano, Professor of Earth Sciences and Technology, Institut Teknologi Bandung, His Excellency Mr. Rexton Annex Ramo Favia, Minister for National Planning and Development Coordination, Solomon Islands, Her Excellency Ms. Dwikorita Karnawati, Head of the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology and Geophysics of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Nishal Sarjo, Indonesia Country Representative of Deltares, Mr. Ahmad Kamish El Shaid, Head of UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific, Ms. Madeline Moss, Minister Counselor for Governance and Human Development at the Australian Embassy in Jakarta, His Excellency Bapak Tri Tariat, Director General for Multilateral Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you, Ibu Fifi. You may return to your seat. To all moderator and panelists, please stay on stage and take your respective seats. To start the thematic session, I would like to introduce our moderator, Professor Irwan Mailano, Professor of Earth Sciences and Technology, Institut Teknologi Bandung. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Irwan is an academic at ITB and is currently the Dean of the Faculty of Earth Sciences and Technology. He was appointed as Dean in 2020. He first joined ITB as a lecturer in the same faculty in 1998, immediately after obtaining his bachelor's degree in Geodetic Sciences in 1997. After teaching for 5 years, he continued his master's and doctoral studies in Earth Sciences at Nagoya University in 2003. Professor Iwan's academic interests include sub-oceanic geodetic activity and land subsidence, with numerous published Q1 journals. Professor Irwan Melano, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the introductions, MC. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As already introduced, I'm Irwan Melano, and I will be the moderators for the sessions. Welcome to the fourth thematic sessions with the theme Rising Sea Levels, Strategic Responses for Sustainable Developments. In these sessions, we will discuss the issue of sea level rise, which is an increasingly important issue for countries in the global south, especially archipelagic countries like Indonesia and the Pacific Island countries. I still remember in 2019, a paper published in Nature Communications. That paper tells us that by using a new scientific data from a new digital elevations model, according to the results, they found that under high emission scenarios, up to 630 million people currently live on land, projected to be below annual flood level by 2100. And as already mentioned by Ibu Vivi, addressing sea level rise requires a multidisciplinary approaches that include scientific research, national planning, disaster risk management, and of course, international cooperations. Bringing together scientists, planner, policymaker, ensure that solutions are comprehensive and address all aspects of the issue, from technical to socio-political consideration. In these sessions, we are very lucky to have 6 important panelists. And let me introduce His Excellency Mr. Rexon Annex Ramo Favia. Minister Ramo Favia is Solomon's Island Minister of National Planning and Development Coordinations of the Solomon Island. He has spoken extensively on various development issues relating to Solomon Islands and other Pacific Island countries, including climate change and sea level rise. And next to Minister Ramo Favia, we have Profesor Dwi Korita Karnawati. Selamat sore Ibu. Head of the Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, the Republic of Indonesia. Professor Dwi Korita is the current head of Indonesia's BMKG. She has appointed to the post in November 2017, a geologist by training. She has received various grants from international institutions to pioneer innovations in the multi-hazard early warning system, which is now the standard in Indonesia. Currently, she is the chair of Intergovernmental Coordinations Group for the Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System. And next to Professor Ibu Dwi Korita, we have Mr. Nishal Sarju. Very nice to meet you. Indonesia County representative of Delta Res. Nishal is an experienced project manager working in the area of urban resilience in the water sectors. Within this team, he has worked mostly on risk assessment for various hazards, such as flood and land subsidence, since he joined Delta Res in 2017. And we have another panelist, Mr. Ahmad Hamis El Said. Mr. Ahmed is currently serving as regional head for the UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific. And prior to this appointment, he had worked for 16 years with the United Nations, particularly in the intersections of innovation and human development. And the next panelist is Ms. Madeleine Moos. Madeleine Moos is a career diplomat at Australia's Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. She is currently the Minister Counselor for Governance and Human Development at the Australian Embassy in Jakarta since her appointment in January 2023. Before being posted in Indonesia, she has worked in Singapore, Papua New Guinea, and lead various Australian development initiatives across Asia-Pacific regions. And the last panelist, His Excellency Bapak Tri Tariat, Director General for Multilateral Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Bapak Tri Tariat is a long-time diplomat in Indonesia Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He is currently the Director General of Multilateral Cooperation, leading the Directorate General during important events such as Indonesia's G20 presidency. He was appointed to the post in April. Previously, he was Indonesia's Consulate General in Hong Kong and Kuwait from 2019 until 2022. All right. To begin our sessions, I would like to start with giving some questions. And I will start to give a questions to Professor Dikorita from BMKG. Professor Dikorita, how are the multiple dimensions of sea level rise is being monitored in Indonesia? Okay, yes, please, if you need to share the slides.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much indeed for this question and very important to be understood by all of us. Please allow me to use the next slide, please. When we talk about the sea level rise, we must consider several other important things or aspects which may impose or integrated in the phenomena of the sea level rise. So actually, we talk about the climate change and the impacts. So we know that one of the impact of climate change is the sea level rise. But there are also several others, like the extreme temperature, as well as the extreme weather with more intense and higher frequency and duration for the extreme weathers, also the climate extremes, and it may also related to the subsidence of the, it's not related to the climate change, but other things like more geological condition. In Indonesia especially, there is in combination with the land subsidence due to the overpumping of the groundwater. So all integrately interaction, yeah. So the impact is compounding simultaneously and or cascading. So when we talk about the sea level rise, there must be holistic consideration and adaptation. So we need how to monitor. So the monitoring also need to be multi-parameters, multi-aspect of monitoring. Yes, we monitor directly the sea level rise in Indonesia. It is monitored by the Geospatial Agency, but also we monitor the weather, monitor the climate, we monitor the land subsidence, yeah, and also several other potential affecting factors. So we need to have integrated monitoring. So we need to have integrated calculation analysis. So next slide, I would like to show when we talk about the sea level rise itself, without any other effect of the other phenomena, it has been occurring sharply. Yeah. In 1993 up to 2002, it was globally measured in average 2.13 millimeter per year. In the next monitoring, it increased up to 2012. The rate increased 3.33 millimeter per year. And finally, we have the numbers in 2023, 4.77 millimeter per year. That's for the global. What about in Indonesia? It is worse. It is 10 millimeter per year. So actually, it's really serious for Indonesia, without yet considering the land subsidence and the other things. So the next slide, just showing how the sea level rise is also a very important, we can say, disaster when it creates socio-economical loss, yeah. Especially for the small island and the lowland area, yeah. But the next slide, I would like to show how is the catastrophic impact of the sea level rise, which occur integratedly with other phenomena related to the climate change phenomena. Here on the left side is the map showing the flood in Jakarta in 2020, January 2020, was occurred. Yes, indeed, it was because of the extreme weather, the rain intensity, the pink, red, and orange color showing heavy rain up to the extreme rainfall. Unfortunately, the sea level rise play significant role. The sea level rise together with the high tide at the same time. So the rainwater from the land could not flow directly to the ocean, blocked by the sea level rise and high tide. So in combination, result in Jakarta flooding. And next slide, just showing how we protect our society from all of those catastrophic, or not really catastrophic, but accumulation of the impact. We do community education, public education, community preparedness, like what happened in East Nusa Tenggara when we have tropical cyclone, Seroja tropical cyclone. Many people died, more than 100 people died. However, this gentleman was the alumni of our community preparedness school, which can save one village of the fishermen due to the early warning that they receive. They understand the warning, so through the capacity development, community preparedness, we can help the society to be safe. And finally, the next slide. This is example of the monitoring of the sea level rise. Next slide, sorry. This is also several instruments that we put in the coastline, not only to monitor the sea level rise, but also several other phenomena that may become superimposed phenomena that result in catastrophic events. Next slide. This is a mathematical modeling with providing algorithm how to predict the impact, combination impact, not only the sea level rise, but also the tide, the wave, yeah? And the fishermen and community, they can know in 3 days what will be happen with the coastline. Will be the high wave or high tide or the catastrophic event. So it is like early warning for all community. Even we can know where is the fish pond available. So the fishermen can catch the fish directly instead of just searching the fish. So basically, despite of the sea level rise, we can also push or help the society to improve their welfare. Maybe a conclusion I would like to, this is the conclusion. It is very important of the sustained and standardized observation and measurement system. So we do need to have observation. We cannot neglect that in order to provide a proper policy, proper decision for the decision maker. Then the importance of tailored information and synergy in science-based approach, and the importance of community preparedness for early action, and the importance of South-South cooperation for building common resilience. There are few examples how we can develop South-South cooperation, especially in the capacity development. We have several training, in-house training here since 2016 for Pacific Island. We train for the meteorological forecasting. We train for tsunami ready. We train for other programs related to the coastal safety and other related disaster. So thank you very much. We are really eager to have this cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Professor Dwi Korita. Please give a big applause to her. And the data and projection you shared, 10 millimeter per year sea level rise in Indonesia, 2 times higher than the global data, were both eye-opening and crucial for our planning effort. Again, thank you, Ibu Professor Dwi Korita. We will continue the discussion during the Q&A sessions, but before that, let me invite His Excellencies Tri Tariat of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Bapak Tri, has the issue of sea level rise that already explained by Ibu Professor Dwi Korita been included in cooperation agendas internationally?
Well, thank you very much, Professor Irwan, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking after Professor Dwi Korita is something that is very challenging for me because she has been explaining all the things, including some parts that I'm going to respond to your question. Thank you, Professor Dwi Korita. I think she already touched on a very important issue on the South-South cooperation and how Indonesia, in this particular case, her agency has been working through this scheme of the South-South cooperation. Now, speaking of our role, I remember very clearly that in this very room in Bali, we adopted Bali Roadmap on Climate Change. So this is a very historic building, very historic room, and that meeting laid the way to the adoption of Paris Agreement that is excellently crafted in Bali. So to name other activities, perhaps I will start with the recently concluded World Water Forum that Indonesia has also initiated, and we managed to deal with the very difficult issues on water-related climate actions. So in addition to that, we also established with some other countries that have the same concern, we established the Coral Triangle Initiatives. We established Archipelagic and Island States Forum that we had its summit just a few months ago. And of course, we also have been working with other institutions like UNESCAP on the accelerating ocean-based climate action, through which we are going to forward the outcome to the UN Ocean Conference in 2025. Along with other small island developing states, so we share most of our concern. We also are co-hosting the high-level meeting. It's quite long, but high-level meeting on addressing the existential threats posed by the sea level rise in the margin of the UN General Assembly this year. So there are, among other things, that we have been working at the regional and international fora, but bilaterally, I'm sure all the relevant and the concerned ministries and agencies in Indonesia have been working very closely with their counterparts. So this very event in parallel is undertaken in parallel with Indonesia-Africa Forum. We have seen many concrete activities also coming out of the 2 days event on concrete activities, particularly on the cooperation with African countries in the context of environment, including climate change. I was also reported that there have been some discussion on providing some technical capacities, some capacity buildings in different fields with our African colleagues. So there are, among other activities that Indonesia has been taking, and we do not stop here. We are willing to work more, of course, in different fora, in close cooperation with other small and developing island countries. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much for your explanations. Patri, how could South-South cooperation help build and strengthen response to sea level rise?
Well, I was so impressed with one of the slides of Professor Dwi Korawati. So her agency has been doing a lot, but of course it won't be enough to address these very serious challenges. I'm very sure that we have to work with third party through triangular cooperation. I firmly believe that addressing climate change cannot be dealt with by only one country or two countries. It should be dealt by all relevant multi-stakeholders. So I'm willing to listen more to other panelists' views on this. That is my Indonesian government firm belief that we have to work together. We understand also how difficult it is to reach agreements in different, maybe 100 meetings in the context of UNFCCC, but we should not give up. I think all countries are trying its best to save the world, to save the earth, and the most vulnerable ones, of course, the small island states. And Indonesia also share their concerns. And South-South cooperation should also be one of the tools, but again, it should not replace the North-South cooperation. So the obligations on the convention to be taken by state parties, both sides, from developed countries and developing countries, should really be fulfilled in one way or another. And of course, the worst countries to feel the impact of climate change are the small island states. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. Please give a big applause to Bapak Tritariat. Your excellent explanation underscored the importance of proactive international cooperations. Again, thank you so much for the information. Next, I would like to move to representatives of the Pacific Island countries. His Excellencies Rexon Ramofavia, the Minister of National Planning and Development Coordinations of the Solomon Islands. Please, if you prefer to use the stage. His Excellencies, has sea level rise been considered in policy and development planning in the Pacific Island countries?
Thank you, moderators. Before respond to the question directly, Excellency, distinguished speakers, and distinguished delegates, let me, on the outset, take this opportunity first to acknowledge with appreciation the Honorable Minister of National Development Planning and Head of the National Development Agency of Republic of Indonesia for inviting me to part of this high-level forum and also representing the Pacific countries in this forum. I'm really happy to be part of this forum, and also thank you so much for the hospitality accorded to me and the Minister of Education, and of course our ambassador here. Solomon Islands shares Indonesia geographical similarity as being an archipelagic country and members of the Six Nations of Coral Triangle. That's one of the significant global marine biodiversity hotspots that also support economic and livelihood of millions throughout this region. As it's with rest of the Pacific Island countries, Solomon Island is at the front line of climate change and sea level rise. We are currently experiencing the sea level rise of 8 millimeters per annum since 1993, and this is above 2 to 3 millimeters, as also highlighted by the professor. The global average sea level rise of 2 to 3 times as Solomon Islands sea level rise experience as 8 millimeters. The projections into the future indicate that sea level will continue to rise. Tropical cyclone may reduce in frequencies, but the intensity will increase, and this will have dire consequences for us, or Pacific Island country. We already lost inhabitants of islands and underground fresh waters, and agriculture in low-lying islands suffer from saltwater intrusion. Even large islands are not spared. Most of them have lost large tracts of coastal land, including homes, roads, and graveyards to the sea, and so the cause of sea level rise affecting us right now. At the Ministry of Planning and Development Coordination, one of our key mandates is to coordinate and manage partnership with development partners and other key stakeholders to implement development programs in alignment with our 20-year national development strategy. Within the priorities of this national development plan, the NDS serves of mapping out the strategic direction for sustainable development and remain the overarching development blueprint to implement not only the national goals, but also the sustainable development goals and other international and regional commitments. One of the 5 objectives of the National Development Strategy center on addressing environmental issues, including disaster risk management, climate change, and sea level rise. These objectives, in addition to its medium-term strategy, have served as the basis for our partnership over resilience and development. In addition to that, National Development Strategy is also have the National Climate Change Policy, which expound on the NDS and clarify specific action, especially in adaptation and mitigation. To address climate change and sea level rise in the country and, of course, across the region, from this policy, specific programs and projects are designed and submitted to funding through our budget and also through our development partners. One of the challenges that we face, especially in terms of working closely in accessing financing, because of we find it difficult, especially in accessing climate financing. And it's something that I want to continue to emphasize, how we make financing easier for small island developing states such as Solomon Island. For a country that is highly vulnerable to sea level rise and climate change, and also least responsible for the root cause of sea level rise, our struggling economic partnerships are dispensable to us. Our endeavor to address the impact of sea level rise and climate change to meet our sustainable development goals and accelerate efforts towards development have been supported through partnership. And the professor has highlighted how we can work together, especially partners coming together to address the impact of sea level rise and impact of climate change. There are existing mechanisms of cooperation to address climate change and sea level rise. For example, through our regional organizations such as Secretary of the Pacific Regional Environment Program and the University of the South Pacific, inter-regional cooperation mechanisms such as Coral Triangle Initiative are worthwhile cooperation mechanisms that can be linked to proposed Center of Excellence for fostering data and innovation for mechanism in the Indo-Pacific region. My point here is to explore existing mechanism and only create new ones where it is necessary to do so, because we should be focusing on attention on adopting and to mitigate the impact of climate change and sea level rise, as opposed to being tied down to developing mechanism of cooperation. However, we also learn that successful partnership must be deliberately built and nurtured over time. Partnership must be accrued equitable benefits to all partners to sustain their commitment. Furthermore, working in partnership does not mean there will be no disagreement, but also, in fact, food chain must be accepted and managed to heighten the chances of variety of specific and forceful carve out appropriate and optimal solution to address sustainable development challenges. In terms of development cooperation, we work with nearly 20 development partners, and number alone, coupled with our limited capacity and resources, makes coordination of this partnership challenging from the outset. While we stress alignment of our national development strategy to our aid management and development cooperation policy, partners tend to also have their own agenda and boxes to tick as well. We have sought to address this through our regular dialogue and consultation. Relatedly, development partners often place onerous conditions on us tied to their overseas development assistance. And it's something I also want to highlight, that action, we need to address action now, especially in relation to the impact of climate change and sea level rise. This has escalated recently with geographical and also geopolitical conditions. In my view, geopolitical competition and posturing have become setback to partnership, and more importantly, diverted attention from our needs and sustainable development efforts. Let me close by reiterating that partnerships are indispensable for sustainable development efforts in Solomon Island and across the region. Based on our building existing mechanisms and creating new ones where it's necessary to do much, not to divert attention from addressing concrete terms, climate change and sea level rise impact. We must act now, because the frequency and the tendency of emergency of climate change and sea level rise, we are behind. And so my calling, especially from this forum, for us to act now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Minister Ramofavia. You emphasize on the importance of proactive plannings and international cooperations, including access to climate change financing system. Yes, please.
Just to let you know that the prediction for the high wave in the coastal area for the Solomon Island, we call that as the wave watch prediction, was developed in 2017 in collaboration with our agency and sponsored by UNESCAP. So I do hope it can be continued with other relevant activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for additional information. So it is an evidence of a very good cooperations between Indonesia and Solomon Islands.
Thank you.
And then, are there any existing international cooperation initiatives to mitigate rising sea level in Pacific, particularly in the global south? If any, what actions or efforts have been made?
Yes, thank you. With the work done, especially through the Secretary of Pacific, especially looking at mitigating factor and adopting, especially across the region, and especially in Solomon Islands, and so support through green climate, and also it is that we work in terms of helping ministry responsible, especially Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, through early warning system, and also respond to impact of cyclone, and of course some disaster like flooding or sea level rise of erosion across the low-lying area.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for additional information. Next, I would like to move to Ms. Madeleine Moos, Minister Consular for Governance and Human Development, Australian Embassy in Jakarta. How can different development partners work together on the issue of sea level rise?
Thank you so much. And I'd like to say it's a real pleasure to speak on this panel today. I'd like to acknowledge in particular the Minister for National Planning, Minister Ramofafia from Solomon Islands. Also, we have the Minister for Education from Solomon Islands and the Ambassador in the audience today. Of course, Director General Tree for Multilateral Cooperation in Kemlu as well. It's a real pleasure. Ibu Karnawati, Kepala BMKG, thank you so much for your really informative presentation. And Nishal and Ahmed as well, thank you so much. I'd also like to thank the Government of Indonesia for this fantastic forum and effort over the last several days in bringing together so many different actors, so many different stakeholders. And of course, Indonesia convened another really diverse and useful group of development partners here in Bali several months ago. So I really want to acknowledge Indonesia's role convening diverse groups of stakeholders so that we can all talk together about how we can share lessons and address global challenges. I think we have the advantage of being, I think, one of the last sessions. So I think when we talk about different types of development partnerships, I might also speak about some of the themes that have echoed across many sessions. And that is that although different development partners will have different ways of operating, they will have sometimes different systems and different methods. But I think what we've all heard today are common lessons about how we can get the best results and be the most effective development partners. And I've heard a lot of agreement around key principles such as mutual respect and responding to the needs of countries, of listening, of ensuring that interventions are appropriate to local conditions, so a localized agenda, being transparent. And of course, I think it was the Director General of Thailand's Cooperation Agency said in the plenary the importance of interventions being based on evidence and supporting, of course, our common goals, which are the Sustainable Development Goals. Last year, Australia actually released a new international development policy that aims to put all of those factors, including a particular emphasis on locally led development, at the heart of what we do. And I think the Global Partnership for Effective Development Cooperation, which of course Minister Monoafa from Indonesia co-chairs, really aims to, again, to bring together a range of these development actors around these core principles of development effectiveness. So I think even though this session is on sea level rise, I think a lot of the themes about how we can bring together different stakeholders to address common global challenges are the same across a number of different sectors. I think when I also think about effective multi-stakeholder responses, I actually think of another global challenge that we have all had to address over time, and that is the threat of infectious diseases. And actually, the global community has been very successful in bringing together almost the original multi-stakeholder partnership in support of that. For example, the work of the Global Fund to fight HIV, AIDS, TB and malaria, and the work of Gavi, which pull together funding from philanthropics, from governments, and it has a governance mechanism which accords a voice to all those different types of development partners. And so I think there are some very effective lessons to be learned from other global challenges which do not respect borders, which affect all of us, and we can bring that to bear as we look at the challenge of sea level rise and climate. I also think that there's a really impressive and interesting development coming out of the Pacific in terms of looking at finance to fight sea level rise and climate change. And that's the newly established Pacific Resilience Facility, which again aims to pull together financing from a wide range of partners within the Pacific and outside of the Pacific as well, for a fund that provides finance for disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation that is owned by the Pacific and is specific for the needs of that region. So I think we have some existing multi-stakeholder partnerships that have been in operation to address global challenges for a while. And I think we have some new ones that are coming on board specifically to look at climate finance efforts globally. So I think there are some really interesting examples and lessons to be learned from those.
Okay, thank you. Are there any existing international cooperation initiative to mitigate rising sea level in the Pacific? You mentioned about Pacific Resilience Initiative, particularly from the Global South. If any, what action and or effort have the initiative made?
Thank you so much. Look, I think we're going to have some experts in water and sea level rise. Ahmed and Nichelle speak next. But I just wanted to, I guess in particular, highlight the cooperation between Indonesia and Australia in the Pacific region. Director General Tree has outlined that actually we need many different types of partnerships. We need multilateral partnerships, bilateral, we need multi-stakeholders and triangular cooperation, and I couldn't agree more. Ahmed will speak more about UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific, which is an initiative that is funded and supported by Government of Indonesia, by Australia and the United Nations. And UN Global Pulse is the United Nations Secretary General's Innovation Lab. There are a number of centres across the world, and Indonesia hosts UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific. Ahmed is the head of the agency. And I think that this is a really good example of where lessons from a range of countries, including here in Indonesia, can be applied to different countries and become almost like a regional public good, I think. So I think that's a really exciting initiative. And just to build on the comments from Kepala BMKG as well, Australia and Indonesia see that we have a lot of experiences to share in disaster risk reduction. So just next week, actually, we have everyone knows, we have a great Indonesia-Australia study tour planned for senior officials from Fiji to come and see some of the fantastic experiences of Indonesia and to really showcase some of that work as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your information. Next, I would like to move to Mr. Ahmad Khamis El Said, Head of UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific. What has UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific done in the context of responding the sea level rise?
Thank you very much, Professor. And allow me first to thank the distinguished guests and speakers, ministers, honorable ministers, excellencies. It's an honor and pleasure to be here with you. It's a very, very interesting moment, I think, to highlight a bit more about what we have done, especially in collaboration with Government of Indonesia and Government of Australia, supporting the efforts of Global Pulse and scaling our existence in Indonesia to become the regional hub for the Asia Pacific. May I have the slides, please? I have a few slides just introducing what we've done. I hope that we can get them online so we can...
I think we will have time to...
Yes, okay, good. So thank you, Maddie, for the introduction. For Global Pulse, really continues to be a success story of collaboration between the UN, Government of Indonesia, and Government of Australia. The lessons learned really across, I would say, more than 10 years of collaboration on big data and AI has led to the successful launch of the Asia Pacific Hub of UN Global Pulse. UN Global Pulse is the UN Secretary General's Innovation Lab. Next, please. We work across sectors and we try and work with new capabilities to bring innovative solutions to accelerate sustainable development. So we work with data, AI, strategic foresight, behavioral science, and taking innovations to scale. And we try and work at that intersection between the human sciences and innovation, attempting to accelerate sustainable development. We've heard earlier today about 15% only of sustainable development indicators being on track, another 15% actually regressing. There are key challenges and the world is unfortunately off track. I think in this region, Asia Pacific, we're talking about the latest SCAP estimates. We're talking about only achieving the SDGs potentially by 2062. So missing the 2030 target, and there are quite many challenges across the region. Next, please. We have been working closely with Government of Indonesia, Government of Australia to identify key priorities where we can develop prototype and pilot solutions in Indonesia and take the lessons learned from Indonesia to the region. We believe that through this approach and through Indonesia's leadership in the region, we can really add value by bringing these lessons learned and learnings from existing impactful solutions. So we worked on addressing the impacts of sea level rise, looking at the data and seeing how it can inform policies. So learning from data sources, rich data sources, and thank you, Professor, for mentioning that earlier. There are very rich data sets in Indonesia that we can really build on. Additional data sets were also available from Bappenas and other sources, and also from universities, so from academic sources, bringing all of this data together and trying to inform policy in Indonesia. Next, please. I'm not going to go through the details of why this is an important issue. I think this was covered thoroughly before. We do understand that this will continue to be a challenging issue, especially for economic development, hindering growth in the Pacific, also affecting Indonesia. The statistics are available, and I think there is a big body of evidence actually showcasing why the issue of sea level rise that has drastic implications, especially on Indonesia as the largest archipelagic state, but also Pacific Islands is to be seen. Next, please. So what have we done so far? And we have a short segment where we're going to be showcasing the actual solution after our panel. So we've worked alongside the government, working across ministries to identify the data gaps and to try and look at what is available, how can we bring different data sets together, do an analysis on sea level rise to inform policy. We have developed and co-created with colleagues in Bapenas a data-driven decision support tool that utilizes the different layers of data to create and generate insights to help with prioritization and help as well with informing national policies and plans. And we have co-created a scenario planning exercise that will be also showcased after this panel. And this shows different districts of Indonesia adding different layers related to food security, population density, among others, to understand better the potential impact that sea level rise could have with the different scenarios and meters. So what has been the result of this over the past year almost? We have helped identify areas that are more vulnerable to risks, especially also to tidal flooding. And this platform has served as a good communication platform to advocate and create awareness as well among a wide range of stakeholders. This was supported by the Government of Australia and the Government of Indonesia. Next, please. What we hope to do next, working alongside colleagues in Indonesia to inform the national policy, national sea level rise policy, currently spearheaded by colleagues also in the government. And we also hope that we integrate more layers of data, leading to the scaling of the existing solution. This should enable the government also to explore more and generate more insights to inform national plans. We're also exploring adding other data sets and alternate data sets combined with existing projections. This will also only be sustainable and scalable if we continue to co-create with our colleagues in the government, build capacity to sustain it, and do more integration with existing platforms. Next, please. We do have plans to also offer support in the Pacific, and we are in conversations with countries in the Pacific, and I'm really glad to hear about the progress made in Solomon Islands and hope to continue the conversation with His Excellency the Minister after this panel. So we have already ongoing conversations and wish to expand on this and seeing how we can potentially scale out this solution in the Pacific. There has been interest shown also from Government of Australia and Government of Indonesia to potentially support this moving forward, and we look forward to working alongside other technical agencies and existing mechanisms to scale this also to the Pacific as needed. Next, please. Thank you very much, and I look forward to any questions and also to the opportunity for my colleague to present more the interesting part, which is the actual solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Please give a big applause to Mr. Ahmed. Okay, lastly, we will invite Mr. Nishal Sarju, the Indonesia country representative of Delta Res. What is Delta Res and what role does it play in mitigating sea level rise?
Thank you so much for the question. Thank you so much, distinguished panelists, guests, ministers, excellencies. It's really good to be here, and like the previous speaker said, I think I was in the same hall during the World Water Forum where we together said that we're going to tackle climate change and sea level rise. So it's good to see the same people again, the same commitment again, and now we have to move forward. It's a very, very, very big question. What is Delta Res? The screen says Delta Res as an independent institute for applied research in the field of water and subsurface. We are a Dutch not-for-profit institute. Shareholders, the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management and the Ministry of Economic Affairs. And for the Dutch, the Dutch government, we work a lot. In principle, we are the knowledge partner for water, soil, subsurface for the Dutch government. On the screen, it's your right side. You see a very, very old picture. That's the Afsluitdijk. You know, the Netherlands is a very low-lying country. If you land in Schiphol, you are actually 3 to 4 meters below sea level, the airport. So we have massive assets that we have to protect from sea level rise, from climate change, from water. That's why very, very long ago, the Dutch government decided that we are really going to invest in protecting our assets. That does not mean that we only invest in physical assets. We also invest in knowledge. We need knowledge to be able to understand that dikes and barriers and whatever we build, things are going to change. And we see these changes with the graphs that Ibu showed also. We need to be adaptive. On the left side, you see the Maaslandkering. That's a massive barrier that protects the hinterland of Rotterdam, one of the biggest ports in Europe. That structure only closes once a year to test it. I've never seen it close. Last year, it closed once because we had high tides on sea. It's very scary when we see these structures closing and when we see what the impact can be. I used to live in Rotterdam. If we see the barrier closing, if we know that the barrier is closing, then we think, what is going to happen with our economic livelihood? So what I want to tell you is that we build barriers, we do things, we understand what the causes is of sea level rise, but it's also important to remember that the impact is not only the actual sea rising, but we are talking about human impacts. Impacts on flora, impacts on fauna. Yeah. Deltares also has facilities. On the right, on the bottom, you see a big flume. This is where we are unique in the world, in our facilities in Delft. We test things here. We experiment with solutions. Those are mangroves in the fields or in the flume. So we can flood the flume. We can test the effects of mangroves. A couple of weeks ago, they put corals in there to see what the effect is of. I think it was also harder waves or stronger waves on different corals. So what we do is test, make our research applicable, bring it towards policymakers all across the world. In the Netherlands, we have a very specific position. In Indonesia, for example, we have been working with the Ministry of Public Works and Housing for a very long time. We have an ongoing MOU on water, the Dutch government between these two ministries. And for example, we also have an MOU with the Republic of Marshall Islands. So also towards the Pacific areas. Can I go to the next slide, please? What does Deltares do on climate change and sea level rise? Like I said, we understand the causes of sea level rise. It's time that we better understand the impact of sea level rise and climate change, or whatever combined. So what we try to do is understand the consequences of sea level rise and identify possible solutions for the long term. When I say solutions, it's very important to understand that there is no solution that fits all situations. It's always a tailor-made solution. Many of the words that I'm going to say, you've already heard here. Tailor-made, inclusive, integrated. All buzzwords, but all words that are we need to seriously consider how we approach these words and how we bring it to practice. So we define solutions, but we know that solutions are not always the solutions that are going to help. So what do we learn? We know what the basis of these solutions should be. We know that they should be integrated, multidisciplinary, so we need to bring everybody together. Urban planners, economists, anthropologists, you name it, flood risk analysts. Not towards the end of our cycle, but in the beginning. We work a lot on urban resilience, for example, in the Pacific. where we try to do it together with architecture firms. We get these beautiful renderings. For example, in Honiara also, we're going to work in Honiara in a couple of weeks. And what you see there is that this discipline together brings the added value. We experiment, I've talked about that. Our solutions are adaptive because we know that we have to change things, so lock-ins are not permitted anymore. We need to be informing. So, for example, Deltares also writes as a lead author in the IPCC, 6th IPCC assessment report. But those are very scientific reports. So what we need to do is also transform that to better and more understandable for our locals, for me. If you're not technical, you also need to understand the IPCC report. And lastly but not least, inclusive. Inclusive means that we consider culture, that we consider heritage, that we consider people that are paying for the effects of sea level rise and who are not necessarily the people that cause sea level rise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nishal, can you elaborate more? How can the experience and knowledge of Deltares in water science be utilized to mitigate sea level rise in the global south, especially in the Pacific Island countries?
Thank you so much for the question. I have one slide left. Okay, so there is a lot that we can do together, but I chose three principles. Technology meets tradition, hybrid approaches. That's a very, very important one because I've worked a couple of weeks ago in Samoa, and what you see there, and across all the Pacific Islands, for example, is that when we come in with highly technological solutions, they are very useful, but if you look at the chain, for example, for early warning systems, if you look at the chain, at the end of the day, at the end of the chain, it is, for some communities, it is about ringing a church bell. A different bell has a different meaning. It's a tsunami, or it's a flood, or it's an extreme event. So tradition is very, very important to be incorporated. And that is not something that we do well as a scientific community, because we sit behind our desk and we do research. So we have to go more in the field, and we have to understand that culture and tradition and heritage is very important to complement our highly technological, remote sensing, data-driven approaches. That is very important, and we've seen our colleagues addressing that very emphasis also. The second one, and the picture that you see is in Samoa. And I find it a very interesting picture because there is no drainage in Samoa, in Apia. But what people do, they use the lay of the land and to drain. So they have no, in principle, they have no flooding issues because they use the lay of the land and they build their houses a little bit higher. So traditionally, things have been going on for years and years and years and years. So that is just something that I wanted to bring in here, that things have been going on. Water and soil as guiding principles for planning. In 2022, the Dutch government set out a policy from the highest level that everything that we do in the Netherlands on urban planning or coastal planning or whatever has to be guided by water and soil engineering. Because what we do underground has an impact on what we do above ground. And we see that in Jakarta, for example, with land subsidence. With growing urbanization in the Pacific, I think that's something that we can learn also. And last but not least, capacity building and mutual learning. We've seen that also across all the panelists, very important. The thing here that I want to emphasize is that we learn from each other. It's not capacity building only towards the Pacific. We learn from each other because, for example, for the Netherlands, dealing with cultural aspects is something that the Pacific Islands does much better than us. So it's very important that we say mutual learning. What you see on the slides is you began the panel with a new DEM, a digital elevation model. So that is a digital elevation model that was just published 2-3 weeks ago by scientists at Delta Ares using remote sensing data, so satellite driven a little bit. Thank you so much. I hope it helps.
Thank you so much. Learn from each other. Please give applause to Ms. Nishal. Well, with that, all the panelists have spoken, and we will move to the Q&A session. To begin the Q&A sessions, I would like to give the opportunity for the 3 questions. Please raise your hand. Okay, maybe let me begin with the first questions. Data integrations and accuracy. It is some things that always needed by scientists. But I believe that in order to have a good decision-making process, we need to have a very good data integration and accuracy. So do you have any comments about that, Ibu Diko Rita, Ms. Nichelle, and Ahmed about that? So do you think that now we have enough in terms of quality of the data for the sea level rise in Indonesia?
Well, indeed, for the sea level rise, which we consider as the slow onset, so we have the data from Geospatial Agency. Yes, indeed, it has delayed time, but say like 5 minutes up to 10 minutes delay. But for measuring the sea level rise, 10 minutes is nothing. So that's quite or perhaps it's very good observation. However, when we need that for other purposes, like we need to have the early warning system, non-seismic early warning system, 5 minutes is not proper. So it depends on what the purpose of, we have that data. So if sea level rise, that's okay. And indeed, for integration of the data, I think it is very important, because when we talk about the sea level rise, we also need to know how is impact of other phenomena to the sea level rise itself. So what we're worrying is the catastrophic impact due to multi-control phenomena to the sea level rise. So that's why we have some data like from the weather observation, and indeed it is the validation or accuracy, it's 90% slightly beyond. So it is quite okay. And the satellite and also the radar, and also we put all of the data into the simulation modeling utilizing AI. So that will be much powerful to model the phenomena, to understand the phenomena more clear about the sea level rise and the other related phenomena and the impact, and then to predict what is in the near future or in 100 years ahead. And finally, we do expect the decision, or first the conclusion will be appropriate and the decision will be appropriate as well. So I do believe it is very important. Data integration, data exchange. It is not necessary one agency have all the data owned by one agency. It can be collaborative observation, joint observation, and the important thing, don't neglect the data. Don't neglect that. Most of the decision, we do worry not considering the data, so that can be misleading information. One example for the data integration is PUPR, BMKG, and ASDM. That's Minister of ASDM is mining and resources, yeah, mining resources. We have the data for the hydrometeorology, then hydrogeology, and hydrology. That's just the example. So for the sea level rise, we can also have that kind of data. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. So while I firmly believe that data is very important and the more you have, the more you can say, I also believe that together we have the experience and the knowledge to make decisions sometimes without having a lot of data. I mean, I do so many projects where we end up in long monthly discussions about we need more data, we need more data, we need more data. Of course, you can make your model so good as you want, but at a certain point, you have to say, okay, this is enough to make decisions or to inform policies. But like Ibu said, some phenomena are long-term, so you have the time. Sometimes you don't have the time to make your model as perfect as possible. At the end of the day, it's just a model. It's just a tool. And for integration, in many, many countries, also in the Netherlands, also in Europe, in the US, you see that integration is very important, but why do we not share data with each other? Do we need MOUs to share with each other? Because data is power, data is information. So we want to share, but we do not share. That's such a difficult thing to do. And that is where the challenge lies.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
A lot has been said in this. I will just add a couple of points. One, very briefly, is that it's about what kind of insights we want to generate. We need to look at what do we want to achieve at the end. Data generation, I mean, we have lots of data pipelines generated formally and informally. We have non-traditional data sets and non-conventional data sets that can be combined with the conventional official statistics and data sets to create and generate these insights. We need to continue to understand better the needs of the given like innovation or solution that we want to develop, and that will guide us with identifying the right types of data sets to bring together to generate the insights that will inform the policy that we want to like address or want to set. So that's one. The second thing that I want to quickly highlight is that we need to also look sometimes beyond the data, how it was collected, from who, in what conditions, what does it mean. So understanding the qualitative aspects of the quantitative ways of measuring data is also quite critical. And this is why, and it was touched a bit like briefly on, when you develop a solution, you need to understand people's needs. You need to understand who is going to be the user, what kind of decisions they need to make before you try and copy something that has been used somewhere else, or think about something that worked in one context that could be copied to another. So applying human-centric design in any type of solution development is quite important in order to ensure that it will be owned by local stakeholders who will be sustaining it long term. So also that element is quite important to add when thinking about data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. And Ibu Madeleine, how are Australia, together with Indonesia, collaborating with Pacific Island countries to develop joint strategies for mitigating the impact of sea level rise?
Thank you. Look, I think UN Global Pulse is the main triangular cooperation initiative between Australia and Indonesia at this point in time. And we really hope that lessons that are useful in Indonesia can eventually be scaled out and used by other countries, including the Pacific, but also in the Southeast Asia region as well. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. And to Minister Ramo Fafia, given the projected rise in sea level, how is the national planning of its adapting infrastructure development plans to enhance resilience against coastal flooding and erosions.
Thank you, thank you. In terms of, because the experience that we have now, that infrastructure that was built because of we are not taking into account the impact of climate change and sea level rise. So we lost especially millions of dollars that we built on infrastructure, and then because of flooding or heat waves, and that sort of damaging the infrastructure. And so taking into account especially infrastructure that can withstand climate impact, and that's come back to it's important in terms of data and also information that can help decision makers, so that in terms of making this in that source of addressing climate infrastructure that can withstand impact of sea level rise or disaster such as cyclone or flooding. And so that's something that developing policies that can stand against the impact of climate change is something that is important, and the design and costing of infrastructure especially can stand against the impact of climate change is something important.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to all the panelists for the explanations and also answering the Q&A sessions. And next, to act upon our discussion in the issue of sea level rise, the UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific have introduced an analytical tools that will give us insight on how are the danger of sea level rise in different geographical regions. To launch this tool, I would like to invite the team from UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific to the stage. Sorry, okay. So could you please introduce the UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific?
So thank you very much. My name is Faisal Tamrin. I'm a data innovation lead from the UN Global Pulse Asia Pacific. Can I see the video, please? So, dear distinguished panelists and esteemed guests and all participants, so allow me to present the tools that we built together with collaboration with the Bappenas. But before I start, I would like to highlight our partners, which is the government of Indonesia, together with the government of Australia, and thank them for their generous support. So, as you see from the tools itself, we have three types of component. One is basically what we call scenario planning, which is interactive simulation. So people will be able to play around with the tools to be able to see what happens when the 1 meter sea level rise happens, or even until 5 meters. We also have what we call additional layer component, which consists of 2 layers. For now, we're planning to add more different layers later on, which is one is land subsidence, and the other one is what we call affected population, which is only focused currently only for 1 meter sea level rise. The third one is the cluster analysis, which is like Ahmed already mentioned, is some sort like a prioritization tools, because as you know, Indonesians have around 514 or 19 districts or municipalities, which is quite a lot. And to be able to make sure that we'll be able to, when we do intervention or we're doing policy, we'll make sure that we'll be able to looking into how we'll be able to identify areas that have similarities in terms of geographic kind of aspects. So that's one of the tools that we have. The other one is called region.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu, salam sejahtera, namo buddhaya.
Salam kebajikan untuk kita semua, para Bapak dan Ibu wartawan yang sangat-sangat berbahagia. Izinkan kami untuk memperkenalkan moderator kita yang akan memandu acara kita adalah dari Kabiro Humas Kearsipan dan Tata Usaha Pimpinan Kementerian PPN Bappenas Republik Indonesia. Hadirin, kita berikan sambutan yang meriah untuk Bapak Ardian Budi Nugroho. Kami persilakan, Mbak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan salam sehat untuk kita semua. Ibu Bapak, rekan-rekan media, pemerintah Indonesia dalam hal ini Kementerian PPN Bappenas telah menjadi tuan rumah dari pertemuan High Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnership atau HLF MSP biar mudahnya, yang pada prinsipnya adalah ingin memperkuat proses dari pembiayaan pembangunan antara lain melalui inovatif financing, sustainable economy, dan peningkatan kerjasama South-South Cooperation. Pertemuan telah berlangsung di Bali International Convention Center BICC mulai tanggal 1 hingga 3 September 2024. Dihadiri berbagai pemangku kepentingan dari luar dan dalam negeri, mewakili pemerintah, swasta, organisasi non-pemerintah, peneliti, filantropis, dan pihak donor lainnya. Untuk itu pada kesempatan sore ini terdapat 3 narasumber dari Kementerian PPN Bappenas yang akan menyampaikan hasil pertemuan, rekap, dan tentunya pertemuan atau penutupan dari pertemuan HLF MSP ini. Telah hadir dalam konferensi pers ini yaitu paling ujung sana adalah Ibu Vivi Yulaswati. Beliau adalah Deputi Bidang Kemaritiman dan Sumber Daya Alam dari Kementerian PPN Bappenas. Lalu di tengah ada Ibu Amalia Adininggar Widyasanti, Deputi Bidang Ekonomi, biasa dipanggil Ibu Winnie, dari Kementerian PPN Bappenas juga. Lalu terakhir adalah Bapak Bogat Widiatmoko, Deputi Bidang Politik, Hukum, Pertahanan, dan Keamanan. Ibu Bapak, rekan-rekan media, konferensi pers ini akan dibagi dalam 2 sesi. Pertama tentunya adalah paparan dari para narasumber sekitar 5 sampai 10 menit. Lalu nanti setelah paparan dari ketiga deputi, kami akan memberikan kesempatan kepada rekan-rekan media untuk menyampaikan pertanyaan. Nanti mohon dapat angkat jari atau angkat tangan, lalu sebutkan nama dan asal media. Untuk itu pertama kami akan mengundang Bapak Bogat Widiatmoko, Deputi Bidang Politik Hukum dan Pertahanan dan Keamanan untuk menyampaikan update kepada rekan-rekan media. Kami persilakan Bapak.
Terima kasih Pak Ardian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Rekan-rekan media yang saya hormati, kami atas nama Kementerian Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional Bappenas, Badan Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional, menyampaikan terima kasih atas support dan liputan rekan-rekan media selama 2 hari ini di Bali, khususnya pada forum MSP, HLF MSP. Forum ini mengangkat 3 tema, membahas 3 tema. Yang pertama adalah SSTC atau Social Triangular Cooperation, kemudian yang kedua adalah Sustainable Economy, dan yang ketiga adalah Innovative Financing. Forum ini dimulai dengan joint leader session yang dipimpin oleh Bapak Presiden Jokowi dan dihadiri oleh 7 kepala negara. Antara lain adalah dan dari Afrika, 7 kepala negara, 6 dari Afrika, 1 dari Timor Leste. Selanjutnya, acara ini dilanjutkan dengan acara di BICC untuk HLF MSP. Dalam forum ini dimulai dengan high level plenary yang dibuka oleh Bapak Menteri Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional, Bapak Suharto Monoarfa, Ketua Bappenas, Kepala Bappenas, dan kemudian dilanjutkan dengan keynote speech oleh Bapak Sanana Gusmo. Rekan-rekan sekalian, dalam forum ini dibahas 12 parallel session, 12 yang terdiri dari 3 tema tadi, kemudian ada 16 side event dan 24 eksebisi maupun 16 bilateral meeting. Alhamdulillah, forum ini karena merupakan pertama kali bersifat open untuk publik, untuk internasional publik. Partisipan yang hadir dalam forum ini tercatat yang terregistrasi dalam catatan kami ada sekitar 1.502 partisipan dan menghadirkan 86 prominent speaker. Adapun sebaran dari forum ini, sebaran partisipan dari forum ini adalah merepresentasikan 44 delegasi, 44 negara yang terdiri dari 64% dari perwakilan pemerintah, 36% dari perwakilan non-organisasi pemerintah, dan secara gender 30% merupakan pembicara maupun partisipan perempuan. Jadi menurut hemat saya forum ini sangat-sangat mewakili populasi dunia yang ada. Bapak Ibu sekalian, dalam forum ini hasilnya adalah, intinya adalah jika selama ini kerjasama South Triangle Cooperation lebih bersandar kepada bantuan, ke depan SSTC atau South Triangle Cooperation adalah berplatform trade and investment. Ini pemahaman kami semua berdasarkan hasil diskusi selama di forum. Dengan demikian, ke depan menurut hemat kami, panitia, forum ini telah memberikan warna baru pada kerjasama South and Triangular Cooperation. Sebagai follow up dari platform baru ini, kami telah melakukan berbagai macam diskusi dan bilateral meeting yang intinya adalah bagaimana kita harus mempercepat, harus mengkatalis upaya perubahan platform yang tadinya bersandar kepada aid atau bantuan, kemudian bersandar kepada lebih bertumbuh kepada trade and investment di dalam kerjasama South dan triangular. Beberapa hambatan dalam kerjasama ini, terutama yang menyangkut trade and investment, telah kami diskusikan, telah kami rumuskan platformnya, yang intinya adalah pertama, bagaimana mengurangi double tax atau double pajak dalam kerjasama dalam perdagangan dan investasi. Yang kedua, rekan-rekan sekalian, selain menghilangkan tax, kami juga akan menata kembali apa yang kita namakan dengan Global Blended Finance Alliance. Jadi dua tantangan tersebut menjadi salah satu PR atau tindak lanjut yang kami rumuskan ke depan. Tentu saja rekan-rekan sekalian, sebagai bagian dari kerjasama ini, kami juga akan lebih mengedepankan kerjasama terutama perekonomian, bangunan, terutama untuk small and medium enterprise. Jadi rekan-rekan sekalian, sekali lagi ke depan SSTC ini akan lebih menerapkan platform baru yaitu Trade and Investment. Sebagai tindak lanjut untuk men-tackling atau untuk mengatasi permasalahan tersebut, kami sudah sepakat dengan HLF Corporation dan ANTED yang diantaranya adalah ke depan kami akan berkolaborasi dengan ANTED, berkolaborasi dengan South Center untuk menyusun rumusan-rumusan penghindaran double tax, kemudian bagaimana pembiayaan inovatif, dan tentu saja kami mengajak salah satu lembaga keuangan yang belum bisa kami sebutkan di sini karena masih sifatnya di penjajakan. Dengan kerjasama tersebut, kita mengharapkan bahwasanya rumusan-rumusan itu applicable dan doable untuk setiap negara. Bapak Ibu sekalian, rekan-rekan media, karena trade investment ini menjadi platform baru dan sangat penting bagi STC, dan karena Pak Menteri pagi ini harus kembali ke Jakarta untuk mitra atas, maka kami merencanakan, Bappenas merencanakan bilateral meeting antara Pak Menteri Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional, Kepala Bappenas dengan Ibu Rebecca, Sekretariat ANTED di Jakarta. Demikian rekan-rekan sekalian, kira-kira secara garis besar hasil dari forum ini, dan mungkin secara tangible atau yang selain tadi disebutkan, ada beberapa manfaat yang sangat-sangat menurut hemat kami yang sangat-sangat berharga. Terutama bagaimana kita sekarang bisa menjalin suatu network yang kuat, kemudian bagaimana kita berkolaborasi bersama, dan tentu saja melalui knowledge sharing dan policy rekomendasi kebijakan yang dihasilkan oleh forum ini akan sangat bermanfaat bagi SSTC ke depan, sehingga kerjasama atau upaya-upaya pencapaian pembangunan di masing-masing negara bisa dicapai sesuai dengan kondisi masing-masing. Demikian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selanjutnya terima kasih Pak Bogat untuk paparannya. Kami persilakan Ibu Winnie.
Terima kasih Pak Ardian selaku moderator pada press conference pada hari ini. Melanjutkan tadi apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Bogat, saya akan masuk kepada beberapa hal yang penting untuk kita ketahui bersama, terutama mengenai tema dari thematic session. Karena pada hari ini kita menyelenggarakan 12 thematic session. Nanti saya akan berbagi dengan Bu Vivi tentunya bagaimana kita melakukan shaping dari high level forum on multi stakeholder partnership ini dengan berbagai tema spesifik yang sifatnya transformatif sesuai dengan tema dari HLF MSP tahun ini, yaitu strengthening multi stakeholder partnership towards a transformative change. Nah, jadi tentunya tema itu kemudian dilengkapi dengan thematic session, dan seperti yang tema yang kita gunakan, tentunya diskusi-diskusi selama 2 hari ini lebih menggarisbawahi mengenai pentingnya terobosan-terobosan baru yang inovatif. Berikutnya adalah seperti tadi Pak Bogat sampaikan, bahwa kerjasama selatan-selatan dan triangular ini sebagai salah satu alat diplomasi kita, sebagai salah satu sarana diplomasi kita yang diplomasi jenis baru. Artinya sesuai dengan di dalam RPJPN kan kita akan menyentuh diplomasi total. Dan diplomasi ekonomi ini akan menjadi awal yang kemudian diikuti oleh diplomasi lainnya, sehingga nanti kita punya diplomasi yang komprehensif, dan salah satunya KSST itu yang akan kita manfaatkan untuk lebih mengedepankan dan menegaskan pentingnya diplomasi ekonomi, terutama tadi lewat trade and investment. Sehingga dengan demikian kerjasama selatan-selatan ini bukan hanya one way direction, one way benefit, tetapi mutual benefit di mana Indonesia juga akan memperoleh keuntungan dari kita melakukan diplomasi ini. Yang kedua adalah dengan adanya High Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnership, kita ingin mendorong bagaimana mempererat hubungan ekonomi antara Indonesia dengan negara-negara Afrika yang salah satunya melalui kerjasama perdagangan dan investasi. Tentunya kita harapkan bahwa Indonesia dengan Afrika, dengan negara selatan-selatan itu nantinya bisa saling melengkapi dalam hal trade, bisa mendukung Indonesia dalam melakukan transformasi untuk mencapai Indonesia Emas 2045, dan kita bisa lebih mendorong aliran investasi di antara negara selatan-selatan ini untuk saling memperkuat ekonomi di negara masing-masing. Oleh sebab itu saya akan meng-highlight beberapa thematic session yang kita lakukan pada hari ini. Yang pertama adalah kita punya thematic session yang berjudul Connecting the South. Ini yang tadi sangat mendukung apa yang disampaikan oleh Pak Bogat, bahwa untuk mempererat KSST maka syarat utamanya adalah kita perlu connecting the South yang melalui enhancing connectivity to support trade in developing countries. Jadi kita perlu memperkuat kerjasama perdagangan supaya kita tidak hanya perdagangan antara North and South, tetapi kita juga harus bisa mempererat perdagangan antara South to South. Jadi South to South trade. Berikutnya adalah kita juga memahami bahwa untuk melakukan terobosan dan melakukan transformasi di negara-negara berkembang, salah satu keterbatasan dan tantangan yang kita hadapi adalah financing. Nah, oleh sebab itu ada pilar financing. Salah satu dari tema financing yang kita bahas adalah blended finance. Di mana blended finance ini adalah suatu upaya kita untuk mengisi gap pendanaan yang tentunya pembangunan ke depan kalau mau lebih komprehensif tidak bisa hanya mengandalkan pembiayaan dari pemerintah. Nah, oleh sebab itu blended finance sebagai salah satu alat untuk memobilisasi pembiayaan alternatif dan inovatif untuk mengisi gap pembiayaan yang dihadapi oleh negara-negara berkembang. Dan Indonesia pada saat G20 tahun 2022 lalu telah mengusung Global Blended Finance Alliance di tingkat global yang rencananya itu nanti akan menjadi international organization and community. Tetapi tidak hanya itu saja. Indonesia tadi di dalam sesi ini Indonesia memberikan contoh baik bahwa di tingkat lokal, di tingkat provinsi Indonesia sudah mengembangkan Bali Development Fund, suatu lembaga terobosan baru, inovasi baru untuk membantu implementasi dari transformasi ekonomi Kerti Bali. Tadi BDF menjadi salah satu contoh konkret bagaimana terobosan pembiayaan itu bisa dilakukan di tingkat regional, tidak hanya di tingkat nasional maupun internasional dengan skema maupun struktur pembiayaan yang baru. Bahkan rencananya BDF ini nanti kan akan membiayai pembangunan LRT di Bali untuk meningkatkan connectivity. Berikutnya adalah sesi mengenai blue economy dengan tema Unlocking the Blue Economy for Sustainable Growth, dengan fokus pada creating value and investment opportunity. Jadi tentunya untuk menjadikan blue economy sebagai salah satu sumber pertumbuhan ekonomi tidak hanya untuk Indonesia tetapi juga untuk negara-negara berkembang lainnya akan membutuhkan membutuhkan investasi tetapi juga di lain pihak membutuhkan terobosan dan inovasi untuk menghasilkan nilai tambah produk-produk hilir dari sumber-sumber laut yang juga dimiliki tidak hanya oleh Indonesia tetapi oleh negara berkembang lainnya. Sebagai salah satu contoh produk yang tadi disampaikan pada diskusi pada hari ini adalah bagaimana ikan bisa kemudian menghasilkan susu ikan. Bagaimana tripang bisa menghasilkan kolagen dan seaweed juga bisa menghasilkan bioplastik. Tentunya creating value, innovation dan juga investasi dibutuhkan untuk kita bisa mendorong bagaimana peranan penting dari ekonomi biru sebagai new engine of economic growth, tetapi sekaligus juga kita tetap mengedepankan sustainability dari laut kita, menjaga laut kita yang tetap bersih dan juga menghasilkan menghasilkan renewable energy dari laut yang kita miliki. Demikian sebagai tambahan dari apa yang telah disampaikan Pak Bogat. Tentunya nanti Bu Vivi akan menambahkan sesi-sesi lain yang tidak kalah menarik, yang juga akan mengedepankan betapa pentingnya transformative change dengan diperkuat oleh thematic session yang dilakukan pada hari ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih Bu Winnie. Selanjutnya kami mengundang Ibu Vivi. Kami persilakan Ibu.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Ardian. Selamat sore, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Menambahkan alasan pentingnya dari High Level Forum Multi Stakeholder Partnership ini tentunya karena kita sama-sama berbagai negara yang hadir punya kepentingan untuk memenuhi komitmen global yang paling dekat adalah SDGs, tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan, di mana semua negara pada tahun 2030 harus memenuhi baik itu tujuan 17 goal maupun 169 target beserta indikator-indikatornya. Pasca COVID beserta beberapa krisis setelahnya termasuk triple planetary crisis ya, jadi ada climate change, ada polusi dan juga degradasi lahan serta hilangnya biodiversity membuat negara-negara atau mengharuskan berbagai negara melakukan transformational change. Dan ini juga didorong oleh Sekjen PBB ya untuk mentransform semua cara pembangunan ke depan agar lebih action oriented. Nah, dari pertemuan 3 hari ini tentunya kita sama-sama memahami pentingnya partnership atau upaya untuk memperkuat partnership. Termasuk juga di dalamnya adalah bagaimana kita memobilisasi investasi secara masif serta tentunya men-scale up berbagai action supaya tidak reinventing the wheel. Tentunya forum-forum seperti ini menjadi kesempatan yang baik sekali untuk kita untuk sharing pengalaman best practices supaya tidak harus dari nol dan melalui forum termasuk juga bilateral yang kalau dihitung kurang lebih ada sekitar 16 pertemuan bilateral dari berbagai stakeholder, tidak hanya dari antar pemerintah tetapi juga antar para pelaku lainnya. Itu sama-sama merujuk bahwa pentingnya aksi-aksi konkret dan juga dampak beserta juga value added-nya yang tadi Ibu Winnie sampaikan. Kami sendiri mengawal untuk kegiatan-kegiatan yang terkait utamanya terhadap dampak dari perubahan iklim dan juga dari upaya-upaya kita untuk melakukan transformasi khususnya ke arah ekonomi yang lebih hijau ya. Untuk Indonesia sendiri tentunya teman-teman sudah memahami bahwa kita mengupayakan tidak hanya transisi energi tetapi juga banyak strategi lain seperti circular economy, kemudian juga melakukan berbagai dekarbonisasi antara lain untuk critical mineral dan yang tidak kalah pentingnya juga adalah pemahaman kita mengenai sea level rise, peningkatan muka air laut karena kita negara kepulauan terbesar di dunia tentunya menjadi sangat penting untuk kita sama-sama bekerja, belajar ya dan juga tentunya mendorong aksi-aksi konkret ke depan untuk bersinergi dengan antar negara, mengatasi termasuk juga memahami mengenai si level rise ini. Jadi hal-hal yang tadi saya sebutkan, circular economy, kebetulan saya sempat mengikuti berbicara pada sesi tersebut, dan ternyata tidak hanya mereka atau lembaga-lembaga dari yang berlatar belakang lingkungan. Di sesi kami tadi juga ada ANCTAD ya, kemudian juga ada WTO, ada Sekretariat ASEAN ya, yang pada intinya persoalan-persoalan lingkungan, kemudian juga seperti circular economy membutuhkan kolaborasi semuanya. Kemudian juga terkait dengan sea level rise tadi, tentunya dibicarakan terutama dari negara-negara kepulauan lainnya. Pagi tadi kami ikut mendampingi Bapak Menteri, ketemu dengan pemerintah atau beberapa menteri dari Solomon Island, dan pada sore hari ini juga beliau berbicara pada forum tersebut, menyampaikan tantangan sekaligus juga kesempatan untuk kolaborasi. Dan tentunya tidak hanya dari pemerintah, tadi berbicara juga para ahli, termasuk Ibu Dwi Korita, Kepala BMKG, yang memberikan pemahaman lebih baik kepada kita bahwa sea level rise itu tentunya kita pahami menjadi implikasi dari tidak hanya dari climate change, tetapi banyak hal termasuk cara-cara kita membangun dan juga melakukan berbagai kegiatan selama ini. Tentunya pergerakan-pergerakan seperti upaya mengupayakan menangkap ikan yang akhirnya merusak koral, ternyata itu juga menggerus daerah pesisir kita sehingga itu meningkatkan air muka laut. Jadi bukan semata-mata karena perubahan dari iklim begitu. Nah, tentunya ini semua menjadi learning buat kita semua ya, untuk lebih harus memahami tidak saja mengenai how-nya ya, mengapa semua itu terjadi, tetapi juga bagaimana kita berkolaborasi, mencari solusi dan tentunya memanfaatkan berbagai kerjasama ini untuk mendorong berbagai sumber-sumber pendanaan yang ada, termasuk pendanaan inovatif dan juga aksi-aksi nyata yang sudah dilakukan melalui berbagai inovasi, teknologi, dan tentunya proses-proses digitalisasi supaya berbagai hal tersebut bisa mempercepat pencapaian SDGs yang pada saat ini sebagian besarnya mengalami kemunduran. Baru saja sebulan yang lalu update SDGs global, secara global target-targetnya itu regres atau mengalami kemunduran, pencapaiannya hanya 17%. Indonesia sendiri kita cukup baik 62%, namun ada sekitar 24%-nya target-target tersebut mengalami stagnasi ataupun juga kemunduran. Nah, tentunya dalam 6 tahun ini kolaborasi lintas kementerian, lintas pelaku dan juga dengan kerjasama antar negara menjadi bagian kita untuk sama-sama mencari solusi dan melakukan upaya percepatan melalui mobilisasi dan aksi-aksi nyata tadi. Mungkin sementara itu dulu Pak Ardian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Deputi, Bu Vivi. Ada sedikit tambahan dari Pak Bogat, kami persilahkan Bapak.
Terima kasih Pak Ardian. Sebelum mengakhiri penjelasan atau press conference ini, izinkan saya menyampaikan wujud konkret dari gelaran High Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnership. Tadi pagi sebagai aktualisasi forum ini, tadi pagi telah dilakukan penandatanganan kontrak jual beli pesawat N219 produksi PT DI, 5 unit pesawat N219 yang akan dibeli oleh suatu perusahaan multinasional, dan pesawat tersebut nantinya akan dioperasikan oleh perusahaan yang berbasis di DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo. Jadi ini merupakan contoh baik, praktek baik, hasil dari HLF MSP ini. Selanjutnya, rekan-rekan media yang dapat pahami bahwasanya N219 ini nantinya atas respon dari Bu Winnie akan dikembangkan menjadi pesawat amfibius. Dan ini pesawat ini sangat dibutuhkan oleh negara-negara kepulauan yang seperti Solomon dan lain sebagainya. Jadi saya kira wujud konkretnya sangat nyata, dan dalam rangka mempercepat KSST ini, terutama trade dengan negara-negara Global South, kami juga sudah meminta South Center di Jenewa untuk mengkaji mengenai alat tukar-menukar dalam perdagangan yang tanda kutip tidak hanya bertumbuh kepada dolar, tetapi kepada mata uang yang diterima oleh negara-negara selatan-selatan. Jadi sekali lagi saya kira penandatangan kontrak jual beli tadi yang disaksikan oleh Pak Menteri Perencanaan Pembangunan Nasional Kepala Bepnas adalah wujud nyata konkret dari HLF MSP ini. Demikian, terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih kepada para deputi, Ibu, Bapak, rekan-rekan media. Jadi dari HLF MSP ini, kalau tadi sudah mendengar dari paparan 3 deputi, memang sifatnya adalah dialog, tapi yang dibahas sangat luas, mulai dari mengenai isu lingkungan, lalu pemanasan global, lalu di sana ada ekonomi, energi, pendanaan pembangunan, dan lain-lain. Untuk itu kami mempersilakan rekan-rekan media jika ada pertanyaan, kami akan buka 2 penanya dahulu. Silakan angkat tangan jika ada yang ingin bertanya, lalu sampaikan nama dan asal media. Kami persilakan. Ibu dulu, silakan Ibu.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih, saya Neti Harawati dari Warta Global. Di hari terakhir ini saya mengucapkan terima kasih sudah mengikuti diskusi panel 6-8. Dari situ saya bisa menelaah bahwa Indonesia wise banget terhadap dunia luar, apalagi global ya. Yang mau saya tanyakan kepada Bapak Bogat dan Bu Vivi, untuk Pak Bogat sendiri, tadi sudah menyebutkan bahwa gender ya Pak. Nah kira-kira titik speknya itu untuk gender itu apa Pak gitu. Apalagi kita kan lebih memberdayakan perempuan ya Pak. Nah kebetulan banyak dari Afrika tadi perempuan juga ada yang muslim ya Pak. Nah itu yang saya tanyakan. Apa titik beratnya untuk gender itu Pak dengan kerjasama dengan Afrika. Kemudian untuk Ibu Vivi, kita telah tahu bahwa maritim ikan merupakan sumber terbesar di Indonesia. Nah, tetapi di sini apakah pemerintah akan menghimpun masyarakat Indonesia yang khususnya di pesisir yang kaya akan ikan untuk menunjang daripada kerjasama dengan konvensi Asia Afrika. Terima kasih Bu.
Baik Ibu, satu penanya lagi. Silakan di belakang sebelah kiri.
Cek. Baik. Selamat sore Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu semua. Perkenalkan saya Zulnis dari TVRI Jakarta. Pak, saya izin mau bertanya mengenai nilai komitmen yang update-nya mungkin nilai komitmen yang sudah dihasilkan dari forum IAF ini di hari terakhir. Kalau kemarin kan update terakhir $3,5 miliar. Apakah ada penambahan dan apakah pembelian 5 pesawat ini sudah termasuk di dalam nilai yang tadi Pak? Lalu yang kemudian dari 4 sektor yang diunggulkan dalam IAF ini, sektor mana saja Pak yang nilai komitmennya paling tinggi? Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Mungkin koreksi dahulu, ini kami forumnya HLF MSP, jadi bukan IAF gitu ya. Tapi tadi yang disampaikan contoh mengenai pembelian MOU kontrak pembelian pesawat, bisa mungkin nanti ditambahkan oleh Pak Deputi Bogat ya Pak untuk penjelasannya gitu. Jadi kalau untuk misalnya nilai komitmennya berapa, mungkin nanti bisa ditanyakan ke Kementerian Luar Negeri. Baik, pertama mungkin kami akan mengundang Ibu Vivi dahulu, baru nanti Pak Bogat. Kami persilakan Bu Deputi.
Ya, terima kasih Ibu pertanyaannya. Terkait dengan maritim tentunya aspeknya sangat luas ya Bu ya. Yang banyak tadi dibicarakan karena sesinya terkait dengan blue economy, tentunya utamanya terkait dengan ekonomi. Kemudian juga tadi ada sesi terkait juga dengan logistics. Khususnya dengan Afrika memang belum ada secara spesifik yang kerjasama terkait dengan kemaritiman, namun dari sisi kebutuhan ke depan tentunya negara-negara yang memiliki laut sangat berkepentingan mengupayakan baik itu budidayanya maupun juga tangkap, kemudian juga bagaimana mendorong sektor-sektor yang relatif baru seperti bioprospecting yang ada di dalam laut, termasuk juga bukan hanya ikan ya Bu ya, jadi seperti alge-alge, kemudian seaweed itu sekarang dicari banyak sekali di tingkat global, bukan hanya untuk pangan, food, tapi juga pakan, feed, dan juga untuk fuel ya. Microalgae kita itu sekarang bisa sudah dikembangkan di IPB untuk micro CCS. Carbon Capture Storage ya. Jadi hal-hal seperti ini yang tentunya ke depan di Indonesia sendiri akan kita dorong ya, termasuk juga tentunya dalam sisi pengembangan coastal community-nya. Saat ini kami sedang melakukan Blue Food Assessment yang hasilnya nanti diharapkan bisa menjadi masukan untuk membangun industri pangan laut ya dari hulu ke hilir. Tentunya ini akan sangat bermanfaat, kita bisa terapkan tidak hanya untuk di Indonesia tetapi juga negara-negara ASEAN dan juga nantinya di negara-negara Afrika.
Baik, terima kasih Bu Vivi. Pak Bogat, kami persilakan.
Terima kasih Bu Neti dari Warta Global. Rekan-rekan media sekalian, gender belum sepenuhnya negara-negara Global South menerapkan gender mainstreaming. Dan dalam konteks ini Indonesia menurut hemat kami sudah advance dalam penerapan gender mainstreaming. Yang intinya adalah bagaimana kita mengharusutamakan dalam segala macam kehidupan yang berdampak tidak saja pada perekonomian tetapi pada kesejahteraan dengan menggunakan atau berperspektif atau mengharusutamakan seluruh kepentingan-kepentingan gender ini. Dalam konteks ini rekan-rekan media tentu saja kita akan berbagi praktek baik kepada negara-negara Afrika negara Afrika dan KSST, negara South-South, mohon maaf, melalui kerjasama yang tentunya akan bersifat lintas sektor karena yang merupakan gender mainstreaming tidak saja sektor ekonomis seperti UMKM, tetapi juga sektor kesehatan, pendidikan dan lain sebagainya. Sebagaimana disampaikan tadi pada waktu pertemuan dengan bilateral dengan Menteri Solomon sudah meminta kita untuk memberikan asisten maupun beasiswa. Dan kita menawarkan tadi beasiswa untuk bidang kedokteran, kemudian politeknik dan lain sebagainya yang bersifat mereka membutuhkan yang sifatnya quick yielding, cepat bisa diinikan. Itu Bu Neti dalam itu. Kemudian dari TVRI, saya tidak tahu apakah ini include di dalam yang komitmen atau komitmen di Afrika tadi, AF tadi, saya tidak tahu. Tapi intinya adalah nilai kontrak dari N219 tadi, dan karena N219 ini terutama dulu diawali dengan perencanaan di Bappenas dan kemudian pengembangannya juga dilakukan oleh Bu Winnie, maka intinya adalah 219 ini adalah pesawat kecil alternatif yang sebagai pengganti kasa, dan kalau kita boleh estimasi harganya, harga pesawat green, artinya belum ada green itu adalah pesawat yang masih original. Kalau mau dilengkapi dengan katakanlah perangkat maritime patrol aircraft bisa dan sebagainya. Tapi dia dengan green pesawat itu paling tidak nilai kontraknya menurut perhitungan kami adalah $60 juta. Jadi saya kira ini merupakan suatu momentum yang baik, tidak saja dari perekonomian tetapi bagaimana membangun ekosistem pesawat terbang yang menurut hemat kami perlu kita revitalisasi kembali setelah pasca reformasi ini. Demikian. Ya, silakan menambahkan. Bu Winnie akan menambahkan mengenai pesawat. Silakan Bu Winnie.
Ya. Terima kasih Pak Bogat. Jadi ini salah satu bentuk kolaborasi tidak hanya pemerintah kepada pemerintah atau G2G, tetapi ini juga yang tadi Pak Bogat sampaikan mengenai bagaimana Indonesia bisa masuk ke pasar global, terutama untuk negara selatan dalam hal pesawat, sebagai kita sebut pesawat itu adalah pesawat hasil buatan Indonesia. Lebih dari 40% dari komponen pesawat N219 itu diproduksi dalam negeri. Jadi TKDN-nya 40%. Jadi artinya N219 ini adalah produk karya anak bangsa Indonesia yang mau kita dorong terus pengembangannya. Tidak hanya yang N219 yang sekarang tadi, tetapi juga nanti kita ke depan akan mengembangkan N219 amfibi, untuk di mana itu kalau kita lihat kan seaplane itu bisa mendarat di air untuk bisa memenuhi konektivitas antar pulau-pulau kecil di dalam Indonesia, dan juga peminatnya sudah banyak yang menanyakan kapan PT DI akan memproduksi pesawat amfibi ini, karena dibutuhkan ternyata tidak hanya di Indonesia tetapi juga beberapa negara lain. Tadi pada saat Pak Menteri bilateral meeting dengan Solomon Island, itu juga mereka tertarik untuk memanfaatkan pesawat amfibi produk Indonesia yang insya Allah kita sedang proses, PT DI sedang melakukan proses pembuatan. Mudah-mudahan dalam 2 tahun ke depan Indonesia bisa memproduksi karya anak bangsa dalam bentuk pesawat amfibi. Ini merupakan salah satu bentuk bagaimana Indonesia berkomitmen untuk mengembangkan industri kedirgantaraan. Jadi industri kedirgantaraan itu adalah penting buat Indonesia, tetapi dengan multi stakeholder partnership ini Indonesia punya kesempatan untuk menjual pesawat ini. Tadi nilai kontraknya kira-kira sekitar 66,2 juta US dollar untuk 5 pesawat N219 amfibi yang tadi Pak Bogat sampaikan akan dimanfaatkan di Republik Democratic of Congo. 5 pesawat itu, dan tentunya ini tidak akan berhenti sampai sana. Kita akan terus mencoba mengkomersialisasikan pesawat karya anak bangsa kita untuk kemudian kita bisa memanfaatkan tidak hanya di dalam negeri untuk kepentingan konektivitas, tetapi juga di negara-negara selatan-selatan. Karena tadi Pak Bogat menyampaikan kita harus meningkatkan trade. Nah, ini salah satu trade-nya, bentuk konkretnya adalah pesawat. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bu Windy. Kami persilakan lagi rekan-rekan media jika ada. Kalau tidak ada, terima kasih sekali untuk Ibu Bapak, rekan-rekan media atas partisipasinya dan semoga bisa mengkomunikasikan hasil-hasil HLF MSP kepada publik. Karena ini adalah forum konferensi pers terakhir kami dari Kementerian PPN Bappenas di kegiatan ini. Tentu kami atas nama Kementerian PPN Bappenas menyampaikan apresiasi kepada Kementerian Komunikasi dan Informasi yang sejak persiapan hingga terlaksananya pertemuan HLF MSP terus memberikan dukungan dan bantuan. Kami tutup dengan mengucapkan wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sehat semua.